It wasn't intentional, Council President. Oh.
Okay, I believe we're online. I call this meeting of the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission Budget Committee to order. This meeting is being held in person. The public is invited to watch live on the city's YouTube channel, Comcast channel, cable channel 30 in the city limits, or via Zoom using the link on the meeting webpage. There will be opportunities for the public to speak during community comment time and during the public hearing. Written comments may be submitted by email to the finance@milwaukieoregon.gov. When it's time to make public comments, staff will monitor the comment cards and comment and email inbox. We will take comments in the order they are received and seen. Spanish translation services are available upon request. The public is asked to request translation services at least 48 hours before the meeting. Translation services are also available in other languages. We will begin with introductions, starting with me, Leslie Schochner, Budget Committee Chair, and going to my right.
Robert Massey, City Council.
Carrie Schumacher, Citizen Member.
Will Anderson, City Council.
Michael Osborne, Finance Director.
Emma Sagor, City Manager.
Joseph Brilio, Assistant City Manager.
Rebecca Stavengard, City Council.
William Johnson, Community Member.
Lisa Beatty, Mayor.
Mary Rose, Citizen Member online.
And I'll just remember to please put your microphones on when you speak. Otherwise, our Zoom audience cannot hear you. Thank you very much.
So I call to order the public hearing on the proposed Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission biennium budget for fiscal years 2027 and 2028. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the staff reports and take public comment on the proposed action. Does any member of the committee wish to announce any actual or potential conflicts of interest? Seeing none, we'll now hear from Joseph Brilio, Assistant City Manager and Executive Director for the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chair Schochner. And I'll say, before I jump in real quick, this is my third round of budgeting at the City of Milwaukie. And I just want to say thanks, Chair Schochner. I believe this is your last run as chair, at least?
Actually, that has been...
Is that up for debate?
Updated. That information has been updated.
Okay.
Turns out I do have another term available.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the last 3 times I've been part of this. You've been at the helm, and I appreciated working with you. So thanks. I'm acting as the Executive Director of our Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission, and so that's our URA, and we're going to walk through a couple aspects of the budget in front of you, starting with my message. So we can go to the next slide. I'm not going to read my letter verbatim. You can read that Shakespeare when you have time. But I highlighted basically what's important in that letter, and essentially just looking back in this current biennium and then looking forward. So looking back over the 25-26 biennium, I put the tagline, putting the URA to work. So this was essentially the first biennium where we had enough increment in the bucket to start seeing and making things happen in the URA. And so that was really big part of that was implementing the 5-year action plan, which is part of the grant programs that we'll get into a little bit in a second, as well as some capital projects, and really starting to invest those dollars back in the URA so that we start seeing some growth and doing the work. Looking ahead at the next biennium, I'm trying to create a tagline, just build it. Because I think as we get into this next biennium, you're gonna see less economic development support isn't going away at all. We'll still have grant programs and we'll still do a lot of support for our businesses here. But what we're gonna start looking at is really building infrastructure in a lot of ways. So things from Milwaukie Bay Park, potentially downtown Main Street enhancement throughout the Main Street corridor, and then also potentially Kellogg Dam. We'll talk a little bit about that later in this, as well as in the CIP. We'll also look at updating our 5-year action plan. So we'll be completing in 27 the 5-year action plan this round. So we'll have to update what that looks like over the next 5 years. And the MERCAC, which Councilor Staven-George is a part of, will be doing that. And I was already starting planning out some of the engagement we're going to do as part of that update. Move to the next. So that's kind of looking back and looking forward. Some of our accomplishments in the last biennium was $1.1 million of grant funds, which I've talked to you all about before. It's been, I think, a huge success. We provided business consulting support as well. So some of our businesses weren't ready necessarily for TI or storefront improvements. They just needed some kind of technical assistance to figure out how to update their merchandising or like how they actually structure their engagement with their customers. So we provided that. It was once called displacement assistance or anti-displacement assistance, but we changed it to basically business support, and we got more folks taking advantage of that. We've improved public spaces, pole banners, and wayfinding, and public bike racks. You've seen some updates along sidewalks in Main Street between Monroe and Jefferson. That's the old Collectors Mall area. And then we've also started to create the engagement plan for the next 5-year action plan, as I mentioned. Placemaking grants has also been a part of the grant package, and those have been interesting and a part of really enhancing downtown and making it more.
Could you explain the definition of placemaking?
Yeah, sure. So placemaking, the idea behind it is to enhance public spaces. They could even be private spaces, but in art, here in downtown, we've had like the tree lighting in Milwaukie Bay Park was a part of placemaking, grant making. Also, B-Sides provided some lighting infrastructure for placemaking. It's basically to update a space so that it feels like you're meant to be there. It's not just a blank canvas, but there's an inviting presence. So part of that's lighting, part of that could be art, part of that could be benches and furniture of some kind. So it's basically creating like little parks in some ways, or just like a sense of humans are supposed to be here and engage.
So like places where people can sort of hang out rather than.
Yeah. Easy there. Thanks.
Have we, I mean, I realize this is the MRC budget, so you're talking about the
CET.
urban renewal area, but is the placemaking, so you named 2 placemaking grants in downtown. Have there been any placemaking grants elsewhere?
Outside?
Yeah.
We're talking to a few, but no, not
yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor. And then we've also partially capitalized the downtown segment or the west segment for the Monroe Greenway. I wanted to highlight, I think it's important to pause with this and just see some of the changes that we've done within the MRC and within the URA. And you should all celebrate because this is a big deal. We are enhancing and changing this city from a kind of sleepy town that was not really seen as a place to invest to something completely different. And so I put up just a few that have received grants in downtown. So you can see there's B-Sides, the Riff right there. Those were 3 or 4 empty storefronts for years. Now, not anymore. Things this world where Good Measure is, that was, they had plenty of issues with that building. I don't know if you know, it was unsafe. So they did some updates, used some of our grant dollars, and Good Measure is now there. And then obviously the Rexall building, which is going to be a huge change because Collectors Mall was 1 vendor, and now you're going to see basically, 2/3 block being totally changed into 8 vendors with retail, restaurant, and much more activity happening, entertainment as well with the Improv.
What's the cross street for that building? Or where is it exactly located?
The Rexall?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the Collectors Mall, so Jefferson, Monroe.
Okay.
Yeah. So it completely changed our downtown, I will say, 100%. Committee member Johnson asked for some data last meeting, and I wanted to not leave you hanging. I know I left you hanging for a couple months, but I wanted to come back and make sure some of our data was correct and present to all y'all. But we've done, since the beginning of the grant program, we've done 33 grants in the URA. 22 have gone to new businesses or supported, I should say 22. The math doesn't math here because grants are different than businesses impacted. So take the Rexall building, for example, like that was one grant, but it's going to impact 8 businesses. So the numbers are not perfect there. So you see, we've done 33 grants, 22 are going to support new businesses, 17 are going to retain 17 existing businesses. The jobs, this is an estimate, so this is partly what we received reported from the businesses in the application grant, and it's also kind of talking to them now and seeing what's actually happened. So new businesses that have come in have essentially produced 104 jobs. We've retained 46, so that's keeping those existing businesses expanded or relevant, has retained 46 jobs in the URA. And this doesn't account for the construction jobs that come along with all this. Those are high paying typically, and also a huge part of tenant improvements, storefront improvements, infrastructure in general. So there's an impact there. And we talk a lot about downtown, but we haven't done a ton of grant work at all in the Milwaukie marketplace. But I do want to say that private investment follows public investment. And we've been investing in our URA over the last couple of years. And I know we've been making conversations with, we've had conversations for years with New Seasons. They've obviously come, but I think part of it is also seeing that the city's investing in itself. And more businesses are coming and using our grant program, but also enhancing the URA. So this isn't by accident, I guess is my point. The reason that Milwaukie Marketplace is back, the reason that downtown's coming back is because of all of our work together and really investing in making the TIF dollars work. That's my soapbox there. So going into the this biennium budget, you'll see
Before you dive into the numbers, Joseph, so this will be the first place on these slides. If you see a green highlighted note, we are going to ask that you look at the packet of replacement pages. These are the last 2 pages in that packet. So you'll see on the bottom, it's pages 323, 324, and 325. Those should be swapped out in your binder. There were a few financial adjustments made in the MRC that Michael and Joseph can highlight, but I want to make sure what you have in your binder and what you're looking at matches what is on the slide. Yeah. So we'll wait till the paper shuffling stops before we dive into it.
And I can just begin to speak about the materials and service budget lines right now, just how those have changed since the last biennium. We're still budgeting for grants, $500,000. But as we continue to do grants, we lock in properties every time a grant is done. So basically you can't reapply for a grant until 5 years passes so that we can spread the money around. So think about this as if we're having a lot of activity right now across the URA, it's certainly going to be quiet for probably a few years because those businesses can't keep asking for dollars until that time. So we reduced that amount. We think $250 a year is probably smart to budget for at this point. We also added marketing and tourism, which wasn't in the last budget because we really want to. We are looking at this as we have put investment dollars into bringing life back into the URA, and now we got to bring people to the URA to support those businesses that are now here. Foot traffic is going to be a big piece of this. So hopefully we see more development, like residential development downtown to support businesses, but creating the market and helping the market sustain the businesses that we've helped support through URA is going to be important. So we are putting dollars towards marketing and tourism, storytelling that we're going to take advantage of.
We have a question here.
Sure.
So I see that line, that marketing tourism line actually did have a 100,000 for this year. Did we spend money on marketing and tourism this year?
Yeah, we've started. We've done some training and we've done some consultant work, but nothing launched officially yet.
Okay.
So we'll continue that.
Okay.
Yes.
If I may.
Absolutely.
I did have the opportunity to attend the Travel Portland conference just up the street with Sierra Fox. So there's not a whole lot of cost to that, but sometimes some of the actions within the tourism and marketing are just building those initial connections. So we had a really great experience connecting with Travel Portland, with other partners that were there, started to identify some of the things that we can start to bring into strategies here locally, and things that we can put action steps around for the marketing in the current or in the future biennium.
Yeah.
I don't want to go too far afield on this, but I would just want to say, I think there's a conversation to be had with the county tourism. I know from the past that in other roles, and when I was on the farmers market board and other places, that they always want you to show that you're putting people in hotel rooms. And I don't think that's really a valid measure in the metro area. So
not
I
in
do think
Milwaukee.
there's plus we have no hotel rooms. So I do think that's a conversation we should be having, because I know some local groups that want to apply for county tourism grants and really feel deterred, and we should try to open that dialogue.
On that note, I want to give credit to Kelly from K. Marie on Main Street. She has been reconvening a group called the Business of Milwaukie, which had a bit of a launch a couple of years ago, a little bit of a lull, and now is a bit of more of a resurgence, with the focus on businesses that are owned, operated, or led by women in Milwaukie, which is actually a huge number of businesses. On Monday evening, that group will be meeting with the executive director for the Mount Hood territories.
Oh, good.
So we have reached out in that connection, that group, and in large part, that's because we took the findings from the business survey and some of the discussion that had happened at council. I took that to that group and sort of presented it with them. They identified marketing and tourism support as one of their #1 areas as well. And so this is the next actionable step there. So hopefully soon, in a regular council session, I'll have an update on that conversation.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Staff and Jordan. Good questions, Mayor. I'll also say our city manager just reminded me, we used some of those dollars too to do, I would say, international marketing with our commercial at the ICMA conference, came from those funds. But
With what? With what? You used it with what?
with these marketing dollars from us.
Who?
I know.
What was the international link though? I missed that.
So at the International City Managers Association,
Oh,
they
okay.
approached us, having heard about all the cool things happening in Milwaukie, and asked if they could produce a short video about what's going on here and show it at the conference. So they did. They came out, sent a film crew. We had a lovely day filming. It's a nice kind of 5-minute video. You're right, Mayor. We should be sharing the heck out of that. There's a lot of goose footage in it, but it's a great little kind of and I think it's a marketing and tourism piece of collateral for just general folks who want to come shop, visit, and hang out in Milwaukie. But it also, I think, was a great way to show other city partners and potential partners, kind of quasi-governmental, like that we're a great place to partner with and do business. So
Yeah.
Is it on the city's website?
It was.
It will.
It's probably buried now because it was a while ago. It makes sense to bring it back up.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, so can you elaborate a little bit more, the $100,000 that we had last biennium versus the $100,000 this biennium? What's the difference in what we're going to spend on? You can also say this is something we could revisit in a council session, which I think would be appropriate. Because I do hear from our business community and from our business survey that we did, that this is a real investment they want us to be making, and I want to make sure we're doing it right.
Absolutely. And we actually heard it from council. This is partly the reason why you'll see it, why it shows up in this budget. We're going to look to you all to help us to guide that conversation and what you want some of those programs to potentially be. We've started a lot of those conversations. We're in conversations with the county, but we also added dollars to professional technical services, just so you all are aware, to help sponsorships for events. And this is a little bit different than these marketing dollars. These marketing dollars are really to share the commercial of our city and all the things that we have to offer. But we did add some dollars for the professional services line so that we could support events because, yeah, we don't get those tourism dollars from the county. Our businesses or organizers don't have the benefit of using those dollars because we don't support it. So hopefully that answers some of your question, Council President, and also a few others nuance in there.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Anything else?
I just want to acknowledge some of the things that did change and why we reprinted this page. And this mayor sent us some questions late last night, so I think we're going to cover a few of those as well. One is there was the budget is a living document, particularly when we have forecasted out years. And so on the revenue side, I think we were underestimating property tax increase. So we actually did revise that upwards a little bit in this biennium. Michael can speak more to that, but we have been exceeding estimated kind of TIF revenue in the URA, and that's great. And when you think about what's in the development pipeline downtown, the new units coming into Chase Bank and potentially the Beacon Dental property when that gets developed, and then the value of the properties down here, the 8 new tenants that are coming downtown, we're very confident that we will meet or exceed these revised upward property tax revenues. We also slightly increased interest income, but you'll still probably say like, that seems low. We have a philosophy that we always want to under budget on interest income and never be reliant on that. The market can be weird, interest rates can be strange, but we did have that at 50,000, which was probably too low. So we've upped that to 150,000 a year. We don't want to get addicted to interest income when the economy can do some strange things.
And the interest income has been really high the last 2 to 3 years, and all the trends that I'm seeing and hearing is that that's coming down. So we want to be thoughtful and accurate in what we're budgeting.
Yeah, I think a lot of people hoped it was coming down, but what happened at the Fed this week doesn't indicate that it indicates that it may or may not come down.
Yeah. We also received some good questions, both in this budget and across the budgets about FTE numbers. And I just want to own the position control. So that's just kind of across all of our spreadsheets, how we count a person in an FTE is a growth area for us as a city, and something that as we embark in this next biennium with improved tools and improved SOPs, we're going to be working on that. It's a little funky. So it says here 1.8 full-time equivalent person. That is reflecting the staff who are 100% budgeted from the MRC, which is our economic development coordinator, as well as the employees that you've authorized us to do partial funding through transfers. So part of Joseph's salary, part of Adam Moore, who's our Parks Development or Development Manager's salary, and then some administrative pieces. It's confusing because Joseph also shows up as a FTE in the city manager's budget. Again, we're going to clean this up, and I'll let Michael kind of explain that better. But I appreciate the question, Mayor. Will Johnson also asked us some questions about FTE. We recognize that's a place we need to clean up.
I think the way I look at it is we obviously know there's one person in there, one body, Sierra. Financial people look at things in numbers, and so we split people up and divide them. So for Joseph, he's divided 25% MRC, 75% general. And when we take that 1.8 number, we're dividing people in based on cost. And in reality, you can't do that. It's a whole person, so it's head count versus dollars. And we can make that adjustment going forward.
I just want to respond to that. My bigger concern on the FTE piece is that I'm not certain what I'm being asked to approve.
Sure.
Because even on the same page, there's 2 options for what it could be. Mm-hmm. So it's just a bit confusing, like what is the legal ask in this document versus what is informational? Because it's a document that doesn't equal itself.
Sure.
Can you point out the discrepancy you're talking about?
Yeah, on the very first page, the city budget.
And just for clarification, I'm sorry, Member Johnson, I wonder if we should have that conversation during the
During
city
the other
budget
one?
hearing,
Yeah.
not the MRC budget hearing, but I promise we will get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I add one quick thing there? Because you were talking about legal, what you're blessing in this. I think obviously all the stuff in here is important and rolls into it. But the thing that we're ultimately blessing is the council resolution with the dollars to the different funds. we're not legally blessing the FTE count. So I just want to make that clear as we're going through, that it's the budget lines that we're adopting in this, the FTE count makes up that, but it's not what you're legally blessing, so to speak.
We will, in the city budget hearing, provide the accurate numbers.
Yeah.
Quick question. And this, I believe that this applies to both the city budget and the MRC budget. At what point do you have a threshold in change of FTE that then necessitates like a supplemental budget or a budget amendment?
When it's impacting dollars.
So for example, if we received funding for a new staff person through a grant, or if we had to make adjustments and move people off of certain projects, is that what you're saying?
No, it's more of, if we have it, if the dollars are there and we budgeted for it for like say Sierra or something, we have that in there and it's in this budget. And whether if you move it from one fund to another, then you would do a budget adjustment. If we're creating a whole new position like we did in building fund, where we added a number of people, that's adding dollars to the budget and that requires a budget supplemental.
Okay.
I look at it as, it's not FTE that's driving it, it's the dollars that drives the change. That's
Okay.
what they want to.
So I understand that, and I think what I'm getting at is at what point does it come back to council or the budget committee to authorize very large policy shifts within the budget?
Yep.
If the decisions are set to FTE entirely as an administrative decision,
Yep.
then that can change the work of the city without actually
Yes.
moving the money.
So what our practice has been, because there are thresholds for, if you exceed the dollars that council will adopt in the resolution when they pass the budget, if those are going to change, we have to formally have you do a resolution. But it has always been our practice to transparently daylight any change in operation, even if it's within that budgetary threshold. So I'll give you an example. We came to you to ask for your authority to begin charging 25% of Joseph's time to the MRC, 50% of Adam Moore's time. And in doing that, we actually, if you go back, I think, to those documents, you in the resolution didn't have to change appropriations because we had the budget there, but it was important for us to transparently daylight that. And now you see that being put into the transfers here, which is why that transfers line has increased. I think the next step in this, though, is an improved position control system for the city so that we can also show you, well, you know, even if the dollars aren't moving or are moving, like what's happening to where the FTEs show up in the budget.
Okay.
Does
Thank
that
you.
make
That's
sense?
a great explanation. I'm also wondering if at some point, maybe in a future biennium, we can flag positions that are funded through federal dollars. So we
Sure.
have an idea of additional reporting and also just
Absolutely.
administrative restrictions that we might have around those dollars.
Great suggestion. And the final question I believe you asked, Mayor, was about contingency, or not contingency, yeah, it's down, the policy requirement down in the gray box at the bottom, that's 50%. You asked, I believe, where does that 50% come from? We've been talking a lot about policy requirements so far in these hearings. I don't believe that is in any kind of state law or even in the policies that were passed when the URA was adopted based on the research we've done, but that is how we have been budgeting for the URA since its inception, is that 50% reserve. I think partly that was probably to let the increment accrue. And our building fund also has a 50% reserve policy target. I think it makes sense for kind of development-driven funds where, again, there could be swings, there could be recessions we can't prepare for. So I think that's why it's such a significant number. But I don't believe, again, I'm not suggesting this for today, but throughout the biennium, if the MRC Budget Committee wanted to look at that threshold, there's no policy that we can find that would stop you from considering a reduced policy.
Thank you. I appreciate that background. And I do think that's a conversation we should probably have over the coming year. To me, building is different because building can stop, right?
Yeah.
Building can stop tomorrow for reasons beyond our control.
Sure.
This trajectory, it could moderate, but it's not gonna come to a halt.
Yep.
So I do think it's an easier discussion to think about reducing the amount of reserves here than it might be in building.
Great point.
I totally agree, Mayor. We did, looking back at the other bienniums, it's this has been consistent with other bienniums, but I don't know that it makes sense for where we're going with the URA and the MRC. So I think a conversation makes a ton of sense with it.
Okay, moving on.
Great, so I'm gonna wrap up here. Major MRC projects in the next biennium, just, again, like I said before, we're gonna continue some of the business improvement grant programs. 5-year action plan, we're gonna redevelop that. Next iteration is gonna occur. We're gonna focus on marketing, tourism, and the capital projects. We got some big ones, and there's gonna be priority discussions. There's gonna be the need to prioritize, capital dollars, MRC capital dollars for these projects that you see listed here, because we don't have enough to do all the things. So I just wanted to tee that up for some of the capital improvement CIP conversations later today, but also we'll need to be prepared to make some hard choices, I think, with some of these dollars for these big projects that are all really important, and they're all, like, we've all said they're goals, so. Anything else you want to add, Emma? There?
Nope, it's also, budgeting is the ultimate act of your crystal ball, right? And so we are presenting a budget to you today with how sharp our crystal ball is. Within the next 2 weeks, our crystal ball could get a little bit sharper on the first bullet you see there, Milwaukie Bay Park Phase 3. But we had a lot of internal conversations about, well, should we shift money now with hopes of some kind of direction on that project? My recommendation was we propose it this way, and then we use our quarterly budget adjustments to ask you about those prioritization if and when certain things fall into place. Councilor Massey?
Yeah. Joseph, you mentioned the consulting to alleviate potential business displacements. Could you give us a flavor of that sort of consulting work that happens?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I would love to show you an actual physical report that's come out of some of these, because it's really an amazing tool for some of these businesses. So basically, it walks businesses through where you're seeing your merchandising challenge, where when new customers come in, where are they gravitating towards? What's keeping customers out of your business? Because maybe you have a lot of clutter in your windows, a lot of uninviting things on your sidewalk, things of that nature. So it gives them a roadmap to clean up their exterior, but also their interior, and how a customer might move through their business and potentially pay for a service or an item. It doesn't give them dollars to implement, it gives them strategy. It's meant to give them the ability to create capacity so that hopefully they start doing better, and then they can go after storefront dollars or tenant improvement dollars if the need arises. But
who is doing this?
It's a third party called Backdoor Front.
Okay.
Or Backdoor Front, yeah. Front Door Back, thank you. Jeez. Yeah, they've done a lot of work in the Beaverton URA. They do a lot more. We're giving like a reduced, kind of recalibrated for our needs of their business consulting abilities, but it's been good so far. They've helped with Little Blue Store is one of them.
That's encouraging. So does the 5-year timeout apply to this grant as well?
In theory, yes, but I think there's discretion there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sort of philosophical question. No one wants to see a business fail or anything like that, but we're not responsible for a business's success in the long run. So thank you.
I think these would be more flexible dollars for sure.
Just to add that there are some restrictions around who can apply for those dollars. So they have to have been a business here in the city for a certain amount of time. It's not that these funds are available for any of the new businesses that are coming in. They have to be established and then also kind of experiencing some lull or some need to rework their plan to get people in the door.
Thank you. That's a good point. So these were supposed to be anti-displacement focused dollars. So those businesses already here, as we do improve the URA, that obviously there's a history of businesses getting displaced, people getting displaced because of that. So this was to really support those that have been around for a while and help them become and stay relevant. And the hope is that they become more relevant and they take advantage of other dollars to improve and keep them here. Good questions. That's all for me.
Oh.
If you have questions.
Are you ready to go for it?
Yeah, yeah, sorry.
That concludes staff presentation. I think, unless there's any other questions for staff, Chair, it can go back over to you for the
Okay,
script.
so this is the part where we will hear community member statements regarding the proposed Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission biennium budget for fiscal years 2027 and 2028. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak? Have we gotten comment cards or anything?
No.
We've received no correspondence prior to the meeting. There is no one on Zoom. There's no one, I believe, in person to testify, and Judy says nothing in email.
Okay, but anybody that might be watching this that wants to comment can, in fact, still comment, right?
Yes, they can.
Okay. So that would be an email to finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. So we haven't received anything. Nobody's here and we haven't received anything online. Does any member of the committee have any questions? Any further questions about what we've discussed? No? Okay, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony part of the MRC biennium budget for 2027, 2028.
I motion to close it.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the proposed MRC biennium budget for 2027, 2028. Any discussion? No? Seeing none. All of those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Okay. If the committee's ready to vote, I will now entertain a motion to approve and recommend the MRC budget and property taxes to City Council. We didn't discuss the property taxes, did we?
We did not. There is no change proposed in the tax rate. Michael, is
Okay.
there anything else you'd like to say on that?
No.
Okay, so then I'm looking for a motion to approve and recommend the MRC budget and property taxes to the City Council.
So moved, Chair.
Okay.
Did you state the dollars in that?
There's actually a written,
Yeah.
guess we probably need to.
Do-
Yeah.
Does everyone have a script?
At the very bottom.
At the very
second page.
bottom of the second page
Where it
of the
says member
script
A.
is what.
I can hop in. I move to approve the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission proposed budget totaling $9,933,000 for the biennium 2027 and 2028, with the property taxes for the 2027 and 2028 fiscal years for the maximum amount of the revenue that may be raised by dividing the taxes under Section 1C, Article C1 of the Oregon Constitution and the Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 457, if needed, with the following changes.
You
Don't
know,
have any changes.
If
No
not
changes.
needed.
No
Read too
changes.
quick.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission proposed budget totaling $9,930,000 for the biennium 2027 and 2028, with the property taxes for the 2027 and 2028 fiscal years for the maximum amount of revenue that may be raised by dividing the taxes under Section 1C, Article C1 of the Oregon Constitution and Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 457. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And now that we've done that, I would like to entertain a motion to cancel the May 9th, 2026 MRC Budget Committee meeting.
Oh, I'll take that one. I move to cancel the May 9th, correct?
Right.
2026 MRC Budget Committee meeting.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to cancel the May 9th, 2026 MRC Budget Committee meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say
Aye.
no. Motion carries. I would like to now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved This mic is turning itself off, I want to tell you.
Yeah, it's timing out.
It's
Yeah.
timing out.
We'll keep an eye.
Okay. I would like to entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. You moved.
I did
You
move.
seconded. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right.
One thing that might be happening with the mics, I believe there is a limit of 4 mics on at a time. So to help the chair, who has the hardest job today, if we can all turn our mics off after we speak.
I don't think that's it. I
don't
think
think it's
people
it?
are turning, I
Just
think it's timing
Timing
out.
out, okay.
Yep. Okay. Moving on. I am now going to call this meeting of the Budget Committee to order. This meeting is being held in person. The public is invited to watch live on the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 in the city limits, or via Zoom using the link in the meeting webpage. There will be opportunities for the public to speak during community comment time and during the public hearing. Written comments may be submitted by email to finance@milwaukieoregon.gov. When it's time to take public comments, staff will monitor the comment cards and email inbox. We'll take comments in the order they are received and seen. Spanish translation services are available upon request. Public is asked to request translation services at least 48 hours before the meeting, and translation services are also available in other languages. We will begin with introductions, starting with myself, Leslie Schachner, Budget Committee Chair.
Adam Coster-Body, City Councilor.
I am still Robert Massey, City Council.
Carrie Schumacher, citizen member.
Will Anderson, City Councilor.
Michael Osborne, Finance Director.
Emma Sagor, City Manager.
Joseph Brilio, Assistant City Manager.
Rebecca Stavengard, City Council.
William Johnson, Community Member.
Lisa Beatty, Mayor.
All right.
Mary Rose, citizen member, joining online.
I'm so sorry, Mary. I'm not good at keeping track of what's online.
That's okay, I'll just keep jumping in.
At this time, we will open the meeting to any community members that would like to discuss any city business other than the city budget with the committee. The city budget will have a separate public hearing for those wishing to speak to the committee on the budget. Those wishing to speak that are not at City Hall, please email finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov or raise your hand in Zoom by dialing *9 to raise your hand. You can also write a comment in the Zoom chat that indicates you would like to speak. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As the committee has other business items on the agenda this morning, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because of the information provided during community comments may be new, staff will respond at the next committee meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Are there any members of the community that wish to speak?
We have no one on Zoom. I'm sure they're all watching on Comcast Channel 30. We have no one in person, and we have nothing via email.
Okay, the public hearing on the state revenue sharing is hereby called to order. Does any member of the committee wish to announce any actual or potential conflicts of interest? Hearing none. Do any community members, well, we have nobody on Zoom, so we have no objections. Okay. The staff will now provide an overview of the state revenue sharing plan presented by Michael Osborne, our finance director.
Thank you and good morning, committee. We're here to talk about the state revenue sharing. This will be a quick meeting to go over state revenues. The city must formally accept from the state. At the end of the meeting, we'll have a quick vote to accept these revenues. Next slide. So what are the state revenues that we're accepting? As you can see here, we have state gas tax. There's revenue portion. I did a quick search last night, and what is the revenue portion? To me, that seems like just allocation of funds that the state gives to all cities to run and function. Obviously, that's not enough to cover our expenses, but it's a small portion that we receive from the state. And then we also receive the so-called sin taxes, marijuana, cigarette, and liquor tax distribution. For budgeting purposes for this, I kept these relatively flat. I know that these are all volatile revenues that come based on sales, well, most of them in the terms of cigarette, liquor, and marijuana. I've just kept those flat. As to the state gas tax, I know that there's a lot going on with that, and there's higher powers that are in play with that. So I have kept it pretty much status quo. It could change. I don't know. If it does, we can always do an adjustment if it's enough to affect the budget in the future. But for purposes of this budget, I just kept it status quo.
I guess I just have one question. Now that we have all of these new brew pubs coming in, is that changing our liquor tax in any substantial way?
I believe all of that is done not on a city level, but on a state level for liquor and beer, but I could be wrong.
Oh, so it's not like gas tax where it comes into us when it's sold here?
Correct. I think
Okay.
this is on a state level.
Even the gas tax, I don't know.
No,
that-
the gas.
No, not the gas tax.
No, but I'm saying even with the gas tax, I think we get our 2 cents or whatever it is our city gas tax is. But otherwise, the state is just dividing it on a population
correct.
basis.
Right.
They're
I know
not,
there's two.
they're not paying us the actual tax paid to the ARCO or whatever, or
Correct.
76.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I noticed the marijuana is 75% population and 25% based on how many licenses you have. But the other ones are more just strictly population.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Robert?
So I'm assuming that your flat projections are basically based on, has to be based on the fact that the initiative is not approved.
Correct.
And if the initiative is approved, then these figures will have to go up.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I thought the assumption was. Thank you.
Okay,
All right. Any other questions on revenue?
okay.
All right. With that, we can move on to the deliberation and voting.
Well, so we don't have any additional
No,
correspondence?
no additional correspondence.
And then, we've had questions. I'll entertain a motion to close the public testimony part of the state shared revenue hearing.
I move to close the public testimony portion of the state shared revenue hearing.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the state shared revenues. See no request to speak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say
Aye.
nay. Motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to approve and recommend the state shared revenues to the city council.
I move to approve and recommend the state shared revenues to city council.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve and recommend the state shared revenues to city council. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 No nays, the motion carries. I call to order the continuation of the public hearing on the proposed biennium budget for fiscal years 2027 and 2028. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the staff reports and take public comments on the proposed action. We will now receive presentations from city staff on the departments and the proposed budgets.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to the second budget meeting for the city of Milwaukee. It's a big day today. We're going to have presentations from all the department heads coming today. It's kind of a tour of the city. This is a chance for you to ask them questions about their budget and for them to deliver how they thought when they were developing the budget. In order to get through these in a timely manner, we're giving the departments about 15 to 20 minutes to go through them. Some departments, Peter, have a lot of things that report down to them, so he's going to get a lot of time today. The goal is that we want to kind of keep this quick and moving. So we ask that if you have keep the questions kind of to like 2 or 3 minutes. And then if there's something that's pressing, we can come back to it at the end of the day. Going through, there's a lot of pages in this budget that we made changes to. I said last week, I'm not perfect. And as I went through this, there was a couple things that stuck out to me. I take pride in this. And so it's something that is very complicated and also very detailed, in that one change flows through to other changes. And the first one I want to start off with is the citywide budget. On the table that we presented to you last week, there's resources and there's requirements. So there's revenues and there's expenses. And those should tie. And on that one, it didn't. So the reason it didn't is because how we're calculating contingency. And in some of the funds, we were calculating contingency, we were kind of doubling it up. We had a contingency in year 1, and then we were counting contingency in year 2. We have since corrected that and made sure that as we follow, we're putting the contingency expense into year 2 and looking at it as the biennium as a whole, instead of on a year-by-year basis. And for that, we were doubling up the contingencies, and that boosted the expenses and made the city budget, if you go into the next slide, it was $212 million. It has since been changed to $208,920,000. Some of you might think, hey, we saved $5 million. We really didn't, because all of the expenses on there are the same. It's just we reduced the contingency that we were doubling up. So I apologize for that. I should have caught that earlier, but we wanted to be transparent and show the correct number in here. We've since updated Emma's budget message, so that's reflective accurately. And we've also updated the All City page, so that ties out.
These are pages 5 and 71 in your replacement package, and they have also been replaced in the version published online.
And I also want to point out that nothing in personnel has changed. We're still at the 58 million for personnel. Materials and services changed a little bit. I think it was 20,000 that we did. We reallocated things from CIP to M&S. It was a police car and they're doing upgrades at PSB, and there was a small amount for some cabling and things that we decided to move to M&S from capital. So there was a slight change in that. But the big piece was the contingency and the unappropriated fund balance. That's where the $4 million change comes in. So are there any questions?
While we're on this page, I also want to address a question raised last time, a very good question of why is transfers shown as a percentage of the overall budget? Shouldn't it zero out? And you're absolutely right, it does zero out. When you talk about what the budget is, we're looking at the expenditures pie. And government accounting standards, best practices, what they tell us to do, what the state requires us to report in our audit, is to look at transfers as part of the expenditures, because it's money moving out of funds. It's also money moving into funds. So if you look at the resources, the revenues, it is an offset. So it is a zero out, but we are required by the state to report on it. And I think it's also a good metric to just show how much money is moving between things. If you're a utility rate payer, I'm looking at my QUAC members, you want to know, how much is being paid by those utility funds to the general fund. Kind of give you a good example, our utility billing technician, she's in 100% general funded position, but her position is funded through transfers from the utility fund into the general fund because her existence as a city employee is really to support the utilities. So it is complicated. You could minus out the transfers if you really wanted to see what is the city spending that doesn't zero out. But this is consistent with how other governments are required to report on
The
expenditures.
GFOA.
I think that does sort of answer my question on that issue, but what occurs to me is maybe it would, and I'm not suggesting that anybody do this now, but it does occur to me that maybe it would be clearer if there were another chart that showed the revenues moving related to that, because then that would be the other side of what I was confused about.
Very fair point.
I'm not asking you to do that today or even right away.
Another thing, oh,
Carrie.
I was just, since we're on the topic, has there been any change, like budget over budget and the amount that's transferring around?
Yes, a great question. And yes, quite significantly. You actually can see in this chart a 22% change in transfers between this biennium budget and last. And that's frankly partly due to our reorganization and us taking a sharper pencil to, is the general fund subsidizing the other funds, was really our question. And I think the answer was yes. And so we've corrected that in this budget. I think there's still an efficiency question here. Should we be doing more direct billing to the funds? We're going to look at that through the biennium, but I think this is a much more accurate picture of really where positions and projects should be funded.
And it goes back to the FTE allocation.
I was just gonna add that we finance people like to divide people up into portions, and that's not how the real world works. So Emma and I have had a lot of discussions on how FTE counts go, and it's something that I think going forward is a growth opportunity for us. The other thing I wanted to call out is FTE count, specifically in the library. We made an update change to account for on-call staff. The dollars didn't change, but we upped the FTE count to account for the people on call. And going back again to my analogy is we have people that come in, we call them when we need them, but they're not allocated, they're allocated on a dollar basis. And from finance, we don't really allocate them because they're not people that come in 8 to 5 every day. So we wanted to account for them in this budget, and we increased in the library their position, I believe it's 1.1, up to a total of 19.25.
That also is a better apples to apples comparison to last year. A couple of you caught the FTE in library seems to not have grown. I thought we passed an adjustment through our public safety fee. You're absolutely right. We made it back to the apples to apples so you can see that growth, and Brent, our library director, can talk about that more in his budget presentation.
And then the final big changes that we have is for CIP in the utility funds. I believe it's water, wastewater, and stormwater. In years 3 through 5 in those projections, I wasn't capturing the correct CIP numbers that we were using in those years. It doesn't affect this biennium, but it affects the forecast. And those forecasts are still in the black and within policy, but we did change the capital amounts in those. Kudos to Peter for pointing out that those were off in those years, and we just wanted to make that correction and make it transparent what we did. Any questions on the updates and changes that we've given y'all? All right.
Okay.
So with that, we have a full roster today of people coming up to talk about their different departments. We're starting off today with Joseph Briglio, and he will talk about his assortment of departments that report to him.
Save the best for first. The old saying goes. Joseph Briglio, city manager. No shade, Brent. Sorry, that was just a joke. I'm pinch hitting for our community development director, Laura Weigel. She has a family emergency, so I'll be taking over her budgets. And I think, according to Mike, I have 15 minutes to get through like 12 budgets, so hang in there. I'm gonna go fast, yeah. I'll try to go quickly and just hit the highlights, but obviously questions along the way. But we'll jump into it. So first one being, city manager's office. So we moved this office around a little bit.
Sorry, Joseph, I love to interrupt you. Can I just take 1 second?
Yes.
So just because it's gonna be a long day of this, to orient you, at the top of every slide, it'll tell you what tab to look at, what pages to look at. And I will try to have the directors pause so that you can flip, and then they can talk. So this is page 79 through 81 in your budget binder.
Thanks, Emma. So in the city manager's office, this was reorganized through the organizational assessment. So it now includes, if you think of the city manager's office as a budget, it just includes myself, Emma, economic development, project development from Mandy, and equity, essentially. But really, it also encompasses IT now, and in a general sense, we'll talk about those budgets separately, as well as our strategic engagement team. So those are the other kind of divisions that are part of the city manager department, so to speak, just to give some context there. And some of the accomplishments we were able to hit last biennium was obviously some of the support for the council goals, which we'll go into a little bit more in a second, but we also did this reorganizational assessment. So we wanted to see how we can become more of an efficient government, more modern government. And I think part of that has been a lot of this restructuring, but certainly also partly the headache I think we give our finance team for moving so many people around to different departments and trying to get smarter with our transfers and such. But that was a big undertaking. We also started implementing and institutionalizing Milwaukie Momentum, which is our strategic plan internally. Launching Copilot digital newsletter and making continued progress on our equity work plan. And the biennial community survey was done. You will see that. Our council will see it May 19th with our consultant. That is done. And then looking forward, continue to support a lot of the work from our council for affordability goals, parks, green space goals, and economic development goals. We're going to continue to kind of clamp down on storytelling, and that goes back to this piece about marketing and tourism. So I think you're going to see this piece talked about in different budgets, but because these are all different divisions and departments that will need to talk to each other as we start developing stories and sharing them with the community. I already mentioned efficiency, so working smarter together. We're going to continue to be the driver of that and completing the implementation of our strategic plan. So just some of the big things to think about. We moved a lot of the dollars that were supporting housing, affordable housing work, economic development work, and community development. We moved those professional service dollars to this budget because that's where the staff are now, and that's what it's supporting. So that's what you'll see in professional services line, or M&S line, I should say. But essentially, those will be things that will help us with some contractor third-party engagement around big goals like Kellogg restoration, the Milwaukie Bay Park Phase 3, economic development in general, but also there's a lot of things that come up, especially in development. Like when you think about Sparrow's site, that we need analysis and technical assistance with when it comes to transitioning property to a new entity or developing it. So we like to keep some buffer in our material and services line to account for those analyses, which could be access, updating design schematics for property, also doing like brownfield development assessments and the like. So that's why you see some of that being up. The M&S also accounts for our equity programs. Those are still in there. But not much change. We actually reduced the amount that it was when it was in community development. And what you see now for the M&S is it just incorporates kind of what we see the future of supporting council work, also their housing production strategy work, and trying to maintain those levels of performance. There at the bottom, you can see some of the risks involved is we have this conversation, I feel like every other week with council, but capacity is limited. So we do have a work plan. Any additional for instance, we're talking about MRL, councilors know this, Moderate Income Revolving Loan Program. That will need capacity, right? So these are going to be trade-offs within this budget line as well. So just things to consider as potential risks to that budget line for impacts, essentially.
Mayor Beatty?
So I see where where you're showing the transfer of things to the strategic engagement team, and so they're blanked out here. And under that, you have events, which I take to be the city's events. But since the equity position is under this line, where's our city events fund?
Yeah, that's all underneath set now.
Strategic
Yeah.
engagement.
We'll get to that.
It's under them, even though
Gabriella
still
is
is
in this
under you.
budget.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct. Good question. Any other questions? I got plenty to go through, so. Moving on to information technology. So as I mentioned before, information technology, which was under finance, is now under the city manager's office. Not physically, just in practice, I guess. Joe and his team have done a great job keeping us updated on all our hardware and software. One of the big things that they accomplished and helped with Peter's shop is the SCADA network upgrades to help with the water and wastewater programming. Cybersecurity continues to be a huge issue. Every single month, it seems like we are getting new alerts and potential attacks. And Joe's done a great job, and his team has done a great job to keep us safe for the most part. Consolidated phone services, streamlined maintenance agreements. So those are going to be reflected in the budget. I just want to give Joe Gardner a number of shout outs because he does a really good job in trying to keep his budget line, especially for materials and services, almost no movement. I think he actually went down in dollars, if I remember correctly, because he goes after like long-term contracts and tries to get rates locked in versus paying annual subscriptions that continually go up. So the cost continues to go up, and he's done a great job getting prices locked in. So that's why he's been able to keep things pretty stable.
I just wanted to make one comment. In the performance measures, it occurred to me that the work that's done to monitor what new technology is coming forward and figure out how any of that would be useful to the city might be an appropriate thing to add to the performance measures. Because I'm assuming from reading the narrative that he's doing that
Yes.
all the
Yes.
time.
Wonderful
And
suggestion.
it might be nice to recognize that as part of what I think is probably an important piece of the workload.
I think you're absolutely right, Chair Schachner, and that is right now being absorbed by our IT manager, Joe Gardner, because the other staff are really, they're triaging kind of IT issues each day. When we did our org assessment, we actually identified this as a place where, in a perfect world, I would add a business systems analyst that was constantly looking at those process improvements and keeping their eye on technological advancement so we could bring that in. We don't have the budget in the general fund right now to propose that position, but to our value of working smarter together and kind of becoming a modern and efficient city, it's an area that keeps me up at night. And Joe's amazing, but Joe has a big job. So I appreciate you calling it out. I think it is something we can add to the performance measures, and hopefully one day we can capacitate more sustainably.
Well, I mean, I think calling it out will make people continue to pay attention to the work that is going on.
Yeah.
Or that it needs to go on too. Okay, thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Joe and I have bi-weekly conversations where it's just about like, how can we not only keep the software and hardware updated to keep us safe, but also a big part of it's human error. And so trying to keep everyone trained and acknowledge that there's a lot of attacks coming from all sides is a big piece of it as well. So part of the goals moving this next biennium is continuing to facilitate training for that, as well as just being more aware of how we can use software more efficiently. We're also trying to reduce our server counts. We have an incredible amount of servers that are costly, and so moving over to cloud is helpful there. There's also, it also just takes a long time to move what's been internally on servers over to the cloud. So there's a cost to that, but also many times it's a reduced cost. And then obviously, like I mentioned, increased cybersecurity. That's going to be continual for the rest of our lives, probably. As I mentioned, I think Joe has done a really good job in trying to keep the costs pretty stable. subscriptions, software, everything's going up. You're gonna see that, probably hear that a million times today. But we've done a really good job on trying to lock in rates and keep things somewhat stable. There is with the move into this next, I don't know, iteration or epoch of humanity, putting everything online and AI and such, putting more online does put us more at risk. So things to just consider as we want transparency. So you put more contact information, you put more emails online, you put more information in general, it can be used against you. So just FYI, that's a security risk. There's a trade-off there. And then as we continue to have software and hardware basically time out and become necessary to change over, everything just costs more and more. So we're trying to do a good job on managing how long we can keep like PCs in practice without hurting us on the security side too. So that's another trade-off, or actually just risk management piece of this.
If I could add real quick,
Yeah.
Personally, like Joe Gardner is such an exceptional employee here that he does all of this IT stuff, and he also knows payroll. He also knows utility billing and all of this. All of the different factors that he touches in this city is amazing, and how he organizes it and keeps this all in his head and thinks about efficiencies, cost-wise, all this is exceptional. And I just have a lot of respect for him, so I just wanted to give him kudos.
Mike's still sad that I took him from under a finance to put him under, so.
It makes sense, but he comes in, business registration, anything technical in the city, he is willing to step up, and the number of hats that he wears is just exceptional. So I just want everybody to know how much we appreciate him.
Yeah.
And his mom worked for the city of Milwaukee, so we've got 2 generations of Milwaukee wisdom in one employee.
And they're getting a new FTE.
This is our GIS coordinator, was moved from Public Works into the IT division to support citywide use of GIS technology.
Yeah, so that's actually a great kind of the finishing piece to this is part of the reorg, and the need to really reduce security risk is centralizing a lot of the IT conversations in general, and also the software and also subscriptions. We were kind of a little bit of the Wild West over the years of like, some departments were like, yeah, we're going to get this technology and this subscription. And it really needs to go through IT and be vetted before we do any kind of new technology or an additional technology without having their input. So we've centralized the IT governance to go all through IT now, which obviously makes sense if I'm just talking about it, but that hasn't always been the case. Councilor Massey.
Gosh, Joe Gardner for president. I'm all aboard, but I will tell you, it's concerning that so much expertise and capacity is resident in one person. And I just want to say, we need to think about that. Yeah.
We have this conversation about redundancy quite a bit when it comes to this position, as well as a few others, but this is certainly one of them.
It strikes me that it's similar to a situation of documenting software. You need to start putting on paper what he knows and what he coordinates.
Yes, and he's, funnily enough, he's leading our SOP documentation effort. But
good.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think there's again, we had to make some hard decisions and not put a lot of the FTE asks that I think need into this, one of which being that business systems analyst, another being a second utility billing technician. We'll talk about that more in the finance piece, but Joe was that 8 years ago, and we still turn to Joe for a lot of questions because we need more redundancy in that position.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Moving on to SET. So our strategic engagement team, which was part of the city manager's office, is now it's essentially its own little division. Some major accomplishments last biennium, Milwaukie Fest, which is a huge success, coming back this year, better than ever. Expanded our volunteer opportunities. We've launched our improved website. Hopefully you think it's improved. Implemented new staff and intranet. That's things that you don't see, but that's actually helped us quite a bit with coordination and SOP work and things of that nature. continued support with our arts committee and a lot of our art procurement, and supported our NDAs continually with the grant process. Goals into the next biennium, again, you see storytelling here. This is going to be a big focus for this team, and their engagement with other teams as well, and how we want to get to the place where we're telling our story better. I feel like I've heard Councilor Massey say it to me so many times that we don't do a good job we do a lot of good things and we just don't do a good job talking about it, telling it. So we've taken a lot of that to heart, and that's going to be a big focus in this next biennium, certainly with this team and a few others. And that goes with public engagement across the board. So you'll see, obviously there's no, you can go to the next slide. You'll see there's no actual and estimated 25, 26 because this is a new department, or new division, I should say. Formally, you'll see we moved all this so that if you look at the slide versus what you probably have in your budget book, it breaks it down quite a bit better in your budget book. But on the slide, you'll see the M&S line. That incorporates all of our city-related events, the monthly pilots, our NDA support, so the money that we give our NDAs, engagement and marketing, and our website needs. And so we believe it's gone up over the last biennium just by a little bit, but we're hoping that little bit helps us improve our ability to do events and some of the marketing piece. As I have priorities and trade-offs, the pilot and printing and postage continues to get, it's expensive to run a monthly newsletter. It really is, a paper version of it. We're building more ways to share our message through the co-pilot, but we could have a potential conversation down the line where that becomes just maybe too overwhelming financially and resource-wise. Right now, we are able to continue to do it, and we budgeted for it, but it continues what has happened last biennium into this next biennium, those costs are going only one way. So just another conversation potentially to have. Events are also getting, again, you're gonna hear this a million times. Events are getting more expensive, so that's why it's gone up a little bit. NDAs, they need more money because all the permits have gone up from NCPRD, and so we've been supporting them. And then we have moved the art-related budget out of here. You'll see that in a later slide, a later budget. And that's for reasons I'll discuss then. But any questions with the set team?
I have a few, actually. First off, the 3.5 people, it's Jordan, Jason, half of Hannah, and who's the?
Dan.
Yep.
Oh, Dan.
Events.
Okay. And so there is still a line in here for Public Arts and Rolling Mural Fund?
Yeah, so that's because the fund is new, we have that 20,000 this biennium is shown as a revenue into the art fund. Going forward, we'll put that fund, I hope will just generate itself, and in future years, the city manager's office won't have to budget for it, but we didn't want to start this biennium with zero funding for art. So that fund includes this funding, kind of transferred over, as well as a projection for some 1.5% for art. There's still a little bit of a balance from the City Hall fund that closed in the last biennium, but just we didn't spend all the art budget there, so that also went into the art fund. Yeah.
Okay. And then just curious about the city website, number of views going down so precipitously. Why is that? I mean, I know there was the refresh, so there was a period where it was down or whatever, but why would it have gone down so much in terms of return visits to the city website?
Yeah.
And stayed down. I mean, it might have gone down during the...
That's a good question, Mayor. I don't have a good answer for you. I'm not sure if, I guess my first question would be to the set team of whether those 130, 120 impressions were actually real or not. Like that's my first question. Yeah. Maybe that wasn't a realistic, or those aren't accurate numbers, but I could be wrong.
Maybe it was because people kept trying to find something over and over and find it.
Thank you, Leslie. That's a
positive.
Great answer.
That's very positive. I like that.
I mean, I'm one of those people.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a good question because Half is a lot. Good question. I don't have a good answer, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Could I ask Joseph, so to clarify with the Arts Fund, that 20,000, or, yeah, 20,000 is in addition to the 70,000 that's in the Public Art Fund?
It's
or is
reflected in that that transfers in line that has the 83, that's 20,000 as part of that.
Okay. And then the events line item here, is that different than the sponsorship that you've mentioned in the past? Okay.
Yeah, good question. Yes, it is. And that's on purpose. So this is our events that we run, and to support other events that other people run, that's outside of this.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, now I'm confused.
Council President was asking about the MRC budget line where we added some sponsorship dollars to support events. And he was wondering if that was part of this as well. And those are two separate.
This 100K each fiscal year includes the MCEF, the Milwaukie Community Event Fund, as well as the city's signature events.
So all cities, all events produced by the city are generated from the city.
One last question. I think I've put this marker down before, but are we in this budget, or as we're sending the money over to our NDAs, telling them specifically how we can use those dollars? I know NDAs have had some questions about this, some concerns with different additional restrictions that are being done.
Yes, so there was a comprehensive update to the Milwaukie Neighborhood Enhancement Program, which is our NDA grant program in the last year. So there are very clear guidelines that I actually believe were voted on by city council and approved by resolution of what is a applicable expense for their grant dollars and what they can give grants out to others for. So that's all very clearly documented. We take feedback from the NDA leadership at our quarterly meetings. There's always going to be some kind of one-off cases that are a little hard, but I think that the improvements have really actually helped with clarity about what is and is not an eligible expense.
Yeah.
I just had a quick question. This is the strategic engagement and Engage Milwaukie registered users. It looks like maybe about a 10% increase year over year. Is that pretty is that a standard increase, or especially when we're talking about the expense of producing the pilot, is that something that should be a little bit more of an aggressive goal?
Yeah, excellent question. I saw some of your concerns in the questions that were raised on through the email, and which were also excellent. I will say this is specific to just the software Engage Milwaukie. So that's essentially building up more of a user base every year. 10% is been it's not aggressive, but it's certainly been just something that we've shot for. But outside of that, our engagement and wanting to have more folks involved, we don't have a good metric for that. That's, I think, maybe your real point there, right? Is how do we actually measure those engagement pieces?
And I think the co-pilot, which is the digital newsletter we launched this year, is a really good toe in that system. But one of the things that's in this M&S, actually it's in the IT budget because we're running all software purchases through IT, is a newsletter software. So we were hopeful that a digital newsletter software. So we were hopeful that our website's kind of pre-packaged thing would be good. It's okay. It's not my standards. So we've got a very modest amount for getting something like a MailChimp newsletter, which I think is, again, to bring us into 2026 in a way to reach people and give more timely updates on city business, which, again, as the pilot's wonderful, but as the pilot becomes more and more expensive, I'd love to say, but it's okay, guys, I have 20,000 subscribers on the co-pilot, so they're going to receive the information this way. We need to be more ambitious, I think, on driving that digital engagement.
I think that when it comes to goals, it's that's what everybody's shooting for. So, and sometimes goals can be lofty and maybe knowing that you won't necessarily get there. But I think sometimes if you set them too conservatively, it's it doesn't create the emphasis that can be beneficial. In addition to that, if you're working with a newsletter type software, I know a lot of those programs also offer an SMS option through my day job. I work with a lot of newsletters to the state of Washington. A lot of those are delivered via SMS. And
That's good.
so having
That's
that
good enough.
option, can be really beneficial for people that are always busy. And so getting like a quick little link, like there's a city that I even get a link to their newsletter that it's posted that I don't have to remember. And so, again, I think that those enhancements could, reach a different audience perhaps.
Yeah.
And also reduce our reliance on a printed material.
Yeah, I think it's a really good critique, actually. And we've been talking about just this week, finally picking and selecting a newsletter, e-newsletter vendor. So I didn't know about the SMS though piece, so that's something I'm gonna look into. That's neat.
So I'm just curious, what is the current distribution of the co-pilot?
I believe it is maybe up to 100, but it's still pretty low.
Oh, it's pretty low.
It's pretty
We
low.
need to get it out there.
We need to get it out there more.
Actually, I think I signed up for it, but I can't remember getting it in the last couple of months, so I don't know if it ended up in my spam
Might have ended
folder
up in your
or
spam
Yeah.
folder, so we gotta up our game there. I agree with you. And I do know that one of the subscribers is my uncle from Greenfield, Massachusetts. He doesn't count.
Well, that would be a good measure to put in this table next
Counts.
time around.
Yeah. At this point, well taken. Okay, thanks. So moving into community development, so for Laura Weisel. So we blew up this a little bit, this department. As you can see, we moved the URA components, economic development, housing related services to the city manager's office. City CIP engineering staff also moved to public works to support a lot of the public works utility staff as well and have them coordinate better. And we've also developed the development services division, which we'll talk about in a second. And code compliance moved from the police department to this department as well. So the key here is going to be really the goal, I would say, over the next biennium, to just put it into one sentence, is to increase the effectiveness of our development services across the board. So going through planning, building, engineering, and that coordination needs to be much more tight than it's been because the volume has only increased over the last 4 years. And so that was part of all these moves that we saw from other departments as well as in community development, was to hopefully enhance and make the user experience better when they're going through the development process. And so you'll see some of that reflected here. So again, I mentioned development and housing, or next slide, sorry. Development, housing, economic development, all is in this CMO's office. So the materials and services line has really gone down in this budget because we moved a lot of that out of it. There's still some remaining M&S to support management work that's critical for code enforcement, planning, and development services. So when I was community development director, I always like to have some in the M&S for support as projects come up and as maybe planning or building or engineering didn't have budget for, we could actually support and buffer to help the work happen. So it's minor, it's not much. Obviously you can see it's $39,000 a year, but nothing much. That's why you see it reduced so much from the previous years. But why there's still some there. Okay, that's it. Code. We moved code into community development, and the idea of that is they're not necessarily law enforcement, and we don't want them to be seen as law enforcement. They enforce code, yeah, certainly, but those are separate. And I'm sorry, Member Schumacher, did you have a question in the last one?
No.
I just wanted to make sure. We wanted to move them over to who they typically engage with the most as far as city staff, and that's primarily our building services folks, our planning folks, and our private engineering folks, quite a bit. So a lot of the code work they use to enforce are codes that are used by everybody in community development. So that's why we moved them there, because that's where they've primarily been dealing with on a staff-to-staff basis. Some of the things that they've done over the last biennium, added more parking enforcement downtown, developed and implemented compliance strategy, revised residential tree protection ordinances, which has been obviously a big thing over the last 2 years, draft revisions in previously adopted camping ordinance. That was a big part of the last 2 years. And the coordinated disposal of 4 abandoned recreation vehicles. We do receive grants from Metro, or $10,000 grants to help dispose of those recreational vehicles. So thanks to Tim and his team for getting those dollars. And moving into the next biennium, we really want to have better collaboration. And we've heard from the public as well as from City Council that we want to have more of an engaged and more, I don't want to say aggressive is the wrong word, but more responsive and proactive, yeah.
Could I ask you a question? What was the policy that was implemented with the camping ordinance and its enforcement procedures? What changed with that?
The code that we wrote was to help the city. If you remember, as camping was becoming an issue throughout the metro, and it still is actually, we were trying to be cognizant of the federal, it's the circuit court law of where people can camp and where they can't. And we had to update our natural resources code and our downtown code to reflect where folks were not allowed to actually camp so that we could actually enforce it, because we weren't able to enforce much on camping without that code. So that was a piece of it. So now we can in most of downtown and in most of our natural areas throughout the city. Does that answer your question, or is that?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have a clear sense of what it had been, but I could certainly see things that were happening, and so that does help. Thank you.
You're welcome. The big goal for the next biennium is really to collaborate and be more proactive in code compliance. And we also, you might have seen, we've changed the name, and Laura would hate for me to ever say code enforcement, because it's really about code compliance. And that's like another branding change as well. We want to approach residents to comply with code, not to be enforced upon code. So that's kind of just a cultural shift that we're going to be pursuing as we become more proactive. Question?
Could you also just bullet points on the revisions for the residential tree protection? Just what were the changes that were part of that revision?
Goodness.
I'm sorry.
It's a good question.
I'm so
a good
sorry.
question.
Nope.
I just am, it's like, yeah, Peter's back here.
So, yeah.
So what was?
So the change, the tree code was adopted in 2022. It changed a bit during this last biennium per council direction. This very high level bullet points for you, Member Schumacher, would be, I think some of the requirements were increased on developers to try to protect more trees during the development process. Increased fines, increased requirements for tree protection, tree replacement, and tree retention. On the residential side, council's direction has been to be more objective, I guess, in sort of helping folks understand, or helping folks who say that it's having private infrastructure impacts, how we're defining what's reasonable in order to, not make folks feel too, increase pressure on developers, decrease a little bit on residential. So all of that then trickles down to code compliance, because when we get calls either from neighbors or we see something or a council member texts me about something, we have to send a council or a code compliance person out there.
And I would say specifically on the development components, we increased the mitigation fees as they related to canopy removal. And we also added a new fee associated with a removal of a significant tree that was larger than, I think, 30 inches. Yeah, so we included that in our latest package of code updates. And as Emma mentioned, we were trying to take a more objective approach to what's a reasonable, trying to better define reasonableness within the code, and providing our staff those tools to work with residential property owners if there's damage to infrastructure. We also included some language in our residential tree code that recognize trees that were within 10 feet of a property or a dwelling unit that it could be removed. So
That could be removed without being sick or dying, is that what you're saying?
it would meet that would be one of the approval criteria. Yes.
Okay.
It did not need to be sick or dying.
Can I just one additional question around the sick or dying. I think that when I think about like when I'm driving through neighborhoods and thinking about the financial burden on maintaining, trees on your property, et cetera, and just like the lack of knowledge, I would just be curious if there's anything or could be done to, if people, like I see like ivy growing on like really old, like growth trees, and I know that can sometimes cause them to, and I'm like, I think about needing to remove that or how it would affect. And so I think that there could be an opportunity to help us reach some of our canopy goals through some additional education and code compliance. Maybe a code compliance piece with that where it's like, hey, if you don't do this, this could happen sort of deal.
And you'll see when Peter comes up this afternoon to talk about the tree fund, we've got some dollars related to that kind of education and support. Thanks for the great point. Mayor Beatty?
Yeah, did the code compliance team actually physically move to this building as well?
They did.
They did.
They're on the second floor now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so the goal about conducting abatements to get to a resolution rate to some of these old cases that's this increase in professional and technical services line. That's what that's about.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
So, and obviously there's, with the tree code is already added, some more need for a resource. So yeah, that's all a part of it.
I mean, I know we have some, hoarder situation
Yeah,
cases
we have
that
some
have
long
been
cases.
pending for years and years and
Yes.
years and do need some attention. So,
Absolutely. I was just talking to a property owner this week about a 7-year lien that's on their property and wanting to get taken care of. So yeah, some of these cases are very long.
And to your question, Mayor, about the physical move of that team here, I think this all will help with that. I think code compliance, being next to the planners, being next to me, getting these phone calls, it just keeps them a little bit more in the throes of everything going on. Out at PSB, you can kind of be a little bit isolated from that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's so far, I think it's been great, actually. I think it's been good to have the code enforcement folks here, or code compliance folks here. See, it's old hat, sorry. And we did change the specific FTE for just parking that was part of this group to an actual enforcement. I always want to say officer, but that's old too. Code compliance specialist. So all positions there won't be one position that's just focused on parking. They will all be able to do parking and enforcement through that change. So it creates a little more capacity. Any other questions before I move on? Okay, development services. This is a new division that encompasses private engineering review, erosion control, building services. But you'll see building fund, it needs to be talked about by itself. But that's what this essentially new division encompasses. So what you need to see here, as well as in the building update, is we've continued to have an incredible amount of volume of development in this small little town of ours. And we've been trying this move to this new division is to force collaboration and reinforce collaboration with our staff when it comes to the development review process. So they're more physically, they're close to each other, but they're also underneath the same management structure. And that's really what we want to continue to build is in the muscle of this, is to create collaboration and streamline the process for folks that are applying for permits from start to finish. And that's really, again, part of what Laura, our community development director's work will be with the folks part of development services. And you'll see in the next budget, or just in the budget, it essentially, this one doesn't include building specific FTE, but this is essentially just accounts for the engineering piece of development services. I'm sorry if this is confusing because it makes sense to me, but I'm sure it doesn't for everyone. The three people you see here is an engineer and two techs. So they do a lot of the right-of-way work, a lot of the private review for engineering, land development review, that then gets adopted and received by our public works folks as infrastructure down the line. So it's a new division. It's building private engineering again, and those staff people are all under one umbrella now with development review. Hopefully, this will be the right move for us as to become more effective and efficient in helping folks build in Milwaukee. Okay, no questions?
Any questions? Anybody have questions?
Okay.
Moving on.
Planning, these are kind of our steady eddies. They've done some great work. Obviously code updates, middle housing updates. A lot of state laws have trickled down and made us have to change a lot of code, and they've done a great job in keeping up with a lot of the changes at the state level. Big lift from last biennium is the adoption of our new transportation system plan. That was an incredible lift. It took about 2 years to get done. That's I'm very happy to see. So a lot of code updates. The goals going forward is we're going to be focusing on our high density residential zone and some of the key aspects of that high density and why that zone is not maybe developing as much density as we'd like to see. Part of that will also include a conversation about neighborhood hubs in the next iteration of that, the third phase, so to speak, as well as some corridors conversations from our planning crew. There will be continued code amendments because the state isn't stopping with the updates from the legislature, so we'll continue to see those. And
is the high density residential zone geographic?
yes.
And
yeah.
where is it?
It's mostly, well, there's a couple different spots, but it's mostly around central Milwaukee. Yeah.
It's around the King Road.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up there.
Yeah, there's a couple places. It's mostly around our big corridors.
Okay.
Or our arterials. Yeah. Next slide. So they have five planners. Vera is their manager. She's amazing. And continue to dance with state compliance and updating. They can be unfunded mandates, so to speak. So you get new legislation from the state and you have to comply. And sometimes we don't have the technical expertise to make some of these code updates. So we need help. So that's what some of the materials and services will be for in the future, in the next biennium.
Is that different?
Microphone.
Those numbers are different from the proposed total for the biennium for the FTE. This is the employee benefits are 741. Am I on the right page? This is 115,
So this is
right?
page 115.
Yeah.
Can you say that again, Councilor Cosbody?
So
On my
what,
115, I have 5 FTE, and then salary and wages is 1096, and then employee benefits 741 with a total of 1837. Am I
and
missing?
that's the same here.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I combined the two groups together. That's what I did.
No problem.
Thank you.
Great. I'll take that. That's great. Any other questions for planning? It's kind of straightforward. Yes, Member Schumacher.
I was just curious about, sorry, it kind of carried over. So the predictable review timelines and just the number of like middle housing applications, et cetera, that you're planning on. I know that in my neighborhood association meetings, some of the public comment periods were incredibly short. And I was just wondering if as part of that review, is there that on the table for discussion? Is there any review of how long that people have to review that stuff?
So there's two different questions I feel like in that question. There's the notice to the public, which in most cases isn't going to happen anymore, or for some of these developments.
Because of state
law. Not because of something, we decided to do. The state has made a lot of the development, especially for middle housing, kind of by right. If you can kind of fit within a certain amount of criteria, then you get your permits and can build. You don't have to talk to your neighbors necessarily. So there's that piece. So you might not hear about some of the things that are happening right next door sometimes. And then the other part of your question is about review times internally. For planning, there's always been a 30-day review for when you receive a package application to get back to the applicant and whether it's complete or not. Those still exist. So there is still some of that review. Once depending on what the permit is, that review piece, once it's complete, the application is deemed complete, then yeah, some of those, there's still 120 days required by state to have if it's going to, it's a little bit wonky and in the weeds here for the planning, but some land use permits have to go before the planning commission or the city council, and there is a clock on those. There are other clocks as well now in the building and development review process, which is like, it's becoming a much more challenging to manage. So you have planning has clocks, building has some clocks, private review for engineering now has some clocks from the state, 45 days for some reviews. So like there's review times in almost every place now.
And Joseph, am I correct in saying there's some tensions here where we've got kind of state pressures to do things faster, maybe some community pressures to provide more time. The city has, I mean, we can't go beyond what the state says is the mandated kind of noticing period or comment period. And all of our processes comply with those state standards. So if there's a 14-day comment period on a type 2 variance, that's not us making that time horizon, that's the state. Is that an accurate statement?
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. Hopefully that's helpful. I know it's like kind of a
Is there a chart that shows those overlapping?
We have not created a chart like that yet.
But that would be, I mean, that'd be good.
Yeah, I heard you say yeah.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, we held a town hall about a year ago about middle housing, because we feel the same things sounds like you're hearing at the NDA is just kind of concern, questions, wanted to educate folks. We brought in a person from the state to talk about their piece of it. I think it's important for folks to know, you can always come and share your thoughts with your city council and with your staff, but you also have elected representatives at the state level too. And so if you're interested in this topic and interested in this issue, you want to let your reps and your state senators know as well, because that's where policy about this is also driven.
Is there a way right now that if somebody was incredibly engaged and just wanted to know at the city level, like where would they be able to, is there any transparency that they couldn't actively engage in if the public notice isn't required or something that?
Yes. Yeah. So you can always reach out to planning, building, development services. Laura herself, she can also, if you have you want to know what's maybe happening next door, we usually have a sense of whether someone did a pre-application. So before they even get to permitting, they usually tell us, they're thinking about something.
Okay.
Whether that happens or not is still up in the air, but you can get some information if you're proactive, yes.
Is any information on by right? So someone submits an application, Joseph, and it's by right. Do we publish that anywhere? Do we publish it on the website, or is is there a public view into that?
Not that I'm aware of, but I could be wrong because I'm not CD director right now, so it could be happening. Yeah.
And then just my last kind of question. I mean, I know that there's a lot of pressure in general, like population density has to happen to help relieve some of the housing crisis. But I think that I would just be curious. I know that the language, I think it's like build to rent, or there's some legislation at the national level where they're talking about this. I'm just curious if are we, is the city able to set any goals around how much can be, can we have any say in if it can be purchased or if it's just for rent? Because I think that to really solve the housing crisis, we have to build opportunities for people to develop equity. Mm-hmm. So if all the middle housing is just rent, I don't know that it's really is providing a long-term solution.
Yeah, it's a good discussion. I think we agree, staff agrees, and I think our council would say they agree, because a lot of the push for some of these developments that have certainly have any kind of income restriction have been to have more home ownership opportunity, not just rent opportunities. For instance, the Sparrow site that the city is developing out in Island Station, that's going to be home ownership opportunities instead of rent. It initially started as rental, but it's changed.
And to your question about like, what can the city do? When Joseph talks about our construction excise tax fund in just a second, which funded that, that's where council can say, for the use of this funds, we want it to go to affordable home ownership, and they have said that. And that was how that RFP was developed.
Yeah. Mayor?
Well, I just had, oh,
Hopefully I can make this one fast. Going back to the notification, I just want to understand the process with the changes and how it's communicated to the NDA land use chairs. There's I believe, annual training that they all go through, and I'm wondering if there's some way that we can meet some of the community concern about notification by making sure that the things that come to us go to the land use chairs.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
And then they have that ability to disseminate within the NDAs.
Yeah, that might already be happening, but if it's not, it's a really good idea. That's an excellent idea. Thank you. Yeah, I like that. Mayor?
well, I was just gonna say to, Member Schumacher that, we mentioned the Engage Milwaukie platform before, and that platform has all the materials from that middle housing town hall last summer. And so that does, some of those attachments there will explain what the state has mandated. So I definitely encourage you to look at that and share that with people that are asking. Also, it's been interesting to watch the middle housing. I mean, I think most of it is built with the intention of ownership. Some of it is, not all of it, but I think a lot of it is built with the intention of ownership. It's not selling at the price points that people thought they might get for it. And so some of that, there's in particular a project on Olson Street near 42nd that I believe they've taken some off as rentals. I mean, they have sold some, but it's my understanding they've taken some off and put them as rentals because they weren't getting the price points they were expecting to get.
Yeah. That's good. That's good, Mayor. They, when the middle housing HB 2001 kind of was starting to roll out, they updated it to include land divisions, expedited land divisions for those new units to be created so that you could do home ownership, which would have not necessarily existed without that new provision. But as the mayor says, the market isn't so excited yet about some of those opportunities. But we'll see what happens. Still very new.
Chair, can I recommend, I think Joseph has 3 more, building fund, art fund, CET.
Yes,
Can we
and
take
then
a
we-
break after that?
Sounds good to me.
Mr. Cosbody.
I think, are you on you just finished the building fund right now?
I'm going right
Okay,
now. Yeah.
okay, I'm ahead of you, sorry.
Right on. A building fund, so this is underneath, I'm just trying to keep things so you kind of get a sense. This building fund and the folks that are funded by the building fund are underneath development services. So they also work with our private development engineers. So the takeaway here is very similar to development services and community development in general. We're continuing to see an amazing volume for our size city when it comes to permits. And it is clunky in some ways, but I will say, like, our staff, for what we've continued to build capacity. When I got here, we only had three people in this building fund.
And as I recall, we contracted with the county for a lot of our services because we didn't have the capacity.
Yeah. And we had the money too. Like we had funds to actually add capacity. So we've been heavily reliant over the years on building on third-party consulting and services. We've built capacity over this last biennium by adding quite a few inspectors and plans developers. And we also, I will say, not only have we had an IGA with the county to provide some inspection services, we've reduced that so much, quite a bit, because we have in-house talent now. But we also had an IGA with Happy Valley when we had some staffing changes because there was only 2 folks in our building department at one point, or the building division. So we had to get more services from our neighboring city. And I say all that because we built capacity and we have so much going on that the IGAs are going the other way now, just so you all know. We are now getting Happy Valley and the county going, hey, can you guys have staff technicals? You guys have the staff and capacity to do some of these.
They're contracting with us.
Yeah, exactly, essentially. It's going the other way now. It used to be just a one-way street for us, and now it's it's coming back. So it's cool to see. We have enough work to keep people going. And what's interesting, you can go to the next slide too, is we've reduced our reliance on third-party contracts because of that. We were trying to streamline a lot of our development processes, which I've talked about many times now. But we're still trying to remain conservative in what we see development going in the city. As the mayor suggested even before we started this conversation, is building it can't stop. It's volatile. And this is a volatile time. Trying to figure out what's going to happen the next year, 2 years is good luck. But we have seen Milwaukie be more stable when it comes to development than our peer cities over the last 2 years. For some reason, developers finding us very interesting. I think partly that's because of a renaissance happening in our commercial areas. And also middle housing, we've become like a middle housing place. Like, I think partly because we've been open and more receptive as a community and as a council and as a planning commission in general versus some other cities who have really not wanted to happen. So we're still in a pretty good spot, I will say, as we move forward in this next biennium. But that could certainly change on a dime. Macroeconomics could certainly have a play as costs continue to rise, interest rates rise, we'll see. But we're having, the Chase Bank is gonna go up with 45 units downtown. As Emma mentioned, Beacon Dental, which is across the street from Good Measure, that's the same developer. They're also gonna be demoing and hopefully doing something very similar right across the street from. So we still have interest, we still got building happening, which is, I'll say, unique, and I'm grateful for it. It says a lot about this leadership, and I would say also staff's willingness to try to figure out how to work with a lot of this new legislation, new code, new processes, and also the developers.
We have
Yeah,
a question.
yeah, go ahead.
It was just about the contingency, the same thing with the number, the 50%. Is that a statute thing or is that arbitrary as well?
That's our policy, as I understand. I'm gonna look to our finance director because we had a quick conversation before this, and I always want to call them enterprise funds, have a policy of 50%, but utility funds are the
But for
same.
contingency, you're right, yeah, so we're showing it in both years. We should, for cleanup, we can clean it up, the 893. But this was what I was alluding to before, and a lot of those others, we were showing them in both years, and we should only be showing them in one for the biennium. So, yeah, we can clean that one up.
But the policy requirement of 50%, that's not like a statute, that's something we can
No,
change to.
that's
It's the same as the
internal.
other one, that's internal.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the building side of things? Okay, great. Moving on to construction excise tax. Hang on with me. I only got two more. Construction excise tax. We've done a lot with this since over the last biennium and certainly going forward. But we closed out Hillside Park and Short Stack Milwaukie. So we used $2 million of CET dollars to support those amazing projects. So around 300 new units of income restricted housing that included rental and ownership. So good job, you all, for setting this tax fund up and also using it for really important housing related needs. We also launched CET related economic development grant programs to support businesses outside the URA. So obviously URA is kicking butt and doing some good things. We wanted to use funds in the CET to help businesses outside the URA. And so we have programs that basically mirror the grant programs in the URA. We just launched those within the last several months. We're getting some traction there. We're going to continue doing that because we do have some funds to help support businesses. We also have a large portion of the affordable housing bucket of CET, and I'll show you what I mean in a second. That's going to the Sparrow site development. 450K of that is going to go towards that. And we're going to continue to support and provide assistance for the housing production strategy, as well as we are going to explore the first-time homebuyer revolving loan with CET dollars as well. And if you're wondering what CET dollars are, go to the next slide. Okay. That's the wrong way. Sorry. Yeah.
Buckets?
Yeah, buckets. Just so you know, we get a percentage of commercial development and residential development, 1% over $100,000 worth of construction value depending on what the development is. So residential development, think of like your new just single-family home, or if someone's doing an addition, anything over $100,000 in construction value, that's considered residential development, and a majority of that 1% tax that we take from that goes into what's called affordable housing, the affordable housing incentives bucket, activities bucket. So that's what we've used to support the development of Hillside and Short Stack. There's this other piece when commercial development happens, and commercial development is obviously industrial, also like your commercial centers like Milwaukie Marketplace, but commercial, it's not intuitive, but commercial development also includes like your high density residential. So like your apartment buildings, that's considered commercial building code development. So anything that falls under that, half of those dollars go into affordable housing activities, and half of those go into a bucket for economic development activities. So we've been using that affordable housing activities bucket to support things like Short Stack and Hillside, and now Sparrow. And we're also going to explore a revolving first-time homebuyer loan program, revolving loan program. And then with the economic development dollars, we have been budgeting for, again, mirrored grant programs similar to the URA to help businesses out in the community, out in the greater city of Milwaukee. So hopefully that makes some sense. Go to the next slide, Emma. Oh, sorry. Go. Yeah. So the year ahead, we have some dollars that we're going to continue. So you can look at that materials and services line. So it's $750 in that first year, the 27 biennial or fiscal year. $750, $450 of those dollars are going to go towards Sparrow to support the development of that, which we added in the RFP. And so the Development Northwest is going to receive some of that to help with a lot of the access issues and development of that site. And then $300,000 in each fiscal years to help with the ongoing grant programs. And then we'll probably, depending on what we see and what we learn in exploring for the revolving loan program for a first-time homebuyer, we'll have to do probably a budget adjustment to account for it, because I'm not sure how much that's going to cost or need, and where we'll be with our fund.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. Can you say that again, please?
So we're going to, part of our housing production strategy is to go explore the first-time homebuyer revolving loan program.
Right.
So we had talked about we'll find out what that all means, like as far as contract work with a third party, and then also how much money they'll need for a fund.
Yeah.
That I don't know yet.
Right.
So we'll have to probably do a budget adjustment based on that knowledge in the future. And then we'll also have to see where the fund balance is at that time, because I'm not sure what that it will be. Does that make some sense? Yeah, okay, great. Council President.
Yeah, two questions here. You've got $15,000 that were distributed this year from the URA or from the grant program outside the URA. Why do you think it will increase so much in the next biennium? Are we doing more marketing, or is this just conservative budgeting?
This is conservative budgeting. I hope we'll get a lot more traction. We haven't got as much attention with these programs outside the URA as those that are inside the URA, but I do think it's gonna go up, and I think it's a good budget for now.
Okay. And I guess the second question to Councilor Khosrowshahi's point, I see here in the resources a description of the commercial tax for affordable housing and for economic development, and then residential tax. But it looks like we're doing biennial. Are these biennial totals the estimate of how much revenue we will have received from those different buckets? As you're saying, we're kind of constrained by the buckets and how much money's in there. I would just want to make sure we have a clear picture of how much money is in each of these three buckets as you've described.
Yeah. I'm looking for my finance director, but I have known from conversations with our finance department about where the fund balance has been, and when talking with council about, essentially, I don't know where they are as of today, but we certainly have enough for the affordable housing bucket to use for $450 for the Sparrow. And then also as far as the grant programs, I know that money's in there, but as far as your question, I'm not sure on the details of those fund balances.
So it's also maybe related to the question I had. Yeah, I'm trying to look at this increase on the line that says residential tax funds for affordable housing from 80 to 193. and then dropping down to 34 projected ahead. What happened
Yeah.
there?
Conservative
budgeting. I
Yep.
think so. The 193, is again, the kind of increase in middle housing and multifamily development that we've seen. And I think the drop down is just a conservative estimate, of that, not banking on all of that rate of development increase,
Yeah.
continuing.
I would be happy to be wrong in any of the
But
forecasts.
so we saw more than doubling between 25 and 26
Mhm.
Yeah.
in that income line. Okay.
Yeah, great questions. Anything else?
No, I still wasn't quite clear on my,
Were you asking about what the fund balances were?
yeah, it looks like, I guess, as I'm reading the budget, it looks like in this biennium, we expect to get $50,000 in the commercial tax revenue for both affordable housing
Yep.
and economic development,
Mhm.
68,000 for residential development.
Yep.
And it's just unclear to me, is that what we anticipate the ending fund balance to be, 50, 68, or do we anticipate that that is additive to?
That's
what the-
additive too,
Okay.
and I think your point's well taken. This is a complicated one because there's almost like two funds within a fund. And to a very brilliant budget committee chair's comment that sometimes we like to make lots of funds to make it, more transparent, but then you have 400 funds. So I trust that our finance folks do the accounting on the back end to know where those buckets stand, but those buckets are not their own fund. They all are in this fund. We will have to follow up with what the current fund balances are in the housing versus economic bucket. I don't think we have that data right now.
Would that data show up in Socrata?
It might. I will ask Judy on the break and we can circle back to this one later in the hearing.
Okay. Did you have a question?
I guess
Okay.
my one last question, last biennium, we estimated that commercial tax would be far higher than it actually was. And I wasn't here for last budget cycle. Can you explain a little bit about those assumptions? And I think that would help me understand a little bit more about some of the assumptions we're making in commercial tax this time, especially considering that we're seeing two, what I would think of as commercial developments in our downtown.
Yeah. Fair. I think part of that was that we saw more property available that could be used for bigger developments. And those are going down. Like, so there's fewer opportunities. And again, though we could be wrong with that amount.
Chunk of that could probably have been Coho.
You're right. For our forecasts include, and depending on the year and depending on the conversations about the Murphy site, like
Exactly.
we've also
Coho
had,
and Murphy
yeah,
site probably looked a little rosier 2 years ago.
Yeah. For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, good questions, Council President. Art funds, this is a new fund. This fund is actually, so a lot has happened over the last biennium. Those are all the beautiful new pieces of art we were able to purchase right outside. And so this is a new fund, and part of it is, it follows up with the municipal code, which calls out for an art and public places fund to be made, which takes 1.5% of city projects like City Hall, and then puts it into a fund to be used for public art. And we're finally to a place where we're doing that, and we hope that it helps us administering the art fund and actually doing a better job kind of tracking the funds over time so that we can use it for public art. So you'll see in the next slide, there's $35,000 in both years. That's to procure and also to maintain art. We've procured quite a bit of art over the years, and we don't really have a good maintenance plan or funding plan for that maintenance. So part of the priorities for this next biennium is to really establish those protocols and to use those funds to maintain what we have so that they don't wear down too quickly, especially those outside in the elements. And yeah, I don't know if I have anything.
I'm just curious, is the art at the old City Hall owned? My understanding was that people were donating it there for 2 years at a time. Is that still happening or are we buying art for there?
It's both. It's still both. You talk about the sculpture garden?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the big cherry is
Yeah,
ours,
that's
right?
ours, yeah. But still, it's on rotation, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a good thing to give artists a chance to be seen and.
And in the case of Sphere of Spheres, we actually, let me go back so you can see the picture. The
Bottom left.
bottom left, that was in the sculpture garden, and then the city purchased it. And it is now in Dogwood Park, or might be Kronberg Park. I get confused on the boundaries down there.
Okay.
Dogwood.
Mayor Beatty?
So I'm confused about why the beginning fund balance why it starts with 2028 and not 2027.
I think because we had to do that transfer in that's coming in from the city manager's office, and these transfers. And so it's like a brand new fund, so it starts at 0. And then I think it's just a notion of like when a new fund is created. Is that correct, Mike?
It starts at 0, so day 1, July 1, 2027, it's a new fund, it's got 0. Then we're doing a transfer in to bring the 83,000 from, I think it's set in city manager budget to bring those in.
Okay.
And then it's a fund as of like July 2nd, once we do that transfer. And then that carries over to the end of that year, and then that fund balance goes to support the following year.
Okay.
Because then the fund has been created.
Yes.
It doesn't get created till next biennium.
Okay.
I think so concludes the Joseph Brilio show.
One
Before,
question.
oh, yes, Council.
Just have a question. Prompted by the question about the sculpture garden.
Mm-hmm.
And so the addition of the first fish herons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, should we be accounting for donations of art?
Absolutely, and that's part of the reason we wanted to create this in its own fund rather than a line item buried in a division of the general fund, because I think we do need to be, our inventory of public art is growing. The need to maintain that public art is growing. The need to be able to have strategic conversations about if someone comes to us with an estate and says, would you like to take this piece? Whether we say yes or no to that is growing. And so this fund is intended to include maintenance as well as procurement.
Well, my question was specifically about donations.
Sure.
And so, there's no cost, but there's value to the community. I'm not sure how you account for that.
There's value to the community, and there's requirement to maintain it once you accept it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
But the herons aren't staying, right?
I know, but they're there for 3 months.
Yeah.
So they provide value for a quarter of the year.
And the plinths will need to be maintained.
Yeah. Yeah. Chair, if you'd mind, if I could just say one thing before we take a break. I just really want to express my deep gratitude to Joseph. Joseph has worn so many hats in the last biennium, we lose count. He was the acting community development director while he was the assistant city manager. Then he was the acting city manager while I was out. You can just see by what you've seen in the last 2.5 hours how much wisdom and responsibility he has had to hold and navigate. I'm very excited in this biennium for him to just be the assistant city manager. And, but I just really wanted to share my thanks with all of you and really give major kudos. That is a lot of plates to keep spinning, and he's done an excellent job.
We all agree. We all agree.
The city needs to hire more. The city needs to hire more Josephs.
Well, it sounds like that we have a lot of really good staff, I mean, look at our IT guy,
Who's also a Joseph.
I wanted a comment on to, kind of partner with that. I would just say, like, as somebody that's lived in the city for over a decade, like, the changes that have happened are they're incredible. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna take a break.
Yeah, can we say 10-minute break?
10 minutes? Okay, so we'll be back at 11:30, everybody?
11:30?
And then are we bringing lunch and we're gonna eat?
Lunch is being provided to you. Oh, no, we'll take a break for lunch. We're gonna try to get through Scott's presentations before we do
Okay,
lunch.
so it'll be a little afternoon before
Yeah.
we break for lunch.
12:30-ish for lunch, if that
Okay.
works for everyone.
Okay, thanks. See you back soon. All
Yes.
right. Well, we're back from our break a little bit late, and so we're going to get started as quickly as possible. And I'm pretty sure our two other members will get here as quickly as they can. Scott?
Thank you, Chair Schochner. Good morning, Budget Committee, council members. Good to be with you. Before I get started, I'm just going to throw out a couple of caveats that if you will bear with me, I am fresh off being out of the office for a week, having been at a conference in California. And I have notes, and my colleagues have filled me in on some things, and so I think I'm up to date, but bear with me on that front. And I also want to thank my colleagues for moving me up in the agenda today. I do have a family memorial to attend this afternoon, and so I am a little scatterbrained, but we'll pull through it and we'll get done. I have 5 general fund departments to present to you this morning. And the first one is City Council. So as laid out there, major accomplishments and goals of the council the last 3 years, as council knows and Budget Committee knows, 3 new goals were adopted that has directed a lot of staff and departmental work, and the reports have been given on that. The goals are economic development, parks and green space, and affordability. So that has garnered a lot of council's attention the last few years. And they have continued to advance work related to parks and governance and climate action, which are previous goals, but have been very much institutionalized or for other reasons are very much front and center in the work of council. Some stats for you. As council is very aware, you are the liaisons to 28 different local regional committees, and that takes a lot of your time and a lot of report time and work that influences what the council does. And then in the last 2 years, in the last 2 fiscal years to date, you voted on you've adopted 98 resolutions and 19 ordinances. And some of the highlights that we pulled out, and there's many things that happen in those documents, but council terminated the 10-year rolling solid waste franchise and adopted an updated transportation system plan and public contracting rules, both of which hit the same council packet on the same day, and that created an almost 1,000-page packet. So that was fun. And goals for the Sparrow site were adopted. So those are the accomplishments and goals of the department. Did council want to highlight anything, council or budget committee want to highlight anything that we failed to pull out there over the last 2 years or that are on the radar for the next biennium? Okay.
Moving on.
Moving on. So financially, there is an increase in funding in this budget, and that's almost exclusively because of the increase in security, which council met several times on last year, and we discussed. I think we tripled the number of security officers we hire from Oregon Patrol Services. We now have 2 security officers present on the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays, and we added one on the 2nd and 4th Tuesdays for Planning Commission and the council study session. So there's an increase for security. We all have also budgeted for increase in the contract for Willamette Falls Studios, our amazing and brilliant and wonderful and super appreciated AV tech staff who make sure that our chambers is up to date and we broadcast on YouTube, on Comcast Cable Channel 30, and that we have backup videos as well. So the budget otherwise is set up to continue to support council's logistical needs in terms of AV and attending conferences and meals. And there's also funding in there for a lobbyist, $10,000, which has been in the fiscal year budget for the last 4 or 5 years and hasn't been especially used. And I understand that perhaps adjacent to that note is there is a question about a request to support the Willamette Falls project. That is as much as I know about that. So I think we wanted to pause here, right, Emma, and give them a chance to discuss that funding request.
Yes, Mayor, I'll let you take it away.
Sure, I'm happy to talk about that. So late last year, I sent around the letter that was in the packet that you guys got. I sent around some of that same material. I went to a meeting at the Willamette Falls Lodge. So if you're not following what's going on at Willamette Falls, it's a kind of a confluence of a bunch of different groups working on different parts of it. The Oregon City side and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Willamette Falls Trust and the West Lynn side, but the locks are actually kind of a separate thing, and they're trying to get the locks transferred from the federal government to Oregon. And they've gone through a lot. I mean, that's been in the process for 10 years or more. they are on a track to actually have that happen in the next couple of years. And once the locks are repaired and reopened, I think they think the Locks Authority will have a sustaining stream of income from usage fees for the locks. But over the next 4 or 5 years, they are in some financial, in needing financial support. And so they asked cities to chime in, to contribute with, cities along the river to contribute with financial support. And they asked us specifically for $10,000. In a world of ready resources, I would say, of course, we want to support this regional asset, and reopening the locks will benefit us in some ways. Will certainly benefit boaters who come through Milwaukie who might want to use the locks. I love one of the things that in some of their materials is wine tours that leave from, could leave from Milwaukie Bay and go out to to Newburgh, But is this the way we want to spend $10,000 in our budget constraints, I guess, is the question. I think Councilor Anderson brought it up recently too, so he had maybe spoken with somebody, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Christine Lewis, our Metro Councilor, is the head of this Locks Authority. Yeah.
Is the Locks Authority a new entity?
Relatively new couple, don't ask me the chronology, but as an entity recognized by the state, it's got a funky status in the state. It's like somehow a public benefit corporation or something like that, it's called. It's been established under state law for only 2 or 3 years.
And will it be the owner of the locks?
I believe so. I believe so.
And is the $10,000 a recurring?
I believe they're hoping it's an annual commitment.
Those are my 2 questions. Any other?
I know at least, I appreciate you highlighting the lobbyist funds that we have, that we haven't traditionally used in the past. I don't know about an annual commitment just because I don't think that we have $10,000 or $20,000 identifiable in our budget. But I do think there was a great article in the Oregonian, or it might have been the Willamette Week, about projects along the Willamette River. And I think that this is an opportunity, really at the centerfold of those projects is the work that's happening around the Willamette Falls. The tribal area is being redeveloped, the falls locks that will create new access from the upper Willamette to the lower Willamette. And I think this is an opportunity for us to work in partnership with other organizations in the region. I would love to see us shift some of that lobbyist money towards this one-time expenditure. And if we ever wanted to consider something ongoing, maybe that's something we consider later down the road if we had funds available.
I am in favor of trying to find the money. I think that Milwaukie is one of the jurisdictions that's benefited from the settlement and the colonization along the river. And I think this is a really good opportunity for us to be able to pay back some of that benefit in a way that supports the redevelopment and the redistribution of work along this major corridor. So I'm in favor of finding the money. I think it's appropriate.
William?
Is this a conversation that actually needs to happen today? Because my understanding is that this money would in the future come from this pot. It's just what line item potentially?
I think, yeah, Member Johnson, I think it's if you want us to increase this budget by $10,000, we need to know. If this is a swap, we don't need to amend the budget at all, but that's the conversation today.
We have 10,000 over the biennium or 10,000 each year for lobbying? Per fiscal year. I mean, I will say, I always thought the lobbying money was, I think to some degree we were wanting to have lobbying dollars thinking about fundraising for the dam and potentially fundraising for Milwaukie Bay Park. Those were kind of places where we thought the lobbyists, for federal and state funding would be helpful. in the scheme of what it takes to hire a lobbyist, $10,000 doesn't go very far. So I'm okay with the idea of a transfer, I guess I would say. Yeah. Robert?
Yeah, I think, to echo what the mayor said, I think that, $10,000, this has come up a couple of times, and we just said, what could we get, what kind of lobbying support could we get for $10,000? And it was like, well, can you get anything? But at the same time, I would just, I would hate to, sort of walk away from a contingency or whatever you want to call it. I mean, we can certainly change this $10,000 expenditure based upon, what we think is expedient needs and that kind of thing. I would hate to just walk away from the idea of using a lobbyist at all, because I think that they're valuable in certain circumstances. We can't make a big swing at lobbying efforts and that kind of thing, but for very targeted projects like the dam or like Milwaukie Bay Park, I could certainly see the value of that. I will tell you that, in sort of a macro sense, I say, yeah, let's support regional efforts, but I'm just not smart enough about the locks and the viability of it to say that I would want to vote for it. I mean, I just don't know, and I just don't have enough information. I've read, things from time to time, but I just kind of get confused about what's going on down there at the falls, because as been mentioned, there's pockets of activity, and I really can't get my arms around what's going on and whether, it's going to happen, because it seems like it's kind of been going on for a decade, and I'm not sure what's come out of that. So there's some skepticism there. Yeah.
I think that when speaking about something like this, and just like the general impact that you were speaking to as far as the development along the river, et cetera, the thing I just wanted to add to the conversation is, like, this could be viewed as some level of tourism dollars as well. And so that could be another, way to add some additional dollars to that. Speaking of wine tours starting in Milwaukie Bay Park, especially when we're prioritizing improvements at Milwaukie Bay Park, like the phase 3. I think those things could go really well hand in hand. And it may be something that I like to call it paying your future self back. Like sometimes you're not going to see the results right away, but and also to, reflect on what Rebecca was saying about just the land use, and that we've already been, getting things from using that land. So giving back does seem appropriate.
Maybe to summarize what I'm hearing, it seems like there's a general interest in exploring shifting our lobbyist dollars to this alternative use. We'd like to continue to have conversations about exactly what that $10,000 would look like and the timing, and we could explore that in a budget adjustment coming forward. Is that the appropriate next step?
So maintain the budgeted level for this division's budget, but we will have further conversations with council about the allocation of those dollars. We won't increase this budget by 10,000. We'll keep it as is, and then we'll have further conversations. Councilor Khosrowbadi.
Yeah, I would say that in a nutshell. I just wanted to touch on what Councilor Sav and George said, because I do think the contribution is more than just like the economic benefit, right? So, and we've done quite a bit of work with, the tribal nations that have been here before us, and I would hate for it just to be, the first fish herons and a couple of photos. I'd like to put our money where our mouth is, in a lot of ways, so to speak. And also, we also have a cheaper lobbyist with her. So,
we also have a state rep who's a former mayor.
Exactly.
So a very good lobbyist there.
I think our access is probably a lot better than what a lobbyist would get us for 10 grand. But not to say that I want to lock us in for multi-years. I do think for this biennium, I'm fine with it. But I would like to see where it goes in terms of future funding. And then also a little bit of transparency to see what that 10,000 is contributing to.
Sure, this is great. So I think we'll proceed with the budget as it's written right now, and then Scott and I, we do quarterly budget check-ins with you all about the council budget. We can revisit the specific locks piece and the swapping for lobbyist dollars at that time with council. Okay.
Thank you. And thank you for bearing with us as we figured out where the weak link in the chain was. We're back. So good.
Thank goodness for Scott. If Scott had not been here, that would have been rough.
I think that's our final note on the council budget. Any other questions about that?
I just wanted to, I mean, you kind of opened it up at the beginning for us to comment on the achievements. I don't necessarily want to comment on those, but I just do want to note for people that we specifically reformulated our goal setting in 2025 to tie with the budget because we were off cycle with the budget. So that's why we had a 3-year goal cycle. And so, so next time around, we'll be talking about new goals ahead of the budget. So, yeah.
Yep, good point. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to city attorney, which that's basically all I know about the city attorney, except for I can report that our city attorney logistically and administratively is a very efficient operator. The City Hall administrative team, the Administrative Services Department does support Justin in any needs he has, and they're minimal. So I believe the overall story here is that there are no changes to the M&S allocations. And when he does need help, he does get it from other departments. I think that's, any questions about the city attorney?
Nope.
Cool. All right, administrative services. This is the first time that this department has appeared in your budget. To this point, it has been called the Office of the City Recorder, which has, for the last few fiscal years, actually been a broader umbrella than just the City Recorder's office. It's included the City Hall front desk and the municipal court. And we're just finally in the rotation of the biennial budget where we can officially change the name to be Administrative Services. But it's work that has existed in the city since 1903. So accomplishments of the last couple of years, we successfully navigated the 2024 elections. We moved to a new codification vendor, which I'm hoping is maybe even news to a lot of people, which means that transition went smooth enough that maybe you didn't notice. We went from quality code publishing to general code, and general code is a much bigger coast-to-coast outfit. We've had great customer service, and I think our online code accessibility and ability to edit and copy and paste and move around in there, I hope folks are finding it to be really easy. That's the eCode 360 website you're redirected to when you go there. So we navigated those waters. As has been mentioned, we welcomed and continue to work with the Confederated Tribe of Grand Ronde to welcome the first fish heron. And we very much, to kind of tie down to goals for the next year, we very much are planning on that being part of our annual workload. I've already started the very kernels of conversations with David Harrelson and Mac McFarland from the tribe to talk about what that looks like, what that means. I think the event we had a couple weekends ago is the event for this year. We were asking them to let us know when they're going to plan to take the artworks down, which it's sounding like because they were a little bit late, they're going to maybe leave them up a little later into June than they might in future years. So you have a few weeks, couple months to enjoy those while they're here, and then they will be coming down for the year. In addition, the last year we completed the move to new City Hall, and there's been some reverberations and some continued evolution in terms of how the City Hall administrative team supports all the departments in this building. It's an evolution that's happening as we speak, as one of our good friends and colleagues on our team, Petra Johnson, has taken a position in the building department, and so she's leaving our team, and we'll be hiring a new person for that. It's kind of an ever-evolving musical chairs, which is sort of the nature of those sort of teams. But I think we found pretty good fitting, and our administrative services budget has really come to be home of expenses and costs that are shared by all the departments and staff in this building. So as intended. So looking forward, we continue to look forward to supporting the city council, the city manager, our city hall departments, and our boards and committees, as you all are aware of the annual recruitment process and the interviews and the appointments, and then the ongoing maintenance and support. Deputy City Recorder Nicole Madigan and I work constantly with our staff liaisons who support their boards and committees. There's a myriad of questions and things to go through, and we support that as well as our city's overall records management program that's included in here as well. So we're also looking forward to its election year, if you didn't notice, and it's 2026 and 2020 elections will be coming up in the next biennium, supporting the first herons. And then we have, as long as I've been at the city, we have been a strong supporter of professional development, and that's been across the board. I know my colleagues in all the departments have felt that support, and I just want to say thank you to the city managers who've come and to city council and the budget committee for continuing to see the importance and value of staff having the opportunity to continue to grow and learn. Our legislature likes to change things up, and so that means that people in my profession have to know what those changes are so we can make sure that folks at the city of Milwaukee are in compliance with state law. But also, it's important to know who your neighbors are in the work world. I just came back from a week in California representing Oregon City Recorders at the California Clerks Conference, and networking and knowing who to go to when you have these questions and knowing who has experienced some of these things. California has very different laws than Oregon does, but at the end of the day, they're struggling with what they call SB 707, which is implementing mandatory hybrid meetings. And up in Oregon and Washington, we've had that on the books for at least 3 or 4 years now, thanks to the pandemic. So there's this cross-pollination of how we do our work. And so I just want to take a moment to say thank you to council and the budget committee for continuing to support staff's opportunities to do that.
And we are proud to have the president of the Oregon Association of Recorders and master municipal recorder, Scott Stoffer, on staff.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up related to your duties in this professional organization. Specifically in California, where was the meeting?
There's a theme park there. It's
a little bit more specific.
It's named after Walt Disney.
A little bit more specific.
Disneyland.
Thank you.
Scott was at Disneyland, paid for wholly by OAMR, not by the city.
That's right. Thank you, OAMR. So that's the Administrative Services Department. I appreciate the calls out.
Did you bring back a wand?
I didn't bring back a wand.
How about some ears?
I had ears. I brought back a jersey. It was Star Wars night, and an Endor Moon jersey, which I paid for personally. I have all the receipts. So this is where we're going. So that's budgetarily. This actually, this is a budget that has actually decreased ever so slightly to reflect the city's overall needs. We were able to trim a little bit out of our training line for this team. But I'm confident that we'll be able to continue to, as I mentioned, go to these conferences. A lot of OAMR and some other folks, they offer scholarships. So we'll be able to continue to take advantage of those resources to send staff to the trainings and conferences and whatnot. But otherwise, this budget is exactly as proposed 2 years ago. And I'm very happy to report, like as I mentioned, it continues to be sufficient to support the needs of this building in terms of the office supplies and the contracts for shredding and postage machines, and of course the important coffee service that we get for the building, and the snacks that staff the third floor kitchen. So not really much to say other than a slight decrease, but yeah.
So so there's a half FTE decrease?
The half FTE decrease, is that the move to, let's see. Sasha came from city manager's office.
Okay, well, I have another question. You can ponder that one. Well, I was very intrigued by the payments processed at front counter that were in the 20,000s and have dropped to like 5,000, 4,000 to 5,000. Is that both court payments and like utility bills and permit fees and stuff, or is court separately? And this is not tickets and things.
That would include court and utility billing,
Okay.
and then fees for building permits as well.
Okay. And have we seen much change in that from the recent changes about adding the,
Yes.
are more people coming in and writing a check or
cash.
dropping it, or cash?
Yep.
Okay.
We have people come in, and I can anecdotally report that I've heard on maybe not a daily basis, but multiple times a week, people come in and hear the news about the 3%, and then they bring cash. And our repeat utility billing customers have gotten savvy enough where they're bringing cash. So much so to the point where our cash drawers have become short on change. And so we've seen an increase in needing to go to the bank to get break change. I mean, that's just part of doing business at a front desk. So yes, we have seen folks change how they make payments. And I think I don't have the data in front of me, but I would say we've seen people shift to making online payments in different ways so they can avoid the fee.
We've seen a considerable increase in ACH subscriptions, yeah. Or,
Check, online check.
Okay. And so, I'm really surprised that they're not writing a check, they're actually bringing cash.
It is
That's-
baffling to me. I grew up I learned how to write a check in high school, and it's amazing how many people don't know how to write a check.
Write a check, okay, well, I guess that's a
We do,
generational thing.
we
yeah.
do take checks, and there are checks sent from banks, when you do the online bill pay type of thing, but,
And so like,
yeah.
I'm somebody who writes a check and puts it in the little box downstairs.
Great.
So is that one of these payments processed at front
Yes.
counter? Okay.
payments at the drop, any physical way that it gets here, whether it's downstairs in the payment box or even sent via the mail, those are all counted as processed at the front desk.
Okay.
I just, this is totally irrelevant to the budget, but I just discovered that my college grandson, when I showed him a packet of letters that my dad had written to my mother, that he wanted to read, he gave them back to me and said, I can't read cursive.
Yeah. That's a part of it. But yeah, so we have seen, and that is fluctuating. We do continue to hear, as council has heard even recently, people are frustrated by the 3%. But people are still making payments.
we did solve the conundrum. So what happened there was we had a 0.5 FTE within Scott's department, but that supported the city manager's office. That was moved to HR to be a half-time HR assistant. The city manager's office still has an administrative specialist, but with all of our reorging, we were able to carve that out of the existing FTE. So that's where the 0.5 went.
Oh, it scared me for a minute. I thought I came back from vacation and I was losing staff. So otherwise, straightforward, same budget proposed 2 years ago. Any questions on administrative services? All right. General Fund Municipal Court, I got notes from Mary. There have been some movements. This department has increased funding, but that is again thanks to Budget Committee and City Council for supporting the public safety fee. We were able to hire a court specialist, and we have a court manager now, Mary Quinn. So as pointed out on the screen, these are the department's programmatic accomplishments. Basically, the stories in all these bullet points are, we've been able in the last biennium to catch up on work that had lagged behind because of a lack of staffing dedicated to the courts. We were catching up, and we're preparing for what's coming. Also with that public safety fee, as you'll hear or have heard from the police department, there's more officers, and that means there's more folks on the beat. Eventually there will be, and they've had more time to issue citations and be out in the field doing their work, which translates down the line to the court having more work. So all these notes about developing a driver license reinstatement program, which has included a standardized financial disclosure process, allowing eligible defendants to enter payment agreements and support equitable access to reinstatement while maintaining defined eligibility safeguards. We've also, the court staff has resolved significant administrative backlogs related to license suspensions and accounts referred to collections, bringing the court current on all required processing and reporting. That's a big deal. And big kudos and shout out to Mary Quinn, who has carried and been the backbone of our court she's approaching 20 years here at the city. And we fell behind. The pandemic and then staffing put the court kind of on the back heel, so to speak. But in the last couple of years, Mary's really brought us back up. And, processing the Governor Brown, if you recall, had some orders on her way out that affected driver's licenses and things like that. And it takes time. I mean, that's good, and there's policy reasons and support for that. But that translates into work for all of the municipal courts and other courts across the state, and Mary was able to get us through that. So thank you to Mary for that. The increased funding also includes, we secured interpreter services, more steady, reliable. We have a Spanish language interpreter at one of our 2 court sessions every month, which is new. We've also broadened out to get an ASL interpreter, which, as a side note, if you know anybody who's interested in being an ASL interpreter, that is a world that really needs ASL interpreters. Even with a contract in place with a service, it can still be 50-50 if you're going to get an ASL interpreter. So that's much needed, and we've needed to request that in the last 6 months. So yeah, we've stabilized the department with staffing. Thank you again for the public safety fee. And we've enhanced in court day safety measures. We've worked with, the court also works with Oregon Patrol Services to provide safety and security on court days. So that's what's happened in the last year. Goals going forward, preparing for increased citations and continuing to evolve the court operations for efficiency. And as we talk about citations, I think it's important to remember a lot of what we talk about in terms of citations is the ups and downs. How many were issued in a certain month? Is that a downward trend or upward trend? And it can be very easy to slip into, oh, an increasing citation trend is a good thing, ... because it leads to eventually more revenue for the city, which is a fact. That's true. The more citations issued, the more revenue comes to the city. But it's important to remember that's not why we issue citations. Citations is not meant for a revenue maker, despite our reputation as being perhaps a bit of a speed trap on 99E. The reason we set up officers on 99E and the reasons we issue citations is for public safety and compliance with our code, which is meant to ensure the best Milwaukie community that we can. And that means generally slower traffic and more responsible driving. So just a note that we talk about citations and it does have a benefit in terms of finances, but that's not why we do it. So I think that's everything I had on the court. There is the increase I mentioned, and that's for staffing and then providing the wraparound support for services and training. I'm a member of my professional association. Mary, our court clerk, has been a longstanding member of the Oregon Association of Court Administrators, or WACA, and I am very supportive and encouraging of her and Javier, our new court specialist, being able to participate in that association. So that's the additional funding on the M&S line. Otherwise, that being aside, the court's budget is pretty stable and looks a lot like it did the last time it was proposed 2 years ago. So
And I'm looking at page 96, we have budgeted for a judge and a prosecutor.
correct.
Who's the prosecutor? What?
Our city prosecutor is Amy Lindgren, and she
is a salaried staff person.
Both the judge and the prosecutor are contract employees.
Contract employees, okay. Oh, I see, they're under professional technical service. Okay, thank you.
Amy coordinates not only with court staff when there are trials scheduled on court days, but will also coordinate sometimes with the city attorney and also with the police department as different cases and situations arise.
Any other questions?
I know that you said that we're not there for it to be revenue generating, but I would say, as it needs increase, like there obviously is that balancing of paying for somebody to be able to process those additional things. Yep. So I was actually kind of curious about this because citations kind of shows up in multiple line items as far as like goals or measurements. So I was just kind of curious, like when those come in, like how is it distributed to those different departments to offset some of those costs?
Great question. It goes into the general fund. So, in a way, yes, but it's not earmarked. So it's not like that citation revenue is earmarked for this. It goes in the general fund, which then has to support police services, court services, and general city services. So, yeah.
Is there, again, for the if you needed additional staff, right, to process these additional citations, is there a review of that coming in to kind of?
Absolutely there is. Yep. Actually, and Scott prepares those reports of that citation revenue and shares it with all of us because it's a calculus on all sides. But yep.
Good question. And we're feeling confident with the increase in police staff and different programmatic goals that they're working on, photo radar, maybe whatever comes of those kind of things. We're feeling confident that the staff in the court department is ready to handle that. And we are monitoring that very thing and we'll let everybody know when we want more staff. Need more staff, I should say. Need more staff. Anything else with the court? I just want to, again, I hope Mary watches at some point. Mary is the heartbeat of our court. We have an amazing judge too. Council just renewed the contract with Judge Graves. And, but Mary Quinn, thank you for all that you do for our city. If there's nothing else with court, I'll move on to my final budget, which is kind of a fun one. And it has very much to do with the room we're sitting in, our public education or PEG fund. And this is funding, dedicated funding that we receive 80 cents per household per month from all Comcast subscribers in the city. And we use that funding and it's funding that has to be used to support the programming on our government access and public access channels. Comcast Cable Channel 30 in city limits if you're a Comcast subscriber. And so we use these funds to enhance the AV tech that you see in the room, the mics when they fail. The plan for the next year, the budget, it's a pretty stable budget. We we dole out, we hand out funding to 3 distribution centers, as they're called, at the Willamette Falls Studios, Clackamas Community College. They have a really top-notch program for training camera operators and AV tech folks. And then the North Clackamas School District, Sabin Schellenberg. We set aside funding to support all those education and learning programs for AV technology. And then in the next fiscal year, and we plan to start this right away, our 6 cameras in this room are HD, but they are going on 10 years old. And one of the ones back behind us here, or back behind me, has altogether failed. And they need to be replaced. And those are gonna cost altogether between $44,000 and $45,000 to replace. So we budgeted for that. PEG funding has plenty of funding for that. But hopefully in the next fiscal few months, you'll see a cleaner and crisper continued HD picture as broadcast on cable and on YouTube. And I will say, if you do watch on cable and you notice it's a little fuzzy, we do know that. It has to do with the transmission lines. We broadcast here from HD, and then it hits Comcast's networks, and they have declined to upgrade the channel from SD to HD. So it's degraded when you see it on cable TV. And we have asked them for years, and Comcast is a big company. So, yes.
So the chart here, and I mean, it's not showing us the revenue line. So I was curious about the revenue line because, I mean, you know, the conventional wisdom is that fewer and fewer people are subscribing to Comcast. So I was wondering what that revenue line has looked like.
That's a good question. I will defer to Emma and Michael on that. I will say, when I got to the city here, it used to be $1 a month. And then in the last franchise negotiation with Comcast, they brought it down to 80 cents. So it is diminishing, and there are fewer people on Comcast. So we are seeing diminishing. We get a quarterly payment from Comcast, and I know that's been shrinking.
It has been shrinking. I don't know what the number off the top of my head, but we'll look at that and follow up.
It's on page 73.
There you go.
73?
Yeah, on the general fund resources.
Okay.
Yep, so PEG is a general fund division, so the revenue shows up as a general fund revenue, but thank you, Member Johnson, it's gonna be in the general fund, revenues on 73, Comcast, you can see.
Well, that's also
Oh,
mixed
PEG,
in with
sorry.
franchise fees.
Yeah, but PEG has its own line.
Yeah.
So it's only 20,000. How are we covering we're covering the rest of it from other general fund revenues in terms of these camera replacements and stuff?
My understanding is that it's a line that's carried over from fiscal year to fiscal
We
year.
built up quite a reserve into that. So over the years, when we knew that we were moving into this building, they had carried a big reserve.
Right.
And then when we moved here to do all of this, they ate into that reserve, but there was still money into that. We're still benefiting from those reserves that we've carried over for years. The revenue coming in is shrinking, but we've spent wisely, so it hasn't impacted us. But after we make this round, the fund balance will be lower.
Okay, and then my other question is, the contract for the work that Willamette Falls does, is that reflected here? No.
That's in the council budget.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
Because
It was in the
PEG-
council budget. Okay.
PEG can only be spent to buy and install equipment. It cannot be used to maintain.
Okay.
And sometimes we've seen in the region Comcast, it's rare, but Comcast will come after cities if they don't spend the money. There was a neighbor of ours who got the fund up to over $400,000, and then they kind of got slapped by Comcast. If you don't spend it, and then if they audit and they find that you've been using it for like ongoing services, so.
And that's what we were doing. We were building that up, and now we're spending it down.
So in terms of the future and the sort of changes in technology, Comcast may not be there in the future. What is the city thinking to do to maintain its equipment?
That's a really good question. I think we would have to start building in lines in other departments. I don't know if we want to do that under the council or administrative services. That's something we've been, and that's been a conversation and sort of a on the horizon concern for at least 10 years. And I'm not smart enough to know where the future of streaming is going. But that is out there. We'll have to think about that.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something to say, Michael?
No.
Okay.
Good.
With that, I think that's all that I've got.
So this is, we're gonna break for lunch, is that?
It's, well, first off, Carrie, do you have a question? I see your goose up. It's your decision as chair. So we have lunch here. We can break now, or we can try to do HR, which is our next one.
How long will HR take?
10 minutes.
Well, let's do it. I mean, yeah, right. Yeah, really. Okay.
Come on up, Catherine.
All right. I'm Catherine Hopkins, the HR director. I'm all from the general fund. Keep this short and sweet. So we have done a few large projects that I want to highlight. We completed a salary study for the entire organization, which first started with a review and update of every job description. Some hadn't been touched in over a decade in some cases. And with evolution of technology, jobs just didn't look the same. And so it would be hard to do that analysis against our comparators without having an accurate set of data, which would be what are we currently doing and how do we do it? We also had to contract for new employment related in labor representation. Our previous one had retired. So we are now with Baron Liebman. Luckily have not had to use them, but we have them if we do. And then had to do a solicitation for our HR software, remained with NeoGov. Some of the other things that we've been working on, which is we have been doing training monthly with our managers, working towards the goal of a transition to servant leadership, highlighted by the expectations Emma has made for us. And our goals are going to be to implement an employee performance management program, enhance employee safety, continue to strengthen our employee engagement, and continue to focus on some pain points in our processes and find ways to improve the employee experience. As Emma touched on, we did get a 0.5 addition, so now we are at 2.5 FTE for my department. So pretty small compared to everybody else. Yeah. And then, so again, priorities. As you know, we have limited funds for the citywide training and safety program, and not just training and safety, but training in general. So less funding to get outside subject matter experts. We've been doing a lot of in-house training. And we're prioritizing that safety, leadership, equity, and inclusion. Going to be building that performance management. We have no performance reviews in place currently. So it's like from the ground up, have to build it. And not only just the concepts and the questions and the process, but also into the software. So we have to develop that whole module. And then still streamlining processes, leaning into what NeoGov can do for us, and SharePoint as we made that transition with IT this year. We're currently in bargaining which I'm leading. Luckily, this time we are offset from MPEA like we were doing both last time. So got lucky that way, but focusing on, only using the attorneys for advice when we need it, versus having them lead for us. And we did reduce some of the funds for employee recognition and engagement activities. It's still a priority, but it's being smarter with those dollars. And having to true up a bit in our subscriptions and dues. The budget I inherited wasn't budgeted enough to even cover what the current contracts were. So we had to get it more in line with what reality was this turn. Not trying to add a lot, just not be in the red from the get-go.
And we received some questions in advance about employee turnover. Do you mind just speaking to that, Catherine?
Yes. So there were a couple of pieces that you would let me know about. So I brought up that 2.5 because we're talking about, how many of there are of us to support a staff. We are now at 160 employees. And 2024, we were at 142. Not a huge increase, but kind of a huge increase for the city who had held the line for quite a while. But that's only 1.56 per 100 employees. For small organizations like 1 to 250, they usually suggest like 3.4. And the reason for that is we're, bootstraps. You're doing a lot of the stuff yourself versus having automated systems. So when I talk about that performance management, building it out, it'll be eventually into a maintenance mode, but it's a lot of work on the front end, and we don't have a training and development person, so I'm building the trainings. We don't have an HRIS analyst, so I'm building out our modules. And so just some context there. And for turnover, I giggle a little bit because I am a believer that not all turnover is bad. And what I mean by that is that we have sort of conflicting goals with supporting our employees. Part of that is the Milwaukie Momentum is to invest in their development. But when you do that, you're leveling up their skills, which is what we want to do as an employer. But we're also a small city. So sometimes you hit that ceiling in your position and there isn't another place to go. And of course, we would like them to stay. But if we are setting up our employees to be able to successfully take that next step, then that's good too, right? We're putting out people better than they came in and ready to take that next step. And then when they take that next step, allows other internal growth. As Scott had mentioned, there was, Petra is moving from admin services over to building. And so that's a step. And that one has a development track. So they can be able to go from a Tech 1 to Tech 2 with some set guidelines. So there's growth that way. So it's a little bit tough when you talk about turnover. So it looked kind of high, but what I wanted to highlight is for, if you were to take out seasonal, on call, and some of those hadn't worked for, taking a shift in like a year, and interns. So when you do the report, they all show as separations. If you remove those to look at actual FTE that have left that weren't expected or temporary, it's only 6.4%, which is pretty healthy, considering that people have to leave to take that next step in some cases. There have been a couple of times where we've utilized probation and ended up separating. So you'd see that it went from 100% successful to 95%. But that's us, being proactive and seeing when somebody isn't going to be successful. And instead of, letting it draw out, we're using that probation for what it's for. And that's not without significant efforts and training. It's just sometimes people get in a little bit over their heads. Oh, sorry.
Hey, just quick question about that. I know that you've spoken to this previously around equity strategies within hiring and retention of employees. But I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more when it comes to employees that are on probation or those that are eventually terminated. I know that the sample size is really small, right? We don't have enough employees to really provide anything beyond anecdotal, summary at this level.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if we can get an update on how you're feeling. Like, are we applying an equity lens into the process of retention and training and even cultural shifts within the organization to make sure that we're not parting ways with diverse applicants, employees that are on probation, or employees that are more on a more permanent status?
I really think that we are, especially, in the hiring process, going through all the things that you not only would do just to meet the EEOC standards in hiring, but in our own, and it's working on ways that we remove barriers, really consider lived experience as part of it, and on the job experience versus just looking at whether they have a degree or not. But also when we're going through that probationary process, if an employee isn't being successful, I work with the managers and the teams like, okay, what can we adjust? Let's see what they need. Because sometimes it is, there's different causes, right? And so it's like removing those barriers. And it could be adjusting our training style, switching to a new trainer, providing additional courses, those things. It hasn't happened a lot in probation, just, a couple of times. But we've also seen when you don't do that, how that ends up going. But then for our full-time employees, we're just now really starting to get to a place where we're performance managing, but we do check in, we do offer accommodations if that's what's needed, and additional training. That's why the training piece and that professional development is so core, is so that we can help level up the skills to get to where they need to be.
Okay. And do we have mechanisms in place at an HR level that we're identifying when there's a trend of people being put on probation that represent more protected or marginalized groups? Do we already have that in place, or is it something that we're looking for?
So, and when we're referring to probation too, we should be clear, this is the first 90 days of employment. So everyone's on a probationary period when they're hired. But yes, we've been working closely. Catherine meets regularly with our equity and inclusion coordinator. And one thing that changed in this biennium is we've set up an internal equity committee to kind of be an accountability function for our equity value. I think there's probably always more we can do. And there's, it was really interesting and Catherine's really revolutionized how we do employee satisfaction surveying. And we had a really robust conversation with that internal equity committee and with our unions about whether to require demographic information in that. And actually their request was to not, but we included them still as optional because we know providing that equity lens on these metrics is really important. So we don't have like a crisp, clear answer for you. We're trying to sort of build the muscles and definitely monitoring, yes, wherever we can, trends of employees of color or of different backgrounds, sexualities, et cetera, in terms of our turnover, progression, probationary success, et cetera.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that you're paying attention to it, that I think this will be something that I'll just come back to every time. Because with a population of employees that's so small, it's really hard to quantify what that looks like. And if you have less representation at the executive administrative level, then you're not necessarily looking for those trends unless we continue to put the training in place and the equity lens in place and continue to have those internal conversations. So that's what I'm just trying to
Very well said.
get at,
Yeah.
and want to make sure that we embody that every year.
Yes, yes. And I should make sure Budget Committee knows that we have 3 employee resource groups as well, BIPOC, LGBTQIA+, and neurodivergent. And those are, again, another space where we are really welcoming that accountability piece, and we appreciate it from you as well, Counselor.
I'm not sure who was first down here, but Robert.
Yeah, Catherine, a lot of great initiatives here. Who is conducting the leadership training for supervisors and managers?
It is generally myself.
Yourself?
We
Okay.
have also, and so this kind of touches on also what Rebecca was asking, is we also have Parfait, who has come in and does training with our managers. The most recent one was about belonging and befriending your employees. And so, and that piece is all works into the culture and the servant leadership that we're working towards, which also includes a lot of conversations about equity and ways that we can improve as managers to have a greater sense of belonging, so that our folks that are in diverse classes can feel more connected and then also more supported.
So you bring in Parfait for topic-specific trainings.
Yes.
Is the police department included in this?
Their captains and chief are part of that.
Okay, thank you.
But they also have some of their own additional training.
Thank you.
William?
Thank you. I think we've kind of just taken as a given, in part because of the preface we got last week, that our employee benefits are going up across the board. Can you talk a little bit more about what you're seeing in other cities relating to healthcare costs? Like, what is the root cause of that? And is this just something that we're going to see? Like, is this a one-time 16% increase plus 10% increase, or is this next biennium something we're going to see as well?
There's a good chance we can continue to see it. And the real driver, to be honest, and how I say it's capitalism. There, especially within, you look at the changes at the federal government level, folks losing benefits that then hits the providers, and then the providers charge more because they want to make up that cost, and they charge it to the insurance companies, and then the insurance companies, that trickle down. And it's tough. I was expecting maybe a 15% just from seeing what the trends are. And a lot of our comparators are also part of CIS, which is a pool that we're with. Because we're so small, it'd be hard for us to negotiate on our own. We wouldn't have any buying power. And so we are a pool of them. So the same impacts are kind of impacting them as well. It just has to go with the provider fees going up, the hospital fees going up, and it just gets passed down.
Mm-hmm.
And there were, within the pool, some large claims. They're not ours, but it started to go in the reserves, making people a little bit nervous. And Kaiser had some bigger jumps over the last few years, but because they're their own system, they could kind of see the trends and get ahead of it. And so theirs came in lower, but Regents is a bit behind, and now they're trying to catch up. And so that's why we're like, oh, it's a bigger jump this year, but hopefully only 10% next year. But I would still expect double digits for a while, until the economy settles a bit, and really don't have a forecast for that. But the driving part is just the costs keep going up, and new medications, those costs are rising.
The when CIS came and spoke to us and our labor unions about this, they also mentioned, you probably see all the headlines about OHSU and Legacy. Are they going to be in? Are they going to be out? Well, those are all legal battles that then the insurance companies have to lawyer up to fight, and that also comes down and hurts us all. I think it was Carrie who asked a good question about benefits in advance too. And kind of, is this sustainable? And I think that's absolutely the question to be asking, and absolutely the question we're all really wrestling with. And we've been very transparent with our labor unions. AFSCME, who we're currently bargaining with, and MPEA, even though we're not bargaining till next year, because this is something that impacts us all. If these benefit increases keep happening, it lowers our ability to make investments on other places. Like my team here is going to talk about the 4 buckets a lot. You know, you've got salaries, you've got benefits, you've got COLAs, and you've got new positions. And those all matter to employees, but I can't fund them all. We have a very generous split. The city picks up 95% of health insurance, and employees cover 5. When we look at our comparators, that is pretty generous. A lot of them do 90-10. And so we are in open discussions with our labor unions about that.
Has the city investigated, like, I know it's bargained, but would there be an alternative to Regents that the union would accept? Because my understanding is Regents is the most expensive in our area.
Thank you for bringing that up, and I'll let Catherine speak to this too, but I want to give credit to Catherine. We are proposing to add a 3rd plan this time around for that exact thing. It's a part of United Healthcare that would be kind of a copay only, no deductible plan.
Yeah.
But go for it.
Yeah, it's a plan through Surest. It puts a little bit more on the employee to do, but it's actually more transparent. But it has actually at this point in the area more providers available, because you know, Kaiser's great if you like Kaiser, but you can't go elsewhere to look. So Regents has been actually. We have about 2/3 employee on Regents versus Kaiser, but now OHSU is out, Legacy, Salem Health. It's really starting to impact the ability to get care. So we'll be adding Surest in for 2027. More providers available. It pretty much would mimic what you would hope Regents would look like, and it is a lower cost. So that would be beneficial. And also the places that Regents is increasing, where it wants to raise the deductibles, the out-of-pocket max, and the prescription out-of-pocket max, and co-insurance, everything. They just want to raise it all up, right? Is more transparent through Surest, so they more manageable by the staff by using their app. But yeah, we're adding a 3rd because of those disruptions and the increasing costs.
Is
Mary's hand is up, yes.
So is Surest through the CIS, or does that disrupt the city's ability to be part of CIS?
No, CIS was able to set it up that we could add a 3rd plan option or provider. So it's still through CIS.
So I have a question that's completely different. When you were talking about developing modules and starting from scratch, I can remember Mary Rowe, who was our HR manager here some years ago, commenting fairly recently about whether or not HR had new software or was still using spreadsheets. When I hear you talk, it sounds to me like you have in fact moved into using new software, and that's why you are in the process of creating a lot of new. Is that true? What's
it's a
happening?
bit of both. We do have a module in NeoGov that we would be digitizing the whole process, so we'd be getting away from paper. But in addition to that, the city doesn't have performance reviews currently. And so it's developing that process and then building it within the module in NeoGov. It's a twofer. So it's the theology part of all of it. And then there's the execution piece on the back end. That's all the technical work that'll go into setting it up. Luckily, I have experience in that. And so we can handle it in-house. But there are a few things that are going that way. The same with leaning more into our learning and development software we had already had in place, is looking at how we better build our own trainings and keep them modern. And engaging for staff as well, and so that they're not just tabbing through, because we really want them to retain the information, not just, okay, I took my quiz and I'm done.
Okay. Does Mary have?
Mary had one more question.
Well, the historical context, Leslie, is, yeah, we used to build this whole personnel cost on an Excel spreadsheet when I was there many years ago. Glad to see that's not being done. And then including all the health insurance roles, but the historical context for like the performance management, many of these things that were in place, then a new, thought, for a while, the thought was doing away with formal performance management systems. And so sometime in between when I was HR director and interim HR director, that thought was adopted at the city. And then now, that's reverted back. More places have said, well, tried that, didn't work out too well. Now Catherine, to her credit, is rebuilding some systems. And so there's partly rebuilding and change in thought, partly then the just new technology is available. And so when I look at your accomplishments, kudos to you, Catherine, for doing all this and building these systems while the train's moving.
Thank you.
I think Milwaukie really benefits from a variety of experience on both here and the people that are currently our staff.
Yeah, absolutely. And once it went away, I think people realized the benefits of it because it was staff that also were requesting performance so they could get real feedback. And to speak to that too is the program that we're developing is qualitative, not quantitative. People don't get scores. It's all based on specific questions that the managers are held to actually give like usable information and feedback. So it'll be done differently. It's not okay, you got a 3, you're
it's
good.
More of a coaching kind of thing.
Yes, exactly. It's focusing on that development, feedback, and keeping that cycle going and giving an avenue for staff to provide feedback about their managers as well.
We have 5 values, and accountability is the one that I think I hear about the most from staff, from management, and Catherine has done an excellent job at really internalizing that and carrying it forward.
Okay. Any other questions? Lunch, yes. Okay, we will take a break for lunch, and what we have to be back in.
What about 30 minutes if we are back here at 1:15?
Okay, I mean, I think everybody wants to get out of here sooner rather than later, right? Okay.
We can do sooner, but 1:15.
Okay, we are resuming the budget hearing, starting with Brent Husher, our library director.
Thank you, counselors and members of our budget committee. I'm Brent Husher, I'm our library director. What I'd like to do in this presentation is cover just a high-level overview of our core services. I know we all have an idea about what library is and what those services may be, but I'd like to start there. We'll highlight some of our accomplishments over the previous 2 years. We're going to touch on some of our upcoming goals, and then we'll review trade-offs and priorities in this budget proposal that we've brought to you. And finally, I'll answer any questions that you might have. I think of the library as being 5 core services. We do so many different things that it's hard to tell a simple narrative about what we do, but I think it's important, as we've heard today, that we tell those stories. Think of the library in these 5 ways. It's materials such as the books and library of things, games, metal detectors, that sort of thing. It's spaces, that's seating, that is public meeting rooms and study rooms. It's a place for people to be. It's our early literacy support and initiatives for children and family. I guess that's actually 2 words, children and families. It's our services and programs that are available to our community that's led by our professional staff. That is the education and lifelong learning support for people in our community. It's free and reliable computers and access to the internet, including Wi-Fi hotspots for checkout. And it's things like our programs, summer reading, our Spice Club, book clubs, author visits, and story times. And then the final sort of area of our core service is really our partnerships. Much like a community, like we're not in it alone, and if we're not working together to solve those problems, we're just in our little silos. And I think one of the things that the library excels at is this being collaborative and figuring out a way forward. And that comes up in the budget here in a moment, because we're talking about one part of our budget, the major part of it, but there are smaller parts that make the things happen that I'll sort of touch on. Our library team, they're dedicated public servants. They care immensely for this community. They provide those traditional core services that we've just talked about, but they also are balancing those services and needs with all of the visitors in our shared space. So we're seeing continued growth, not just in terms of people, but materials checked out, and also new kinds of services, which is just supporting some of our most vulnerable neighbors. The good news is we have a collaborative ethos, and it plays out as you look at that larger budget picture. In addition to the city's general funds that support our services, oh, don't worry, we're not there yet. You have the look. This is just my opening, sorry. In addition to those funds that are from our general fund, the Library District of Clackamas County provides some of our funding, and then we have 2 separate nonprofit organizations supporting our library. Our Friends of the Library and our foundation provide funding that supplements the general funds. Beyond those funds, our community members' dedication to the library and the community is equally important. So thank you, Friends, thank you, foundation member, and thank you, library staff. Now let's move on to the slides. Ooh, are you ready? I've had 2 drinks of coffee, so let's see what happens. All right, so I'm just going to walk through. There are many, many more accomplishments in the larger budget book. I think I have 10 or 12. I'm just highlighting these 4 that we've completed in this last year. I think our collaboration with the city staff, even some volunteers at this dais to provide heating after hours cooling centers is one of the things we were able to do. We were able to hire a teen services librarian this year. They're focused on serving the teens in our community, but also this is an important part of our safety commitment, having one more librarian who can sort of be present and monitor our space. Because again, as we're trying to serve everyone, a big part of that is just having eyes on an 18,000 square foot facility to make sure everyone is being there in a safe and responsible way, and that librarian is part of that team. We were able to, thank you, council, able to eliminate our daily overdue fines in the library, which this is really a barrier to access to many folks. Don't worry, if you don't bring the books back, we still will send a bill out in that case. I say that specifically to some of our council members. I remember that conversation a couple years ago. And then in partnership with Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission and our Library Foundation, we are going to be able to implement locker pickup systems. Think Amazon lockers, but for your library books. And this is pretty exciting because one of them will be here at the library, and that is a way to augment our existing hours, provide service, but not require additional staffing and hours to do that. And then we hope to have a second set in another part of our community and have a book drop there as well. We're still finalizing those details, so there's not an agreement in place, but the lockers are pretty soon going to be on their way. So I think those are major things, and that's not an easy undertaking for us to take. As we look into this next year, again, many more goals in our budget book, but we'll highlight these. We're going to continue to do the thing we do, which is make sure materials are there for our community. It's going to reflect the diversity of our community. We're going to enhance our partnerships. That is our friends, our foundation. We're going to work closely with the schools, I hope, and as well as our partners in the city, like the police department and our good friends at Love One. We do so much together, and again, we're in it together. I think about safety a lot, just because we're really balancing the needs of so many people in this, it seems like a large space from the outside, but it quickly fills up. When we're seeing something like 800 to 1,000 people a day, it can sort of create these tense moments. So I'm always thinking about how do we make that space available for everyone, but also keep it safe. And part of that is just making sure that our whole staff is comfortable with de-escalation and understanding what's happening and how do we sort of move through difficult moments. And that's partly developing our team that can do that. And we're making sure they're trained and they're able to do that. So that shows up in this budget as well. So we may be able to buy the lockers this year, but then there's ongoing costs, and this budget sort of pays for this ongoing maintenance to make that happen. So those are the goals of the next year's budget. And now why don't we look at the numbers? So just in a very general way, because the library—
I should note, this is a replacement page. So if you didn't catch the replacement page, find the replacement page.
And if you want to dig a little deeper onto FT, I'm happy. I've had a lot of conversations about FT, and I think I can give you a better understanding if you're interested in understanding what's happening there. But as I look at this, the story I see is, if you look at our personnel line versus our materials and services, we're a 7-day operation, which means it's very expensive to run a library. And your people, your hours, that part of it is probably our biggest expense, truly. Our materials and services budget did go up by about 5%, but keep in mind that that is implementing a new service. And I'll go through sort of some cuts that we made to sort of not go to increase further. But here are our priorities and trade-offs. We really want to make sure that there is extended outreach of our materials and library services. And the idea of the lockers is that first step to sort of create access for folks who don't live right at the library, for the external lockers. And then for the folks who live closer to downtown or have access to downtown, really give them access beyond our regular hours. So that's in our strategic plan, and that's why that shows up here. E-content. So if you really want to get into the weeds, this is a place where we will be spending more in the upcoming biennium. The thing about inflation for e-content generally is that it's basically rising 5% every year over year. So we've got that piece. And then we are also in a situation where in this county, each of the libraries are putting in money to sort of buy our electronic books and e-audio together. But we're kind of underfunding it from the start. So there has been this decision between library directors in the county to try to increase the spending. So you will see a 15% increase in that smaller line of our budget. And we did offset some of that with making reductions in some parts of our materials budget, sort of the print budget, but only in areas that we did not actually spend. So we made adjustments to sort of true up what we were spending in terms of our physical materials. The good news is, if you look at this entire materials and services budget, still 73% of that budget is going directly back into materials that are available for our community. So I think this is a pretty good deal for our community, and it's all going back to things that they can use. Let's see. Oh, so with inflation, keeping our print budget where it is, represents a modest reduction, but I feel like it's okay because we're trying to balance the whole pie, right? The things that this budget doesn't really allow for, I would like to be able to invest more in our education and training of our staff. But really, that was not something we were able to build in this year. We would like to be able to invest in, right now our management team is myself and 2 managers for that 7-day operation. We'd like to be able to invest in another position. We're not there yet. That's not really in the cards right now. So that's a trade-off. And then our performers, our authors, our summer reading, all that's privately funded right now. So when you're looking at the budget picture that we're presenting to you, just keep in mind that there's other funds that come in that are supporting and augmenting this citywide budget. Our Friends of the Library gave us $47,000 this year. Our Library Foundation, they're committed to giving us the money to sort of help make the site for lockers remotely available, and that's $15,000 or $20,000. So just think there's another $60,000 of materials and services that's coming from the community in a different way. And I point that out just because that funding may not always be there, but it is part of our budget picture that I like to point out. And our Friends of the Library, they will be leaving the Harvey Street facility later this year. We all know that if we're looking closely, we love clean water. We've got to take care of the PFAS. Did I get that right, Peter? And so if those friends are actually renting their space, that may be a reduction in services later in a different way. So I just wanted to daylight that there may be a time that I ask for different funding if friends aren't able to support us in the same way.
So can you clarify, do those funds actually reflect in this budget?
They
or
don't.
They're off
They
book?
don't.
They're off book?
They're not on the book, but I like to point it out because that is, it's like when you look at this, like this feels like a lot, but it's even more when you actually look at sort of the return we're getting from the community.
So the point the point you were making about the Friends is related to the fact that they're going to lose their free space out at the.
It is, and we're working through it. We will figure out the process, right? But if you, and again, we should not bemoan change. Like there are reasons that we need to do this, and this is the right thing. And if you start paying rent, like it's just you're gonna have to adjust either the way the organization will need to decide if it needs to adjust how it does it, or we'll have to just put more money towards rent. And by that, I mean the Friends of the Library. And that would sort of cut into sort of that programmatic support.
Right.
So I'll just take the opportunity to give a pitch on behalf of the Friends for anybody who's listening out there, because they are looking for a space for ongoing, they're looking for 800 to 1,000 square feet for ongoing book storage and sorting. They're also looking for another space for their plant sale next year. They're doing it at the Elks Lodge, not in the city of Milwaukie this year. And that's caused some challenges, and I think they're hoping to find a church or another community organization in town next year to help them with their plant sale. So if anybody's watching, think about how you might help the Friends.
Yeah, they're doing great. I mean, I think this is what's really cool about our community. Like we really sort of come together to make things happen. And like me calling it out is not like there's any problems. It's just a matter of like, oh, there's a thing. And if suddenly their rent goes into let's say they're paying $47,000 towards operational costs, like there's going to be a cost. So, did you want me to clear up FTE? Because I know there was a question about FTE, because I think I can if you want.
Go for it.
I think of it this way. When we're looking at a budget, there's two parts. Well, there are many, many, many more parts than two. But in this case for FTE, and think about library, we have the planning part of the budget, and then we have the spending part of the budget. we have two kinds of staff at the library. We have, most of our staff is regular staff with regular schedules. And like, that is truly the FTE that I think our finance folks mostly are thinking about. And that is just at 18.175 FTE. And then we also have about 43 hours per week on average, which in our on-call pool, either on-call librarian or on-call library assistant. And library managers, they think of this as FTE. These hours are important. People are sick, they have vacation. We have to still be open and provide services. So if you look at that 43 hours for planning, we think of that as FTE, which is just over 1.0 FTE, because 43 hours per week. But then sometimes when you look at the actual spend of budget, maybe we're under that, maybe we're over that. But that's where that's sort of coming from. Finance is sort of building in that FTE amount. I don't know if this makes sense. Basically, there's 43 hours a week that is not regular staff. And we sort of budget that in a count that is to pay for those hours.
And yes, the public safety fee did enable us to add 40 hours of FTE to the library.
It did. And we can, so that, yes, I can give you full details, but the longer story is we hired a teen librarian, and to do that, we did not hire two retired positions that I took away from our circulation team. And you'll notice circulation numbers, this was a question, they've gone up, and they're continuing to go up, even I think more than my budget, more than the budget book shows. I looked at current projections, it's still going up. And with the safety fee, we were able to replace those library assistants, that 40 hours that we took. So that's the long story. Sorry, not enough coffee, I don't think. Anyway, that's the library. Mic drop? No, I'm just kidding.
Questions? Anybody have a question?
Yes, I have a comment. So I really appreciate the library. I just turned it on and off, yeah. I really appreciate you doing away with the late fees, because I have scars from my youth on late fees. And it's not probably what you think. My mother was the librarian in the small town where I grew up. And she was a stickler for late fees. And there were occasions of great embarrassment to myself when she would remind people at the grocery store or at church that they had overdue books. And that wasn't the worst of it. On at least 2 occasions, she took people to court to recover the late fees. So, well done. Hopefully you've spared some other child great embarrassment.
Whew, we could really go down this road, but I'm not. Yeah. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Counselor Massey. Also a friend of the library.
Thank you. Thank you, Bran.
Okay. I guess we can move on.
To a great
Thank you for your
partner of
time.
the library, the police.
Thank you, counselors and budget committee, for your Saturday and letting us present the police department budget. The police department, we are hiring. We are a young department, but I think we've really picked up some good, high character, very service-oriented people that want to serve this community. So I'm excited about that. Some of accomplishments for the police department. Continue to have strong partnerships. We're on the interagency SWAT team, hostage negotiation team. We continue to be one of the leaders in, I'd say, the state of Oregon for human trafficking missions. The Clackamas County Major Crimes Team, our detective unit, is one of the stronger detective units within the county. So typically, if there's a significant event, a shooting in Wilsonville or some community, our detectives are generally being picked as co-leads or taking significant roles in those investigations. And then internally, we're doing great things in the city with our behavioral health partnerships with the library, Love One, and the Clackamas County Stabilization Center. I think there's a model that we are getting right that a lot of other places could copy. The relationship that we have, especially with the library, is amazing. Brett and his team have our personal cell phone numbers, and we talk all the time. That is not normal or the case, generally speaking. Your microphone's off. Oh. Is this a little bit better? Okay.
Yes.
So they have our phone numbers, and I think it's a good program. We work really well. This public safety fee that was passed, that's a continuum of care through the city. And I think that's a good strategy. It definitely helps to have more police officers to manage the workload, but also that second behavioral health specialist, the position at the library, the position in the court staff. Some of the goals, continue to train, recruit and deploy police officers, strongly committed to public service and safety in the community. Maintain strong ties with community groups, city departments, and our other partners in the area. One of the things this budget cycle we intend to do is to promote an additional sergeant and then take a sergeant from our existing group and have him be a full-time dedicated training sergeant, to be more intentional about training. We have a young group of motivated police officers. Training is key. Train. If we are not actively engaged on calls, that's one of the things I want to focus and be prioritizing. Also, community livability, public safety, fast response times to calls, and improve the department's culture, commitment to service, diversity, and equity. Coming up, some priorities and trade-offs. We're still balancing the incredible amount of time it takes to interview, background, send to the police academy through FTEP. That's about an 18-month process. And so if we have an officer that retires, has a medical issue, or goes to work for another agency, that's a very long time to replace that position. So the trade-offs are we still don't have a school resource officer, we're not in transit, and we still don't have somebody on the Clackamas County Interagency Drug Task Force position. We are hopeful to really prioritize especially the SRO position this fall. Undeferrable professionals.
What is SRO?
Oh, I'm sorry. School resource officer.
Oh, the school resource.
And so that's an officer down at Milwaukie High School and Rao.
So those three positions that you're talking about, are those full-time assignments for the police officer when they're in that position?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're actually 4 positions, right? Because TriMet would be 2.
Typically 2. And I think at one point we even had 3. I think we had a patrol officer, a sergeant, and then we had a K-9, where it was Officer Billy Wells had a bomb dog. The service cost increases that are coming up. In our M&S, there was an increase of about a little over $300,000. Low-com dispatch, I think, went up over $100,000 this biennium. Continued increases in costs. C800, which is our digital radios. Our body-worn camera technology, our Motorola contract is coming up. We're looking for a replacement. We were very fortunate last time. Motorola is a good product, but it's kind of entry level. Their batteries don't tend to last a full shift. There's some other issues, but we were able to get a grant. And so about half of that $100,000 contract that we started 5 years ago was paid for, which was a nice feature. But all the new technology that's out there is extremely expensive. All the agencies in Clackamas County, except one, use a report management system called Mark 43. Again, increased costs this biennium. And then one of the priorities, again, to mention is the education and training program. We're trying to do more programs at the police department so we can go down to shift level trainings where you can do roll call trainings. We're trying to convert one of the rooms in our building with a screen that can do simulation trainings for like shoot, don't shoot scenarios, mental health calls, and just essentially to keep giving our officers the patrol tactics and that type of thing to really increase their skills. There are more things that are going on. We do have an established drone program. Sorry, I think I jumped the slide back to 3 programs in particular to talk about is our drone program. That has really expanded where we're almost seen as kind of a regional asset where we're able to get a patrol car, have a Pelican case, there's a screen, the drone comes out. So we're assisting with search and rescue, with fire medical. We had a call behind the Miramount Apartments where a gentleman had tried to commit suicide. He went into the brush behind, and we were able to use the thermal from the drone to find him. And he was deep in the brush. We would never have found him in time otherwise. The e-bike program, we've started to have some officers downtown on e-bikes. It's a great way for them to be visible, also do some seatbelt and phone enforcement. And then Flora, our canine, is amazing, and her handler, Detective Meyer. Catherine has done search warrants in Washington State. She recently just did one in South County with the state police. She's done with Portland Police Bureau, Oregon City PD. They're finding key evidence that they would have missed had the Flora not been on scene. So those are some of the things, but not all the things at the police department that are coming up.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If we are participating in all of these collaborative things with other entities and are like preferred to do some of that stuff, does that impact on the staffing that's available in Milwaukie, or is there any compensation back and forth in that?
So there are for some things, and some things there aren't. The major crimes team would be an instance. If we had a major event, that team would come to Milwaukie, and that's detectives countywide that would come, and there would be we wouldn't charge, they wouldn't charge us for those services.
And we don't charge them.
Correct.
If we do the same thing.
Right. We had an incident where a man named Looney Tunes shot at some of our police officers. He ditched his car by the Eastmoreland Golf Course. Portland rolled out their CERT team. That's like a $20,000 activation. And they went and looked for that suspect on the golf course, and they didn't charge us. But an instance where we do collaborate, there's retail theft grants that the sheriff's office, and we're one of their partners, where we'll do a retail theft grant. We'll send officers to the town center, Fred Meyer at Oak Grove, Johnson Creek, even businesses in Milwaukie at times. But when our officers are working that retail theft grant, the overtime comes out of our budget, but it's reimbursable to the general fund. And then there's another, we do traffic grants through ODOT for seatbelt cell phone enforcement.
Okay. And I have another question, which is slightly different, but in terms of the length of time it takes to train new police officers, and it sounds like we have a lot of younger ones that's taking. Is there any budgetary mechanism by which there can be pre-hiring for known retirements? I'm thinking back to the dark ages when I budgeted in the city of San Antonio, and at that point, the city ran the garbage pickup. And we used to budget something called overboard, which gave an extra amount of money to cover unexpected stuff. And it seems to me that that's a known issue, and there ought to be some way to budget so that we don't end up with our police force being at a really low level.
I'll let Chief disagree with me on this, but I think you're absolutely right. The challenge is still, we can't fill the vacancies that we have. We're working as hard as we absolutely can. He's received approval from me and my predecessor to overhire for that exact reason. And it is still, I mean, we have high standards for who we hire for our police department. So we have the problem of not a lot of people in the pipeline wanting to come into law enforcement. We hope that improves. 2, we have high standards. 3, then the folks that we get, we have to send to academy and they take a while to train, but I
So
totally.
you're saying we already do?
We try, but we just have really struggled to fill those vacancies. Is that accurate, Chief?
Yes. So we've gotten great support in that, but it is still, the competition to hire is intense. We are all trying to find good applicants. And there's just not as many people that want to be in the profession as before. When I applied, there was a section A through E, and there was 3 different alphabetical groups, you know, and I think there were 3.
When you were at the academy?
No, when I was a brand new baby police officer back in 2001. But now we're coming up, we're scheduling 2 days of interviews. We've advertised, we did a jobs fair, and I think we have 15 applicants, you know, so the applicant pool is much lower. And then if the interview goes well, we do a secondary interview, and then background, and background is screening out probably 50 to 60% of the applicants, because we do have a high standard. We're not just gonna let just anybody in. The responsibility is too great for this job.
So are there like community college programs that are recruiting people into?
So there's different avenues. So we actually have a business card with a QR code that we can hand out. We have given those department-wide. We're really trying to do local hiring too. So when we go to our neighborhood groups, we'll always try and leave some of those cards behind, because my favorite thing in the world would be to hire somebody that lives in this community, that maybe wants to try something different, particularly older applicants that have some more life experience. But the recruiting is hard. There's a lot of wage competition too. There's some departments with some more opportunities. We have a size that does limit us.
Right.
Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, they have a lifetime medical at retirement benefit that is tough to compete with sometimes. So
I'm glad you brought up community college though, Leslie. The 3 new recruits that we swore in a couple weeks ago, I had a lovely meeting with them. I think 2, but maybe all 3 have community college degrees, and spoke really highly about how those kind of criminal justice programs are what set them on this path, and also made them really interested in community policing. And they talked about like the kind of the psychology elements of their education at community college, which was great. And then last week, Joseph and I met with an executive from Clackamas Community College and talked about this very issue. How could we maybe strengthen the pipeline of job opportunities coming out of CCC into MPD? So we're excited to pursue that.
we've even offered our staff at times to teach a class at CCC, and where they can get, you know, actual working officers. And at the same venue, maybe we can do some recruiting while we're there. So we'll always look for those opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And I just want to commend your department for doing a good job under such strenuous circumstances, you know, doing the 12-hour shifts and being understaffed, and with the climate of everything going on. I just appreciate you all being there for our community. My question is in regard to the LOCOM. And you may not have the answer to this, but I'm just curious, because it looks like it's anywhere from 20 to 50,000 a year increase. Is that, because I know we share that with other municipalities, it's not just our. Can we expect that range of 20 to 50,000 a year consistently to continue to go up for the LOCOM?
So I want to say that I think there is built into it a 2% kick for technology and what are called CAD upgrades that's baked in every year. And then a 4%, I think there's a wage increase. So I think it's 6% year one for this coming contract that we're encountering. Year two, and then I think 4 and 4 maybe after that. But there's significant price increases. It's a very expensive service. I will say, like, I think very highly of LOCOM, and I would much rather have them than BOAC or CCOM, which are the two other dispatch centers in the Portland metro area.
Yeah, I remember the tour we took, it was fantastic. It's, and we're not the only jurisdiction that uses LOCOM. So,
Correct.
So I mean, that's a pretty significant increase across multiple jurisdictions.
Lake Oswego and West Lynn use them as well.
Is that sustainable to have a, $20,000 to $50,000 increase year over year on something?
I would say first is with everyone, insurance is going up for everything and the cost of everything is going up. So I think there's a consistency in, hey, as we're being charged it, we have to kick it up to meet our financial obligations. Is it sustainable? No, but I don't know what the alternative is.
I'm speculating here, I don't have the data, but I would bet CCOM and BOAC are seeing similar increases. I don't believe LOCOM is kind of out on an island in those trends.
It's great facility. I think a great setup too.
And also tout them, they're fully staffed right now. And one of the benefits of that too is that when that call comes in from our community members, that's a big part of why this team works so well and why we're able to respond quickly, where I think some of the other jurisdictions don't have that response time.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
I had a question about something in the accomplishments that I'd never heard of before. The committed to serving on the local Public Safety Coordinating Council. What is that? Who convenes that? It's the very top of page 122. And by the way, we have another insert page for 123.
So I think that's the Public Safety Advisory Committee, or PSAC.
Oh, okay. I thought that was some regional kind of, okay. Is that meant to be PSAC?
It might be, we can, yeah.
Prevention of criminal activity enhancement, okay.
That wouldn't be like your area chiefs meeting, that's
So,
not the formal name.
No, that would be a separate thing, but I think that would be PSAC, and that's all the neighborhood groups getting together. Captain Cheragino is the kind of our full-time member of that group. And if there's anything public safety, that's the forum. It's a good bunch, and it really helps to really, hey, what's going on in the neighborhoods? Everything from, we did something, it's one of the local addresses in conjunction with code, and they had some other houseless folks living in the backyard.
Okay.
Those type of issues.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're familiar with PSAC for sure. Counselor Anderson and I just did interviews for PSAC members. Then the other question I had was, in the performance measures, you have response times. And I think one of the written questions from Mary Rao was sort of about the response times. But she asked, and there was partial answer, but she'd asked about comparison with other area, law enforcement agencies. So I wondered what you could say about that.
So I think that's one of the benefits of living in Milwaukie, is that if there's a serious event that happens and you call 911, the phone's going to get answered right away, and that call will get dispatched right away, and that the officers will get on scene. If there's a priority at the police department, that is that when a community member calls, especially when it's a priority one call, we'll be there, and we'll be there quickly. I know other jurisdictions, that is not the case. Anecdotally, I have a friend that works for Portland. He was dispatched to a fight, got diverted to another fight with a weapon, got diverted again to something else. And then he had to go back and do all three calls. And those other folks were incredibly frustrated. We are small as a city, but there's a benefit to that at times. And I think especially when it comes to response times, you have a very good and efficient service from the local police department.
Oh, I think, yeah, I absolutely believe that. And I've always had a good, I've always experienced that myself when I've needed to call. I just was curious as to whether we actually knew any comparison data, yeah. I mean, I hear that from people who live in the unincorporated Clackamas County as well, that their response times aren't great. And we're facing a public safety levy that.
I just fielded a question kind of on the other side of this. It was about, do you have the ability to do a online reporting system?
Yeah.
We may sometime have to do that, but I still like the service quality of that if you want to call the police, that you will talk to a police officer versus being referred to a website or something like that. So.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just want to comment that actually I have the non-emergency number, which I have called, and that's also quite responsive. I have never had any, and I appreciate when I talk to somebody there that they actually understand the details of the directions and geography of Milwaukee.
Yes.
So is the C-800 project under control?
So I believe so. There was a year where there was a significant amount of funds that were required. The C-800 increases this year, I think they're sub 5,000 respectively for the biennium. I have that written down somewhere. I think it was, if I recall correctly, about a $4,000 and a $5,000 increase.
Is it built out now?
For the most part.
Okay.
And one of the issues that really came up was, one of the shortcomings was they created these sites, but I didn't think they created a mechanism to service the sites on an ongoing basis, which was not well planned. And when we had the fires, I think 2 of the sites got burned. It's a complicated project. You're doing digital infrastructure countywide. My hope is that the cost increases remain much more consistent than they have been. The next year or 2 projection, I think, was for fairly minimal increases. I think it was like 70,000 to 73,000. Something like that.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, we were handed a bill for 180 grand, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 120K.
20, okay.
Something like that.
Inflation on my part.
But yeah, I mean, there was some big concerns. The person overseeing that project was replaced. And there was a vendor. I still think there's some litigation going on.
And we weren't helped by Lake Oswego either.
No.
Who was supposed to have a tower, and through the land use process in Lake Oswego, it was not approved.
I think there was some local pushback that
Yep.
shot that down.
Yep.
So it is on page 124 in the text, it says 70,000 and 27 and 74,028. So
Correct.
there will be an ongoing cost of maintaining that. I mean, once it's built out, I guess I thought
Yes.
it was going to be a sort of a minimal cost of maintaining it.
So,
That's not going to drop.
No, so essentially all the radios that are dispersed between police and, emergency services, public works, however many radios you have, essentially is your portion of the cost, is how they're calculating amongst all the different cities, is my understanding.
Okay. And on an ongoing basis.
Ongoing basis going forward.
I just had a question about the staffing levels and the ongoing challenges with just getting the positions filled. I know that we've added an additional behavioral health specialist, and there's a ton of calls, that's why we wanted to add another one. Has it been brought into consideration to evaluate that ratio of behavioral health specialists to police officers? And is there any opportunity for an additional behavioral health specialist to support some of these call needs that might reduce that number, if, especially as you're having staffing issues, or, you know, not issues, but challenges?
Sure. Having extra behavioral health makes so much sense. It actually kind of is a little embarrassing that we didn't do this 10 years ago. Our number of kind of connections went down this in 2025. And I think a part of that was related partly to some lower staffing, some necessary overtime reductions. But Glenn Sukonic, who's amazing, he's our behavioral health specialist, he gave me some data, and they started their own program called Dr. Cloud. And that's a program that works with the other behavioral health specialists in Clackamas County. And he had over, I think it was 530 contacts with that program. And that's another reason why I think our contacts went down, was because he's now taking care of that. The second behavioral health specialist, Trista Erickson, is amazing. She's still going through her training. It's looking good. And then the other part is we have the 23-hour center that just opened last December, and then the great work of the library. So I think that's also, we're doing that kind of team approach. And as we get more data, looking at, does it make sense to maybe, do we add more versus more officers, and just seeing what that call load looks like. Because I know there's some folks in town that they're like, hey, I get nervous. I have a child who's special needs. Calling a patrol officer sometimes might scare me a little bit. But if I have a behavioral health specialist come to the house, boy, that's such a huge benefit. And so we're looking at that, but these are some new systems we're building. And so we're just kind of looking at it and feeling our way through it too as we learn.
Really good question. I agree with the chief. We'll continue to monitor. We're always looking for the right kind of ratio and balance. And I'll should just share, we coordinate bi-monthly with the stabilization center folks. It is operational and has been very successful, but the news out of last week was that, you know, MPD is using it and it's great. We're, what did they call you, chief? They're like, you're our cheerleader. You gotta go get the other chiefs to start using this more. It's really been used by behavioral health specialists, MPD, and mobile crisis team, which is great. We wanted it to kind of start that way, but I think they see that as a great resource, and I think it's related to that question of like, is adding more staffing on that side really potentially what we need?
Yeah, I actually just,
I didn't have any. Oh, no, sorry.
I actually just wanted to touch on the behavioral health specialist because you want to hear a funny story. Well, it's not really funny, but coincidental. I work in behavioral health in my day job, and I get a call from our admissions team that there's this certain police department that has somebody that needs treatment, and it happened to be Milwaukie PD. So I'm like, sure. So that's actually my first time meeting Trista. That's how I met. Okay. We haven't met in person, but we met over the phone. Yeah. And I can tell you, I didn't tell her until the end, obviously, but yeah.
This will be a test, Trista.
But yes, but it was an amazing interaction with her. The level of care, she didn't know who I was, right? So just the care, it was really cool to like experience that with the PD, especially our own, and to see how that interaction is in dealing with police officer and provider. And it was fantastic. The PD showed a lot of care and concern. And Trista is going to be a huge benefit to this community and this society. So I can't say enough about the effort that the PD is doing on that front, because I've experienced it firsthand. So thank you. Trista, thanks. Sorry for tricking you.
Ahead of this, I had heard from some people who were concerned that our police budget had been growing quicker than some of our other departments. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a question for Emma as well, who has that full city context, but can you speak a little bit to the rate of increase for our police budget as opposed to others, and kind of what people have been alluding to here, how the nature of that investment might be different than what we're seeing in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to. A couple of things to point out there. One is appreciation for Ryan. You know, when Michael and I started this budget process, Last biennium's narrative was hold the line. This time we said, please tell us what you realistically need. And I just, letting you kind of see how the sausage gets made, I cut quite a bit back from Ryan. What Ryan told me is really what he needs. So this M&S line is actually quite slimmed down. And I think everything he had in the original ask was stuff that he really needs. But I asked that we kind of take that citywide approach and not, invest inequitably in one department. And that meant some tough choices for Ryan. So the M&S increases you see here, I actually think are, well, yes, it's a couple 100,000 of growth. They're really, what do we refer to them as? Undeferrable professional services things. We can't not pay LOCOM. We can't not replace critical safety equipment that needs to be replaced. So I think the M&S increases are frankly probably a little bit under where I would feel most comfortable investing in the department. The professional services or personnel services line is a pretty significant increase, and I want to kind of point out a few reasons for that. One is the addition of the 3.5 FTE that we were able to add via the public safety fee. So you have to kind of know that we made a commensurate revenue move to make that increase sustainable. The second is the majority of our employees in our police department are under the MPEA union. So we are not currently negotiating that contract. That was a 3-year contract negotiated 2 years ago. And that the out year increases in salary for that were inflation +1. So there's a higher rate of salary and benefit increases that you're seeing in this budget than you are in most of our other budgets because it's a different labor union. Benefits are also expensive in the police department. They're expensive everywhere, but they're particularly expensive in the police department where we have some premium pay and a lot of families on health plans. And then finally, yes, I think those were all the things I wanted to say. Is there anything else I've missed, Mike, about the budget and the increase in the police budget?
I would just add too that their PERS costs are higher than average individuals, obviously. So their PERS increases are a little bit more steeper than others counterparts.
Oh, thank you. And the other piece I wanted to say, so we constantly monitor overtime, and I think that's come up almost every one of our quarterly budget committee meetings. I do want to transparently say that we've reduced budgeted overtime in this budget. It is still there, but we reduced it from the last biennium on this promise that we kind of made that we would be adding staffing with a reduction in overtime. We're going to continue to monitor that very closely and report on it every quarter. But, if I just kept that overtime at where it was, this budget would have grown even more. So I really think, and I'm very proud and appreciative of the chief and of Michael's leadership in putting together this budget that, yes, I take the community point that it is a large budget and it has grown, but I think this is all defensible increases.
I think one other point too, I met with Ryan and Tony and Greg this week, and they were talking about like a lot of the stuff that they're writing staff reports on and their police reports is stuff that's old from 20 years ago, software and systems from that. I believe that we haven't made the investment, 10 years ago, that we're asking them to use stuff that's out of date to continue to keep the police department going, and they do a phenomenal job at that. I think part of this budget is bringing them up to par for where they should be. And we talk about working smarter, not harder. I think a lot of that investment is in this dollars. Like we're trying to get it so that these guys are supported as much as they should be.
That's helpful context. Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll bring Mr. Passarelli up here.
He's going to be the shortest timeline. Going to be the quickest.
Are there any questions?
I told him he could just say, any questions?
Just a few? All right. Well, good afternoon. I'm Peter Passarelli. I'm the Public Works Director. And this afternoon, I think there's 11 different divisional budgets that are underneath my operational control that we'll be talking about. So the first, we're going to start off with our Public Works general fund associated division budgets, and then we'll get into the utility budgets. So first off, our Public Works admin budget. We've talked a little bit about this throughout the meeting this morning, but we had some significant organizational restructuring that occurred over the past year. I would also mention prior to that, we did some internal restructuring where we ended up changing the management structure between our water and streets team. At one point we had a singular division manager there. We had created a water operator position and ended up making the decision to have a separate water division manager and streets or transportation division manager. So that also occurred early on in this past biennium. So we've pulled in and brought in our CIP engineering colleagues into our department that has worked really, I think, fantastic. It's been a phenomenal change, lots of good collaboration, coordination with our engineering team and our operational crews on public infrastructure. Lots of dialogue that probably wasn't happening because of proximity and just not being around. Also, over the last biennium, we constructed 3 new parks. Adam Moore, our Parks and Green Space Development Manager, worked hard, got some extra funding from some grant resources, and we updated our Scott Park, and then really built Balfour and Bowman Bray Parks, and got those done. We also, big projects that we managed really internally in Public Works and engineering, as engineering focused on our transportation work, was our Stanley Reservoir rehab and our SCADA upgrades. SCADA, we also spent a lot of time working with our IT manager, Joe Gardner. So he was an instrumental core component to that work as well. So moving into the upcoming biennium, what you're really going to see focus from the Public Works Admin Division is providing that executive oversight on our major capital programs. Our PFAS, which is a water contaminant that we have some regulatory requirements to treat by 2031. We've got a big program focused to work on that with a team with our CIP engineering and water division. So we're focused on getting that work done. We also have some other priority investments that you'll see as we go down through the different divisions. We're going to continue to work on advancing our parks and green space goal. Milwaukie Bay Park, we're getting to a point where things are looking better than they did 18 months ago. So we're also working with the Kellogg Dam team. I've worked with Joseph and Mandy and the rest of that leadership team in providing that support on that Kellogg Dam project. And then I'm really looking at focusing a lot of my effort on our, affordability goals, economic development goals, and climate goals as well. So trying to incorporate those and make sure that our team in Public Works is incorporating that into their work as well. Next slide. So the Public Works admin budget has been reduced, and that's basically due to the creation of a climate and natural resources division. Those personnel used to be part of the Public Works admin team, and through the restructuring, we've moved them and created this new climate and natural resources division. So you'll see a lot of those costs associated with that work in that budget. I will say some of the things that I'll point out in the material and services piece. I do have a small professional services account And my plan, working with Mike, is to take a look at doing a feasibility study for automated metering infrastructure. So,
Automated what?
Automated metering infrastructure.
Meeting,
So it's an initial report looking at what's the feasibility, how do we go about doing that? How does it work with all of the other software systems that we have and other technologies that we have? That also will include Joe Gardner as part of that team, but we'll probably hire a consultant to help us through that effort, with the goal of getting a deliverable that would provide a recommendation and perhaps a future RFP that we could go out and perhaps bring on board an automated metering infrastructure. I want to mention again water rate affordability. You'll see that probably a couple times through here. This is, I think, an important aspect of what we're doing, especially since we have some really large capital needs in our water fund. The treatment costs, the capital costs associated with treating for PFAS are close to $30 million. And over a 4 to 5 year period, we're looking for all of those ways to reduce the impacts on our ratepayers. So you've seen that in this year, we went out and were able to get a safe drinking water revolving loan fund, $6 million award, of which $3 million of that is a forgivable grant. We're continuing to be in the pipeline for future awards through that program, perhaps up to another $16 million if everything works out well. $10 million for non-PFAS related work, and then maybe another $6 million for PFAS specific related work. The other thing I would mention, we are working on this Milwaukie Bay Park project. Joseph mentioned it a little bit earlier this morning when he was talking about the URA budget and priorities there. So we may be coming back to you early in the first quarter to talk about prioritizing projects within the URA and perhaps finding some additional funds for Milwaukie Bay Park. To do that would require maybe deferring some other projects that we have that are funded by the URA.
Mm-hmm. I just had two things. One on MVP, the URA stuff is all accurate. We also, I think you guys know, there's a maintenance component of the agreements that we've been negotiating. So those wouldn't hit early in the biennium because that maintenance would occur, after transfer of the park and after closer to when construction commences. But again, there may be adjustments we'll have to make. And we went back and forth on whether to park some money in there for it now or not. And I think we agreed it was a better path to adopt as is. And then we'll come back and disclose those as we hopefully get some signatures on these agreements. But we are planning for it. Peter's an expert planner. And on that note, I just wanted to say on the water rate affordability stuff, I think we're so lucky to have Peter, at the helm of our public works department. I think we really got a jump start compared to other cities our size on preparing for this PFAS stuff. And I'm so grateful we have someone scouring the news and the EPA changes as well as Peter does, because I think we had a head start. And it's big stuff, it's scary stuff, but it's so great to be pre-planning and not caught flat-footed on that.
Any questions on Public Works admin? All right, next up is our Climate and Natural Resources Division. Oh.
Sorry, I had one question, but I'm a little flat-footed for it. We've talked a lot about the looming cost of our PFAS infrastructure, and I know that we're building our rates to be able to fund that. I was going to pull up the CIP, what year, I remember it had been fiscal year 2031 when we were doing some of those improvements, but I might have that wrong. But after we make these improvements, do we intend to lower our rates because we don't have that same capital improvement? Or what kind of, as we think about this looming PFAS work, does it look like in a post-PFAS world?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I will say it depends on how we are able to finance the work that we do. if we are able to successfully receive additional safe drinking water revolving loan funds that have a forgivable component, that would mean future rates would be impacted less than if we weren't able to get that. If we have to go out and do a lot of, if we have to finance $24 million through debt, then we would have some long-term debt that we would have to pay back over an extended period of time that would have an impact on rates and would probably make it less likely to reduce rates. So it's one of these things that we're looking at. We're working with our rate consultants and our project design team to talk about these things. So more to follow, for sure.
Sounds good. Okay, we can talk more when we get to water fund. Deal.
Yes, so our Climate and Natural Resources Division. So this is a new division within the budget, but the functions and work that this team has provided since I've been here has been part of our Public Works admin team, or in some cases, some of the storm water work that they've done. Over the past year or biennium, this team has, developed the Good Neighbor Grant Program. We've funded, and awarded 3 grants. We're working on that last grant application that we have, trying to get the yes there. We've been designated a V-City USA. We received that certificate, so we're working on the next application to submit for the next year's certification. And Katie, our Climate and Natural Resources managers, worked really hard on working on some community engagement related to building decarbonization. We've held some workshops with the community over this spring, and we're continuing to get some great information and great engagement with groups there. And hopefully Katie will come in and give a report to council on what we've found out and what we've been able to do with that work.
You mentioned in talking about Public Works admin that you had reduced the staffing and that it had gone into this new division, but you reduced by 5 and you added 3. So where's the other 2?
The other 2 are, one is me, and then I have 2 Public Works administrative specialists.
Yeah, but in terms of the reduction of 5, 3 went here. Where did the other 2 go?
They've been kept in the stormwater fund.
Actually, I think they were always in the stormwater fund. I think it's Kalina who went to engineering services, and it's Nick our asset manager, our management coordinator, went to our engineering services division, which to better align with
and that's the
capital
private
engineering.
Sector engineering.
No, that's capital engineering. So Peter
okay.
will talk about that budget next. And then our GIS coordinator went to IT.
Okay, thank you.
You guys are eagle-eyed at these FTE counts, and I appreciate it. You're keeping us on our toes.
The other thing that we did was we initiated a climate action committee this past biennium, and they've been meeting over the last several months. Katie's been meeting with them. I think their first meeting was in February, and they've been meeting every month since. I think they're having some great dialogue and working on next steps for climate work here in the city. And Katie will be coming in to provide some input back to the council on that as well. I think the other thing I would mention is we've continued to partner with PGE in expanding access to EV chargers throughout the city. We've worked with them to put up, I think there's 17 pole chargers that PGE has put in. We've worked with them there. I think Joseph, I don't think he mentioned this, but we're at the Milwaukie Marketplace, we've partnered with the property owner there, and using some URA dollars are in the process of installing a EV charging infrastructure next to New Seasons. So I think we're doing really well in expanding out that infrastructure for EVs. Coming into the next biennium. What we really have is we have some work associated with our NPDES permit, which is the permit that requires us to follow environmental rules for managing our stormwater, and which is managed by DEQ here in the state. We do have a new permit application that's due at the end of September that we're working on that application to submit to DEQ. We also have a new, what's called the TMDL implementation plan, total maximum daily load. It's a mechanism that DEQ uses to manage pollutants in riparian water bodies. The pollutant or contaminant of concern for us is really sort of a temperature-based concern. So how do we make sure the water doesn't get too hot? How do we make sure it stays shaded and things like that? So that's another program that we're working on and another plan that we have to submit to DEQ this year as well. Katie and their team are also working on updating our urban forest management plan. They're working with Cascadia and the community. We've had several workshops with stakeholders here this spring on urban forest, that urban forest implementation plan. And then you'll see coming into the next biennium, we're going to be working on developing a green space management plan. We have some funding in the budget to do that. I think we have $200,000 in our professional services fund there. And then we've been working with Marta Patini, our emergency management and resilience coordinator, to start working on updating our emergency operations plan. Currently, right now, we're in the process of working on what's called the American Water Infrastructure Act update. It's like a 5-year update that we have to do, and it's a risk and resiliency evaluation that we have to do on our water utility. So Marta has been involved with that, and as has our water team. And one of the deliverables on that will be an updated water emergency response plan as well, that we have to actually submit and certify that we've completed by the end of September to the EPA. So we've got that work going on, as well as a broader emergency response plan for the city. Next slide. So as you can see, this is a budget that didn't exist before on its own, but it had been incorporated into other funds in public works admin, stormwater, and in some cases, some general fund expenses as well. The emergency management component in past budgets had been part of the general fund. So the three personnel in this fund that are funded out of this fund are Katie, Marta, and Adam Moore, our Parks and Green Space Management Coordinator.
This isn't Alfred?
Alfred is out of the Stormwater Fund, yeah. And the rest of the Natural Resources team you'll find in the Stormwater Fund. Riley is split between stormwater and wastewater. I will point out in here what some of the priorities are. The Green Space Management Plan that I briefly mentioned before. We have $200,000 budgeted in FY27. We have some funds also available for Emerald Ash Borer management. We're doing also some work on updating our emergency operations plan update. So we do have some funding available in the budget to do that work. We also have some compliance-related expenditures here related to some of the regulatory work that we do with stormwater. But some of that is also in our stormwater fund, but there's some within in the materials and services piece. We also have in this fund some of the materials and items that our natural resources team uses to go replant green infrastructure and things like that. So you'll find those costs in the materials and services piece. And in the capital outlay piece, this is where you'll see some of the expenditures associated with Milwaukie Bay Park. And in 2028 and in 2027, we have two parks-related expenditures. We have some park signs that we're going to put up at Scott and Balfour and Bowman Bray, new signs there. And also the work that we have to do at Balfour Park, the $30,000 for that work. We did try to get that done this spring and went out to solicit bids, but we didn't get anybody to submit on that work. So we have to go out again. So yes.
I saw the confused look on Councilor Khosrowbadi's face. That's some work to make the structures at Balfour
That's when they,
Park
like, tie them
pass
off and all that? No.
class playground inspection and satisfy NCPRD's needs.
I have a question. What is the Community Resilience Hub?
Yes. So this is something that we've had discussions about, I think with some council members over the last several years, about finding some funds to work with PGE and develop. And I mentioned PGE because PGE is also a resource that provides some grants to look at community resilience funding. So it's a place where if there's a catastrophic event, perhaps there's a source of energy that the community can use, or, there's lighting and heating and cooling and things like that might be available at a facility. So we were looking at.
That would be stuff that was installed to be activated, like.
It would be part of the city's infrastructure that it maintains
mobile.
at a facility. So it would be making sure that a facility can handle, additional heating and cooling for an extended heating and cooling, and perhaps water during a catastrophic event, as well as perhaps internet.
So it's like
and
generators?
Things like that. Generators, solar or solar plus battery storage, things like that.
I guess I would also say, I think a resilience hub there can be various levels of it. So one thing could be as simple as a place where when there's a prolonged power outage, people can go charge their phones and
Like the
library, their
library.
devices, or someplace that operates on, we do have solar at Johnson Creek now, or operates on a generator or whatever, where it gave people certainly the level of a place that's kept cool or kept warm is a higher level than just that piece. But I think it could take a variety of forms. Yeah.
So just thinking about the fact that there is solar doesn't mean that there's solar battery storage, right?
We don't have battery storage
Yeah, so
at Johnson
the
Creek.
fact that there's solar wouldn't help you.
At this point, but
out.
I think the idea behind this study was to identify the costs to build out that infrastructure and help determine where the best place to locate a resilience hub. So, we've talked about JCB, we've talked about City Hall, we've talked about PSB, someplace that's centrally located.
Maybe up higher.
Perhaps, yeah. So that's sort of part of the analysis. We have some funds that maybe we'll be able to use, but I don't know if we have the full set of funds to do a really detailed analysis. So,
okay.
But it's something we're going to take a look at.
Thank you.
Are there any questions on the climate and natural resources? Yes.
You mentioned that you're working with like the Oak Marketplace for additional EVs, and that you've worked with PGE for neighborhoods. Is there a way for community members to maybe like request one of those PGE like charger being evaluated for that, like as an ongoing to continue that expansion?
I would like to say yes to that, but I think PGE sort of has pulled the reins back on installing more of the pole chargers right now until they get some additional, data to evaluate. But if you have a place in mind, if anybody has a place in mind, feel free to reach out to our department. You know, I think when PGE installed them, they were looking for places to distribute them out through Milwaukie, but also to try to put them at places where it was close to multifamily housing or affordable housing and those types of things. So you won't necessarily find them in sort of the subdivision sort of neighborhoods, but you're going to find them in those places where we have more dense housing. One place that I really see frequent use of that pole charger now, a couple places, Washington Avenue by the school gets it. I think it's off of Olson, at the White new cottage, little cluster place that got built there. There's frequent charging going on there, so it's happening.
Yeah, it was slow to catch on, but it is almost in continuous use now.
That's good. Yeah. And we do get some, I think Katie shared some data with the council last fall on where we were seeing the most usage.
And I was going to say, PGE has a website where they list all the locations. If you Google it, PGE pole chargers or whatever, and they list it by city. And they do show 5 or 6 more coming into Milwaukie in addition to the ones that are up and running. And there may be something on there as a way to request. I don't know. It's worth looking.
I just know when they were first rolling the program out, there was a neighbor that lived across the street and she declined to have it put in on the pole, even though it would be a really great spot for it. And since then she has sold her property, has sold the property. And so it's like, and the one that is on the street that I live on is in constant use. So I think that there would be additional opportunities for that. I know, personally, if I wanted to go to a plug-in EV, I couldn't, I would have to do a whole, whatchamacallit change out.
Mm-hmm.
So having something like that would open up that possibility. So I just thought that I can't be the only one that, is in a situation like that. So I just thought pushing those efforts forward, I was just curious. So thank you.
I also believe we have a map on our city website in our GIS maps that show all the locations of
that gets updated every time
EVs.
PGE open.
Yes, but I don't think they've put in any more
Okay.
since, I know, I'll have to take a look, but I don't think they put any more in.
Okay.
And I do have one more question.
Yes.
Different topic. I see that you want to update the city's emergency operations plan. I know recently a representative from the CERT program came to the NDA looking for additional funding. And so as you're creating this new fund, I was just curious if there's any plans for that to have community members also bolster this emergency preparedness for the community.
Well, in fact, Marta and Katie work hand in hand with our CERT team, and we do have some funding in in this budget for some CERT team support as well. In fact, CERT team stores all of their supplies in a Connex out at the Public Works.
Sorry, this may have been mentioned when I was out at the restroom, but yeah, we're really proud to be the government sponsor for CERT, which is a change from the last biennium. So.
Are there any other questions on the Climate and Natural Resources Division? All right, so the next one is our Engineering Services Division. So this is the team that focuses on the construction and design and construction of our public infrastructure here for the city. So Jen Garbley is our city engineer. She is the manager of this division. As part of the restructuring that we did, we brought that team over and we've added, as Emma mentioned, our asset management coordinator to this team, Kalina Hughes, who manages our infrastructure data for the city. So she works hand in hand with Linda Kugel, our GIS coordinator, but really with a hard focus on our infrastructure, making sure that we're tracking those assets and in some cases tracking the condition of those assets. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about wastewater and stormwater and the work that they do there. I will say one of the big things that we focused on over this last biennium, Emma's mentioned it, I think last weekend, during the budget meeting, is trying to right-size our capital improvement program to make it more realistic, both in terms of how we're able to resource it and execute it, but also how we're financing it. And, you know, I think we cut out about $40 million from the previous biennium's 6-year CIP to this 6-year CIP. It does focus a little bit more on water work. One of the things we're seeing a shift with this team too is a shift from just all transportation to shift to our other utilities, working on our water and wastewater utilities as well. With that in mind, we did a lot of work last year. Jen and her team got a lot of great projects done. Some of them had been in the pipeline and had been under construction for a long time. I know Meek Street is Jen's, she and I joke, that's her SCADA project. Like SCADA felt like forever to get done. Meek Street was one that really took a long time to get done for various reasons, but we've got that one done. Ardenwald North, our Washington area improvements, the downtown curbs and storm work that we did out in front of the Collectors Mall, the new Rexall building. And then we did a lot of work on pavement preservation, slurry seal, overlays, grind and overlay projects that you'll see a little bit more data in our transportation piece. We've started construction on King Road and the Harvey Street improvements. Those are both integrated, safe projects. And I say integrated safe, they include safe, SSMP, water infrastructure, storm infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure. Those projects are really sort of multi-fiscal year projects. We started those in the fall of 25, and the work won't get completed until later on this summer. They're really close in getting most of the utility work done, but they're going to be spending some time as we go into the next biennium with the transportation piece and the sidewalks and pavement restoration. We've also initiated design on the 26th Avenue and Waverly project. That's work that we're really close on getting ready to go out for soliciting bids. I would expect that sometime at probably the end of May that we're going to be posting that to get bids for that work. Our Waverly Heights sewer reconfiguration, this is the last piece, I'll say last big piece of clay pipe that we have in our system. We've been working on trying to get easements. And I think we're at the place where we've received all the easements that we're going to need to do the project. So we're getting it wrapped up to go out for bid. This project also will utilize some dollars that we get from WES. They'll pay for about 30% of what's about a $3 million project. Our Monroe Street Greenway, this is a sort of a multi-phased project. Earlier this month, I think the beginning of April, I guess last month, because it's May now, but earlier in April, we had an open house and met with the community to talk about the Monroe Central Greenway, which is from 21st back up to 37th, that piece of the work there. We are moving hard to get that project, the design completed and a contract awarded before the end of September. There's some funding that ODOT says that we need to get obligated. So you'll be seeing a request, the council will be seeing a request for a contract award probably in the early part of August.
For the east segment or for the central?
I'm sorry, yes, for the east part, yes. Yeah, for the east part, yeah. And then the central part, we're continuing to work with ODOT on that. And that looks more likely to go out for bid next spring. So, and then Stanley Safe, we have some work there. that we're working on with the county that utilizes some county URA dollars, and that's the section from King to Johnson Creek Boulevard. So we launched the SPOT program, and we spent a lot of time updating our public works standards as well this past spring, and got a lot of work going on coming up into the next biennium. So we've got this Harrison Safety Assessment that we have some funding, or I should say, there's still a question on if we'll accept this grant or not. We are reviewing we're going to take another look at that grant. We did get some communications back from ODOT that said, red line what you don't like, and we'll see what we can do. So,
This is a federal grant.
This was a federal grant that had some. There was some language in there related to our equity programs and immigration, so that we found problematic. So we're going to make some red lines on that and see if ODOT will move forward with it. ADA transition plan update. I think there was a question in one of the questions here. So we did do a ADA transition plan back in 2018. We're at a point where we need to go through and update that. We've done some work. I think we used, it's called Deep Walk, that does LiDAR mapping of sidewalks, that we've got that information that we want to incorporate into an ADA transition plan update. And we've incorporated this into our professional services within the engineering services team. We're also working on a design for railroad for a SAFE project. We have some funding that we have available there that we'll be working on. And then the goals are King Road, we want to get completed this summer. We have a larger sewer line project that the team's working on. It's about $1 million, and some additional sewer lining that we're going to do. Waverly South, I mentioned, the Waverly Heights sewer. The one that I haven't mentioned here quite yet is our raw water pipeline, which is really our first phase of our PFAS project. That will take water from wells 4 and 7 and transport it up to our upper treatment plant. It also includes some site preparation at the upper treatment plant at 40th and Harvey, demolition of facilities, and setting that site up so we can construct a new treatment facility there while still providing drinking water from both treatment plants. This is, I think Brent mentioned, this is where the Friends of Library loses some space.
So, and once that treatment plant is constructed, which will not be within this biennium, right?
Right, that treatment.
But that treatment plant will then be the sole treatment plant for our water, right?
It will be the sole treatment plant for that water, yes. And
for all water in Milwaukee.
Well,
yeah,
that's a good question.
Oh, okay.
Right now, it will be treating water from wells 4 and 7, the lower treatment plant, and then the 3 wells that we have currently at the upper treatment plant, wells 2, 3, and 5. So well 6 is at the Stanley Reservoir.
And that water's being treated where now?
That water does not require any treatment. Doesn't require any VOC treatment. We're looking at some information, some data that we've recently got concerning PFAS. We're starting to see some really small levels of PFAS at well 6, like at an order of magnitude below the maximum contaminant level, which is 4 parts per trillion. So we're seeing it like at 0.68 parts per trillion. So we're keeping our eye on that and doing some additional sampling to see what those trends look like. But there could be a potential where we could pipeline water from well 6 if we need to do that. So The plant will be sized to handle all of our water.
All of the water if
If
necessary.
if necessary, yes.
Thank you.
And Jen's team, you know, they're going to be leading the development of the design and of this consolidated water treatment facility, working in coordination with our water team and the consultant team that we've brought on to help us do this design. Tanya, one of our civil engineers, Tanya Batty, one of our civil engineers, she's going to be that program project manager for our team, and she's been doing a great job. I think the other thing I would mention, we're going to do some, continue to work on our SPOT program, maybe make some refinements working with PSAC on how frequently we take grants or proposals to streamline that process. And then we're going to launch our Safe Street Enhancement Program as well in the upcoming biennium, and initiate the implementation of the 20 is Plenty program as well. So I will say, in the past, one of the things Jen's the engineering budget didn't have a significantly sized professional service fund. Part of the discussions that we've had with finance, work that we at one time that we used to include in our CIP as large projects that didn't necessarily result in a new capital asset. We would have that. We had those in our CIP program. But because of our sort of capitalization policies, we've moved some of those projects to the professional services fund. So that's where you'll see things like ADA transition plan, or in water's case, you'll see there's hydraulic modeling work that we need to do. So you'll see there's a little bit of an increase in some of the professional services.
Which is under materials and services. That's why you see the materials and services jump from 130 in the last budget to 293. It's because there was things that we would be putting in capital that we're now putting in materials and services.
I will say, I've mentioned it already, we're having a prioritization towards some work on our water program here in CIP engineering. And we are, I've already mentioned the Monroe Greenway. That should be
That
the
should
east.
say east.
That
That's
should
an
say
Emma Sagor
east.
typo. My apologies.
That east segment, we need to have a contract awarded and those funds obligated by the end of September. So we've been working with the consultant to get that work done, and I think we're at a good place and have a good plan to do that.
Well, I'm sorry, he was first.
Councilor Koster-Body?
You're right. Thank you, Peter. I had a question, and I really should have asked this with the PD too, but I'm seeing it here on here as well. In regards to vehicles, and I know actually this is probably more for you, Michael, because we've talked about this too in the last budget. Like I noticed with the PD, the vehicle cost went from 55 to 75,000, so it increased by 20,000. Police vehicles may be a little bit different because the rigorous stuff they're put through, but with the increase of automobiles now going up for obvious reasons, does it make sense now to look into leasing our vehicles as opposed to full-on purchasing them? Is there any savings, especially with how much more expensive vehicles?
So I have a gentleman that calls me every quarter asking that very question. And it's something that we can look at, and it's something that I've always had in the back of my head. I don't know what the answer is, but we're looking for it, looking at it. I told him in August, like after we get through the budget and everything, that Peter and I can meet and kind of see if this would pencil out. There's pros and cons to it. But I don't know enough about it to tell you now, but it's something that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
I would say when we're saying we're buying new vehicles, generally, like the administrative vehicles that we buy that are non-police related, we're buying used vehicles and we're buying EVs. And I'm not really sure what the market that the rental or the leasing companies have. So we're able to get EVs relatively inexpensive. So, we can buy like a Nissan Leaf right now for our use in the city for, $15,000. So that's not even an item that's capitalized anymore. So
It'd be interesting to look at EVs for our PD too, because the maintenance cost on ICE engines, internal combustion engines, are a lot more expensive than EVs. And I know that those police cars go through a lot more rigorous, but another reason to probably look at that because of the need for, or the lack of need for maintenance, and they're a lot faster. So
Do you speak from personal experience, Counselor?
I do. Good and bad experience.
So, I have a question, but before I get to my question, I just did want to comment that, the water program and the Monroe Greenway are two huge things. Huge things. The Monroe Greenway has been in the works for a decade or more, actually, I think more. And the water is a big undertaking, as you said. So it's really great to see those, moving forward this biennium. And again, on your prior slide, you also had other things like 26th and Waverly. It's not that those are the only things happening. So my question is, in the, Jen said to us in the last CIP update, and in the CIP materials, I think it said that we're taking a pause this year on slurry seal and repaving. So I'm a little surprised by the numbers on page 135, the estimated numbers for lane miles placed and how much paving it looks like we're doing. And I realize we are doing some because we've got King Road going on, but those numbers seem kind of high to me. 7.5 lane miles of asphalt and 2.6 miles of sidewalk, walkways, and bike lanes. I mean, maybe between King Road and Harvey Street, we're gonna hit that lower, I don't know. I don't know.
That's the projected for next year, though.
Yeah, I know. But I mean.
Yeah, I think that's a fair, I think that's a fair point. I would say, the King Road, Harvey, 26th and Waverly projects that we have. So we'll see some additional sidewalk, walkways and bike lanes placed there. We'll also be doing some things with the street enhancement program as well, the Safe Street Enhancement Program. We're going to incorporate some of that work on to as part of the water transmission line project that's going to go up 40th Avenue. We'll be doing some work there. I do think, though, in terms of the asphalt place, looking at that 27, that's probably, we're not going to be doing any grind and overlay this summer as programmatically. That will be next summer that we're doing it. It'll be a larger project. So, that might start in May. So I think, looking at the two together, they're probably a little on the high side there, but that's sort of a goal we're trying to target.
Thank you.
I have a question. I'm going back to your discussion about the increase in materials and services because you took out of, you uncapitalized some stuff. So my first question is, this line item for total materials and services, it has, transfers from our other funds, right? I mean,
Yes.
it's being funded by
Yes,
transfers.
From utility.
Yes.
From the utility funds.
Yes.
So, I guess I was originally thinking that, that would be a big impact to add that much to the general fund, but it wouldn't be when it's coming out of the utility funds, right?
Well, in some cases, it did make a big impact when we were looking at the numbers and how they were impacting reserve policy requirements.
Uh-huh.
So there was some work that we ended up putting back into the utility fund. So it shows up in specifically in the water fund or the wastewater fund. So I think we did that actually with the water hydraulic modeling.
To maintain a reserve?
Well, it was impacting the general fund reserve requirement. Because we were putting, because it's.
So you wanted it in the utility fund so it wouldn't make the general fund reserve requirement go up even more.
Yes,
Correct.
yeah.
Got it.
So initially, when we had programmed these proposed budgets, we included that work in engineering, as well as we did some similar things in the climate and natural resources division. And then because of that type of impact, we ended up putting some things back into the funds.
It's a complex process.
Yeah, and it makes it a challenge for the manager to also know, like, where's the funds that I need to do this work sometimes, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yeah, two questions. One was, so with the Monroe Greenway, you were saying it's the east segment that ODOT is managing that has to be.
It's the east section, we're managing it, ODOT's providing us money, and we have to have that money obligated by the end of September.
Okay.
But the central project is an ODOT project that we're working with ODOT on. So ODOT is funded. Yes.
Yeah, the east, I had thought the east segment, which to me goes from 37th to Linwood, ODOT was managing, or it seems like, it almost seems like
I think
you might
got them
have it
flipped them
backwards.
around.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
This is this map shows
Yep.
it.
Yes. Yeah.
So the purple is east.
And that's what we have to have obligated.
No.
Flip
Central.
it again.
I-
Okay.
So
Yep.
Emma was
Yeah.
right.
Emma was right. I was wrong. I was getting confused.
Okay.
Jen would have caught that.
Central segment needs to be obligated by, sorry, I didn't mean to say Emma was right, but
Emma was right.
Good job, Emma. You got him.
Well, so it's kind of,
State it clearly so we know what it is.
yes. We need to obligate funds, so ODOT, is providing some funds for the central sector. It had additional funds they could obligate to the central segment that we have to access. We have to obligate those, before September, or they may go away for the central segment. So we will be.
$1.5 million.
so it's kind of crazy to me that ODOT is insisting on that when ODOT's own delays are why the east segment hasn't gone out for like 2 years.
From your mouth to ODOT's ears, Mayor.
It's,
Yes.
yeah, that's just annoying, I have to say.
The second thing, and this is a dangerous moment, but Councilor Kosarbadi's questions got me thinking
Yes.
around shifting to more electric vehicles to reduce costs. When we're buying admin vehicles, it really is to transport people from one part of the city to the other while they're doing official business. Have we ever thought about buying a city e-bike fleet or having like a cheaper option than just buying additional cars?
Scooters?
We do have some e-bikes at Public Works. Our fleet team worked with the police to buy them some e-bikes here for use downtown. We can always expand those purchases. The e-bikes that we have at Public Works get some use, but generally when people are going places, they're bringing some, at least my staff, they're bringing in additional
Equipment.
tools and equipment with them. Even our project inspectors, they have equipment that they're bringing out to the job site to do inspections with, so.
But I take your point. I think it's a great idea, something we can explore in this biennium. Yeah, to augment that bike
Little
fleet.
trailers.
Yeah, the cargo bikes, yeah.
And I mean, they're relatively inexpensive.
We're not all as fast as you though, Will. So like, if you got to get across town in 10 minutes.
I'm as fast as my motor is. I am not doing any work. Idaho stop, Idaho stop.
All right. Okay. Our facilities team, I really want to highlight a couple things here. Public safety, building, seismic retrofit. We got a grant from the Oregon Business Development Department a few years ago. And our facilities team and Mandy Bird, part of Joseph's team, they worked hand in hand along with the police department. And, we did some significant work at the public safety building that we provided some additional resiliency for seismic events there. So we were fortunate to get the grant, and we did some good work. And I know it was inconvenient for staff while we were there, but we got that done in a relative short time. We also, in the past biennium, installed the solar array at Johnson Creek, at our Johnson Creek campus, and we're seeing those impacts of having that on our electric bill. So it's been good. I mean, we're seeing a reduction in paid kilowatt hours that we're buying from PGE because we have that solar array there. So we're seeing that impact at that site for sure.
And we should thank Rep. Gamba for helping us secure the funding for that.
That was certainly a great grant that we received there. We've continued to install charging infrastructure at our campuses. These are primarily behind the gate chargers I'll mention as we expand our EV fleet, both at Public Works and here at City Hall. We have that need for charging infrastructure. We are evaluating the possibility of offering EV charging to employees. It's a larger discussion that we're going to have to see how that works with where the chargers are installed and how that might be managed. So it's a discussion we're going to have. We also did some site improvements. We put up some safety improvements at the Letting Library, some bollards. We had several accidents over the last couple of years where people, jumped the curb and ran into the building, trying to turn around. So we would put some bollards there to hopefully prevent that from happening in the future. So they did a great job doing that. The one thing that you don't see on here, which is really nice as a major accomplishment, was like fixing the Letting Library HVAC issues, because we haven't had any big problems in the last biennium.
May have just cursed us.
Yeah, but it's been good. We are working on HVAC controls right now, and that might bleed a little bit into the next biennium. We're working, coming up next biennium, we have some air handler units here at City Hall and at the Public Safety Building that need replacement. We're working on some ADA access and compliance issues, library being one place in particular. There's some egress issues on the west side of the library that we need to do some ADA work on. And we continue to work towards trying to extend facility life and site things. One of the things we're going to be doing as part of the larger slurry seal project that we're doing with the city is we're going to slurry seal the public safety building parking lots as well during that time. got some additional security work that we're going to do at the library. We're going to hopefully install a roll-up gate at the entranceway that will make the community room a little bit more of a usable space and require less people watching us, staffing, because we'll be able to close off the library from the community space use. And then, we've got some work really at the public safety building and a little bit at JCB where we're going to do some amenities and modernization. We've got some restroom expansions at the Johnson Creek campus that we need to do since we have additional staff. And then we have lots of work at the public safety building to make some improvements there as well. In terms of dollars, I've got three facilities, our facilities team's really three personnel. It's, I'll say four. Damien is our facilities manager, and then Mike Harmon and Tony Larison. There are two facility technicians. They're the guys that are out fixing things and helping people, helping fix people's workspaces on a day-to-day basis, and also managing the contracts that we have in place for the different services that we provide, landscape contracting, janitorial services, and those types of things, making sure the HVAC's working, all of those types of things. I also will call out Emma Fish, who is one of our administrative specialists at Public Works Admin. She provides some extra support to this team with contract support and sort of managing workflows and things like that as well. In terms of the personnel services, not any significant changes other than the increases that we've talked about in terms of benefit costs. And then our materials and services, we've also had a little bit of work that we used to have in our CIP, similar to what I explained with engineering services that we've brought over into the material services fund as often as part of a special projects account that we have. And this is also work that doesn't necessarily get capitalized. This biennium, I would say we are prioritizing some efforts at the public safety building and the library. A couple places that there's some work that needs to be done, and it's been deferred for a while. I will also mention, if you've looked at the 5-year forecast, general fund forecast, there are some big numbers on CIP requirements in those years 3, 4, and 5. We may need to defer some of that work. We've got a prioritization matrix that we've put together that I think you've seen maybe in the budget document that scores the projects, and we'll utilize that as an initial tool to help us prioritize projects if we get to that point where we need to defer projects. So.
I should also note we're trying to tighten our belt wherever possible, so thank you. We're trying to tighten our belt wherever possible, so while you hear us say ad nauseum, the cost of this is going up, the cost of that is going up. We're actually scaling back our janitorial contract. That was one place where I think the staff can shoulder a bit more in terms of taking their trash, out in order to save some general fund costs. So I appreciate Peter's help taking those cuts. Council President? No, does not want to talk facilities. On to fleet.
On to fleet. Our fleet team, three hardworking individuals, Kevin Warden, Alex Vanderhoof, and Jeff Bywater. They do a fantastic job getting vehicles and equipment out of the shop. They will generally prioritize the public safety work, then followed by our public works equipment, and then the administrative work. We also do contract work for CRW as well, so we get some funding from them. They have also, over this past biennium, they've worked hard to do more work in-house on outfitting some of the police vehicles that we have. hopefully to save dollars that we would have to pay out to vendors. We've also, I think I've already mentioned, we worked with the police department to expand their EV bike fleet for use downtown. And they also have done some work on some of our emergency generators to save us some cost as well, instead of having to rely on some outside contractors to do that work. We still have contractors available to service and do repairs on our emergency generators, but we've been able to do some of that work in-house to save some dollars. Moving forward into the next year, their goal is to, as they look at the fleet that we have in place, evaluate and make sure that we're making really good data-driven decisions based on, to determine when we need to replace vehicles. So we spend a lot of time looking at those and to make sure that we're getting all the value that we can out of vehicles. And I'll say we have some vehicles that get lots and lots of use. I'll use street sweepers as one. Those are out there every day. And they get a lot of use. And then we have other pieces of equipment or vehicles that get limited use. So we try to evaluate that. And when we're at a point where we need to replace vehicles, we've done some really good evaluation of that. They continue to work on growing their skill set as relates to outfitting or upfitting vehicles. And then they've worked hard at increasing fleet electrification and EV utilization as well. Beyond the admin vehicles, we have a new vehicle that we had purchased this year. It's a EV camera truck. So our truck that our wastewater team uses is a EV truck. And the fleet team worked with our wastewater crew to go through and help spec out that truck before we bought it. So
in terms of the vehicle and equipment, the increase from like 12,000 to 130,000, is that there are a whole bunch of vehicles that
I believe this was my direction to move any non-police vehicles into the fleet budget for capital purchases.
Okay.
Because we had vehicles floating all over different departmental budgets, and I wanted them all consolidated.
So this capital outlay piece here, so this includes $90,000 for or 90,000 plus. I think it's 90,000 for a lift, maintenance lifts that we need to replace. We have these portable maintenance lifts that we use to lift equipment up. So they're actually pretty expensive. So we're at a point where in their life cycle, we need to replace that.
So that plus the moving of everything else in.
And then there's one vehicle in there.
But
well.
policy-wise, all vehicles will now be purchased out of this.
All vehicles, with the exception of police. We intentionally kept police separate because we'd like to track how we're doing not totaling those vehicles.
And I should say that's all general fund vehicles.
So does for the fuel and oil purchases?
The
fuel and oil purchases total for this biennium is projected 335,000. Is that including the fuel and oil for the police cars, or is that because the public works, a lot of them are EVs, right?
Yeah, that includes all of our fuel expenditures.
Any diesel, and then, and we've increased it because we're all watching gas prices like everyone else. Hopefully we come in much under that because things resolve, but.
I made a couple of fine tuning on that as the weeks leading up to this have come. So I kept pushing it up. Hopefully we won't need all of it.
What would happen if those funds were used to purchase EVs and then the vehicle funds were then used to maintenance? Just saying, can you move it around that way? Or does those funds have to be appropriated to fuel and oil?
No, I mean, that's what, we're budgeting for it in that category, but we can spend within M&S different places. So if the policy direction from council was to say, and then through the exploration was to move more of those, ICE powered vehicles to EV, yeah, we could utilize those funds.
Well, I would also say though, even outside the police department, in Public Works, we have a significantly sized internal combustion engine fleet. So we have lots of large equipment that's just not, there aren't
Yeah,
any
that
ICE
makes
vehicles,
sense.
right?
That makes
So,
sense, but.
like our big Vector trucks and large, 5-yard dump trucks and some of the other equipment that we have.
But I would assume that that's mostly, that cost is being, because those are pretty rarely used, right? Are you using those vehicles quite often, the bigger
Oh, yeah,
ones, the larger ones?
our Vector trucks are used every day.
And so is that where most of that?
It's a
Like, that's probably
combination
a
of
small percentage of it.
police and our Public Works fleet, so.
Okay, thank you.
Our administrative fleet is primarily EVs or hybrids, and we're starting to make inroads into the non-administrative things. So, as I mentioned, we purchased an EV camera truck. We're going to be buying an EV sweeper. So, yeah.
Do you have the capacity to identify the percentage of the fuel budget that goes to the big Public Works trucks and goes to police and then goes to everything else? I mean, it seems to me that would then give you the fraction that you could be using to convert to electric. Is that right?
Yeah, we have that ability to
Isolate
which vehicles are using.
the percentage of the budget,
the fuel,
these different
right.
categories are used. Okay, thank you. I mean, I think that's helpful if you want to go forward with what Adam's talking about.
I just wanted to call out, thank you. I just wanted to call out, I mean, related to this conversation, the last lines of the performance measures chart that show the decrease in diesel miles. That's not really getting to gas-powered vehicles, I guess, and then the increase in hybrid and electric miles. So we're going the right direction. Both of those.
Any other questions on fleet?
Oh, sorry.
Just one comment. I'm not, I know one of the things that, because I have to manage a budget for fleet vehicles, or at least as part of our larger budget.
Sure.
One of the things that we were able to do was work with a fleet gas card provider that has negotiated like a kickback for like with certain gas stations. So that's helped to offset some of our costs. And so especially in a world where you can't control gas prices, getting something back can be helpful.
So we are under a statewide purchase agreement. So we work with the state goes out and does a statewide solicitation for fuel card for that fuel services, and we participate in that program. And you hope that that provides us the best value. I mean, we purchase our fuel generally from Pacific Pride, right? Yeah.
But we can look into it, yeah. Okay.
So that was it on our sort of Public Works admin and general fund pieces. Now we're going to transition to sort of talking about our utility funds. And I just as a reminder, I think Emma talked about it last week. But, moving forward into the next biennium, these our utility funds, those revenues are often associated with changes associated with our utility bills, right? And we've had these discussions over the last several months about revenue requirements for each of these utilities. And what we're looking at, I would say on the water side is we need to increase our revenues by 8%. Our wastewater, we had communicated back to council and the budget committee that we did not need to raise those fees. The same with stormwater. We didn't need to raise those. I think we've kept the public safety fee at the same rate. And then the SAFE and SSMP fees, we had some increases there. The table that you see here represents the bill for an average residential customer that uses 6 units of water a month. And what would those increases for water and SAFE and SSMP look like? As I mentioned, we were looking at an 8% revenue requirement for water. And you primarily see an increase on the base fee for that average customer, but because of the tiering that we're going to do on the water consumption fee, it's just about 0.5%. And then on the SAFE and SSMP, we're looking at 5% to 9%. But the bottom line over the total bill from this past December to now, it's about a 1.25% increase total for the average customer. And then moving into the July 1, 2027, about 2.62%.
Sorry, real quick, Peter, because I know we just went over this not too long ago, but it was before I got a hold of some of these numbers. So my question is, we were okay with the increase on the water, but now looking at the budget, why would we put an increase on water when we have a policy requirement of 50% for our contingency? Well, right now, we're about 6 times above that. We have 2.5 million is considered our policy requirement. This is what's projected. Right now, it's 12.9 million is what's in there. So we're 10 million over. Why would we raise fees when we have so much money in contingency, way above what our policy requires?
Yeah.
Same with the SSMP, because SSMP, if you look at the transportation fund, you'll see on there that I think it's another, transportation has how much is it? Another 12 million over. So why are we increasing fees on residents when we have so much funding in contingency that we could push back on these increases?
So as you look at I'll start with the water. As you look at the water moving into the biennium, you'll see as a revenue, there's some the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund revenues that are coming in to that fund. So there's a $6 million in 27, or 6 million in 27, and I've got 6 million in 2028. That's providing $12 million, perhaps of a 30 million, 29 to $30 million project. Of that, in the first year, 2027, only 3 million of that is forgivable. So we have to pay debt service on that 3 million. So as we went through the analysis of the fund and looked at the capital program that we've identified to treat for the PFAS, we identified those revenues that we needed to pay for that project. So to pay for the projects, we need to bring those funds in, and to pay for the debt service and the costs associated with that work, we have to raise those rates.
So then what are we saving all this money for? This is something that I've been pushing for a few years now.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why we haven't really had a conversation about it, but I totaled it all. Water, wastewater, stormwater, even our SDCs. We have 17.28 million combined over our reserve policy requirement. Then between water, waste, storm, and SDC, you have another 20.2 million of total unappropriated funds. That's almost $40 million. Why are we pushing?
So I think, Peter, if you agree, it might be helpful to look at the water fund forecast.
Yes.
That shows how some of these things go out over the time.
Yeah, so if you look at, for the water fund, I'm looking at,
163?
yeah, look at 163, it says unappropriated ending fund balance.
Yeah, I would recommend we look at page 189, which is one of your replacement pages in the forecast piece. Because that will give what Councilor Koster's body is talking about, but it will also show you the out years.
Maybe.
Do you want me to pull it up as well?
You can clarify for me, but it seems to me that what is happening is that there are grant funds that are coming into the budget, but they are in fact reserved for a capital project that's going to take some time to implement. And they therefore are not available necessarily to reduce the rate increase. Is that, am I misunderstanding that?
Well, I mean, the safe drinking water revolving loan fund that we're bringing into the fund, that shows up into the fund balance.
Uh-huh.
These are dollars that are associated with the large capital project.
The large capital project, right.
And then as we do these projects, we have to pay, there will be debt service associated with the safe drinking water revolving.
Which the debt service, as I understand it, does come out of the rates.
Mm-hmm.
That we have to pay the debt service out of the rates.
Mm-hmm.
And it's paying the debt service on the large amount that's in the bottom that is actually a capital, it's budgeted for a capital expense? Is that right?
Exactly. And I'm pulling it up, folks, so we can show it on the screen. But if you're looking at page 189, I take your point, Counselor, that you're seeing in that over/under policy that in FY '28, we're 9 million over policy. But as you see, 2 years later, we're actually under policy.
Right, but then we go back above policy. But
We
that's the
do.
thing, the policy, that's what I'm trying to explain, is that the 50% is arbitrary. All of these are arbitrary. So it's hard to explain that to the public when we're increasing their fees by 8% and we're saying, hey, in 5 years from now, we're holding this money for that, when we know that we're gonna replace those funds anyways. You also have 11 million unappropriated. How is that not enough? Why are we I don't understand how we have 11 million unappropriated and then we have another 10 million in reserves, but we can't use either. They're all accounted for. It's right here on the bottom of this slide. Unappropriated ending fund balance, 11.276 million. That's unappropriated funds that are not.
I was like, on this though, it shows the years beyond that where that fund starts to go down.
Right,
And
right.
We're bringing that money in, most of that money.
The fund goes down for a year and goes back up the next year in 2031.
Safe drinking water revolving loan funds to pay for a 30 million, 29
I'm sorry, hold on.
Balance goes from 1.8
too
to
many
2.7 in
I mean,
2030 to 2031.
I assume that, I mean, part of this is
A lot of money sitting there.
you don't want to hit people with a 15% increase in 2030, right? This is a project we're building to, and so we're trying to do moderate increases to get us there rather than hit everybody with a big increase.
That's absolutely correct.
But-
We're phasing in these increases. We're showing 8% this year, 8% the following year. And then we projected another 8% the third year, then followed by 3.25% to meet the capital and operational requirements of the utility. So we're utilizing, you can see here, we're under the policy. We've got a fund balance of 1.
Right, we dip for a year and then we're positive again the next year.
Well, it's good to be positive.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is we have a lot of money sitting here in these funds, and based on what the budget is saying, unappropriated means they haven't been spent yet. They're not earmarked for anything yet. So we have 11 million there, you got 10 million here. When you look at it, you're like, we are sitting on a lot of money and we're still increasing rates.
I think that's like one of the challenges when you're looking at just buying
Microphone on, Peter.
I think one of the challenges is, when you're looking at a large capital program for a utility fund, that's a multi-year program. We're looking at a program to treat our PFAS where we have to be compliant. We have to have a functional water treatment facility in 2030 that's able to, and then we can demonstrate over the next year that we've met the compliance requirements. We have to have the cash to be able to build that, and we have to have the cash flow to construct that over the next 4 years. So there's some significant expenditures in FY 27 and in FY 28. You can see on our CIP there, we're almost at 5 million in CIP work, and then in 2029 we're spending 11.5 million, and then another 10 million in those 2 years. So
I think to the mayor's point, I apologize, to the mayor's point, if you look at the curve of expenditures, you're right, Counselor, we're spending, not a ton in these bienniums, and then it jumps up a lot because those big capital projects are coming. There is a policy choice where you could keep the revenues lower by not raising rates. But then when this expenditure hits, to avoid the fund going in the black, you would need to do large rate increases then.
Red.
So this is a way to smooth that and prepare for that future.
Yeah, and I understand it because we talked about that before.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the PFAS thing wasn't like, that's not always going to be here. It's not always going to be, right? Like, that was a new requirement within the last couple of years. Money has been sitting there for longer than that. So it's not like, it's not like we got that money in a year. The money's been there. So that's what I'm saying. This is why I keep talking about this cap for this policy requirement, because our requirement is very clearly laid out, and we just keep stuffing money away when we could be giving some of that money back to the ratepayers.
Well,
like, out of that 10 million, if $1 million of that money went back to ratepayers, what would that hurt us?
well,
How severe would that?
we would have to raise the rates to get another $1 million back to
But
do
why?
this
It's our reserve. After the PFAS, after we pay for the because PFAS is new in terms of the requirement of them making us correct it. This wasn't a requirement not that long ago. And I remember before there used to be $7 million in one of those funds, because John Stoll, when he was here, used to complain about this all the time. There is always more money than what our policy requires. And we can't just keep saying, oh, we're gonna wait it, we're holding on to it for 5-10 years while we're increasing rates on people. Because as a resident, I look at this and I'm confused, because I'm like, $31 million between the two, or $22 million, $23 million, and I'm having to pay more. And sure, when you explain that, but again, PFAS isn't here, that requirement's not gonna be here forever. It's similar to what Council President Anderson was asking. Once we complete that, does the rates go back down? Once it's paid back, how does that work? It's very similar. So this is why I'm saying, we don't, obviously the more money, the better. But especially right now, when a couple meetings ago, we were talking about potential tax increase in a couple years, we're sitting on funds like this?
Well,
That doesn't sit right. That doesn't sit right with me.
I would tell you there's a couple things there that's happened. One of the reasons why we have funds is because we haven't been able to execute our CIP on the water program. The city focused a lot on its transportation work over the last close to a decade, and the work that we needed to do on our water utility, we haven't been able to execute as quickly. Our Stanley Reservoir project, that just cost us $3 million to do that rehabilitation and seismic retrofit to that system. The infrastructure, water infrastructure is expensive. If we didn't have this cash, we would be looking at higher increases to build the consolidated treatment facility that we need to build to treat for drinking water. So I hear what you're saying. I think we went through and we did a pretty robust analysis with our rate consultant on what our revenue requirements were. Initially, when we were looking at it, if we weren't using Safe Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund financing, they had suggested we were looking at rate increases in the double digits over 3-year periods. And sometimes those were at like 20%. So having the cash right now is beneficial because we're going to be able to use that on this program to build this
Right.
infrastructure.
But again, like the program wasn't always there. That's the thing. And then when you look at like wastewater, we're 2.1 million over. Stormwater, 1.6 million over. SDCs, 3.1 million over our required policy requirement. So what's the point of having a policy requirement if we're just going to keep stuffing our coffers? Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Or cap it, and then anything over that, give it back to the ratepayers. I don't think that's asking too much. You don't have to do 5 million of it. You can do 500,000. I mean, again, we're and I've said this before, it's like we have a savings account for a savings account for a checking account that doesn't have enough money. And then we keep going back to the people to get it when we're sitting on all this money, and I get having it in there is better. But we just talked about raising taxes on people potentially. It just doesn't feel right. I think we can do better. I mean, a small kickback isn't gonna hurt. A small cap, like if we we're like 150% plus over. Like, is it, if we need that much, get rid of the requirement then, get rid of the minimum.
I think, Counselor, you brought up fund maximums before, and I think we would love to hear from the committee. I think, what we've done is planned a CIP, a capital improvement plan that looks out 6 years, and done the rate design that we believe sustainably funds that. It is a policy decision if you would like us to be looking at not only policy minimums for reserves, but also policy maximums. I think we just haven't had that clear, full direction from.
We had this conversation before and people were interested. It just never went anywhere. This is the second budget cycle that we've gone through and we haven't had that conversation.
Go ahead.
Because you're talking about a policy, which is the contingency budget, which is the issue. And is that something that would be resolved in the budget committee, or is that something that would need the city council itself would need to revisit the policy of the contingency budget?
It's both, right?
I believe the budget committee as a whole, comprised of council and the community members, would set that, and we could, if you want to change it for this budget, that's a slightly different process than if you want to direct us to be bringing you back proposals into this biennium that we can pursue.
I have a point. I'm looking for some clarification, but it seems to me that the amount that's in the reserve or in the contingency is not just sitting there for no reason at all. It's sitting there because it's going to be spent, right? I mean, at some point it won't be in the contingency anymore. It will be appropriated. And so what was in there before is money that has been spent. It does seem to me, and maybe I'm wrong, that one of the issues now is that we in fact got these loans and we can budget them, which if we didn't have those loans, we wouldn't have this amount in our contingency, those loans that you just got. Is that right?
I mean, if we weren't showing that 12 million in revenue,
right,
we would see,
which we got specifically to build this project.
we would see a completely different story. But even then, with the 12 million, as you look into the forecasted in year 4, 2030, which is the year we're wrapping up that, we're below our policy level.
I'm not the smartest person here, but I think you'd want to design a cap, because if every year you're just reverting back to 50%, then you aren't able to build up the fund to do large scale projects going forward. So we would have to get some assistance on really defining what a realistic cap can be that enables a city, when you have $30 million of PFAS work to do over a 4-year, 5-year time frame, you do need to be able to build the fund a bit to do that. I take your point that historically, kind of, you've heard me say, chronic over budgeting for CIP has maybe eroded some confidence and some trust. I feel very confident, though, that in this 6-year time horizon you're looking at, that Peter's dialed in a rate design that adheres to your direction of affordability, but also ensures that we can be implementing these critical water projects.
Yeah, and I'm not, this isn't to say that, it's just the fact that, multiple budgets, we've had this come up, and it hasn't really gone forward. And it's like, we can't anticipate for, the state or the federal government slamming us with some mandatory thing. But that doesn't mean that our residents have to continue to pay the price for that, right? So, and it's still not bad policy, because it's not like we're saying, we're not gonna save any money. Like, you still have a 50% threshold. Heck, the last weekend, we talked about lowering the general fund requirement for reserves to help our budget issue. So I don't know, to me, it's like, if we're gonna talk about that, then why aren't we talking about this? And this is just the water fund. That's not the only one. So let's take that out of it, because since that's all earmarked. Look at the wastewater, still 2 million over, storm still 1.6 million over. There's still some funds in there that could potentially go back to ratepayers. Or we can use those funds to change who qualifies for our income constrained discount program. Now you got some more money to backfill those programs. We can use it that way. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a kickback, but you can use that for backfill to increase our discounts.
I would say the other thing, when you look at that policy requirement, that's supposed to be for, and this is different than a general fund for utilities, that's generally the minimum policy level that you're supposed to be at. I mean, generally, when you're looking at rates and you're looking at utilities, you want to make sure that you have sufficient resources, not only for your day-to-day operations. You want to make sure, let's say you have a cybersecurity attack that wipes out our utility billing infrastructure and we can't bill for an extended period of time. We need to make sure that we have the cash on hand to continue those operations, right? So that would be one example. And then if we had a catastrophic failure of infrastructure, you're not going to get an insurance payment real quick to pay to start working on things. So you want to make sure that you have cash on hand, to repair a reservoir and those type of things. And frankly, $1 million isn't that much when you're looking at infrastructure. It doesn't get you very much.
So then why when I said $1 million did people kind of freak out?
What's that?
When I mentioned $1 million going back to ratepayers, people were like, oh, but $1 million.
Well, I'm just saying, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the cost to build infrastructure, $1 million doesn't get you a whole lot anymore. So
I just don't think that, as an individual, if you're saving money for something, obviously, but when you're getting your funding from the residents and it's increasing their cost, right? I think we could do. I'm not saying that I have an answer and that we should end. I'm not saying that. I understand where you all are coming from. I'm just saying I think we can do better, because multiple times there has been an excess amount of funds that has sat there for years. And it was always, well, what if? Okay, well, can one time we just give some money back to the ratepayers, like a one-time thing? It's not asking for too much.
So I know Council President wants to get in here. While you do that, I'd love the chair to kind of give us some direction here about, because this is a great policy conversation. I think we need to decide, are we going to have that policy conversation and seek direction on that tonight? Or do you want to proceed with talking about the proposed budget and then that's okay, and then give direction to come back to revisit those policy conversations, which you also have the authority to do.
Oops, it's on, okay, thanks. I think that this is a fairly complex issue, and I'm not sure that it makes sense to try and make a decision when there are still a lot of questions about it. And I guess I'm wondering if we just move forward with the way it is now, with the understanding that a conversation, that people are interested in having a conversation about what the contingency should be, that there's I'm wondering if there's anything that would preclude addressing that at a subsequent time when there is maybe some greater data about what is happening. I mean, one of the things that's occurring to me is that a long time ago, well, some time ago, really, the city is in the position it is with infrastructure because no investments were made in our infrastructure. And we're in a position now where we're trying to address a lot of past due infrastructure. Transportation was the big one. The water issue is in some ways driven by PFAS, but in other ways, it's actually being driven by the aging of our water system that needs to be renovated. And I think that there needs to be some attention paid as well to, you don't want utility rates to go like this because that makes people even madder. I do think after having listened to the consultants' presentations, that there was a lot of work addressed to moderating the utility rate increases. Some are coming in at 0. The residential water rate increase itself has been moderated for the majority of the people in the I think that you said 80%, because we implemented this step increase. And so I think that, that maybe this is not a decision we can reach today, but
Yeah,
that,
I think that's well said, Chair. I might propose, I think in our August Budget Committee meeting, we're gonna have some budget adjustments to discuss, but I might propose the November, so the Q2 FY27 Budget Committee meeting. So in November of this year, we could bring in FCS to talk about about contingencies, comparator cities, models we could explore. I would recommend that we get the direction from you now to plan for that kind of a robust conversation, if you're comfortable moving forward with this budget.
And I would just say we're talking about the policy reserve, not the contingency account line, right? The policy reserve.
oh, sorry, yes, thanks for clarifying.
I was just gonna say, it seems like there's a real difference here in what we're talking about in fiscal year 2030 and fiscal year 2031. For fiscal year 2030, we've been building up these reserves for large expenditures that we see, and those expenditures really decline after that fiscal year. And I think that, to Councilor Koster-Vadi's point, is the question. After we get past this period of large PFAS spending, what should our policy be? Let's take as a given, we've had large reserves and we've built this up, and there's justification to spend those reserves because we have large PFAS. But I think the concern is from there, are we continuing to have high rates on residents? Are we continuing to increase on residents?
Peter said that it would go down to 3%. He said it would go down. I mean, I think the reality is inflation is going to raise rates no matter what. They're not going to go down.
I guess this is what I would say. As I think about this, my understanding is the cost driver here is the PFAS work that we've been doing, which is described on page 268 of the CIP.
It's partly the people, but we also have to maintain our water infrastructure and pay people to do that.
Well, it's that. So it's the construction of the infrastructure that we need to treat, but it's also paying for that infrastructure over an extended period of time as well. So, when you're looking at utility infrastructure, a 2-year biennium is just really giving you a very small, short window. And, John from FCS, I mean, they're looking out, 8 to 10 years to see what are the rates looking like, what's the revenues that we need to make sure that the utility is in good financial condition.
Sure.
Having the revenues on hand to pay for your operational costs, your future capital costs that aren't part of the cost, but there are other things in the CIP. I mean, if you look in 2032, there's a concrete reservoir.
Oh, turn your mic on.
And there's a concrete reservoir that we need to do work on. There's another raw water transmission line that feeds over to, there's lots of work that's in there.
And I understand that, but I also think that the times we're in matters too, right? What we're dealing with, like that's 6 years from now, right? So 6 years from now, what are residents gonna be facing? What are the wages gonna be? How much are they gonna have to pay? What are groceries gonna be? What's the cost of living gonna be? So I think it's more than just us focusing on the projects. It's also taking into account what is gonna happen to the residents, what the impact in that amount of time will be on them as well. And I'm not saying that we don't already incorporate that, but I do think that that's an important piece too, because it's not just what happens to the city infrastructure, it's what's happening to the people out there right now. And that could change things in the future.
To finish my line of thinking, I do want to understand what's next after 2031, to understand it looks like we are making a policy decision to continue to build back 50% reserves. And granted, this is 2031, so it's not like we have to act right now in this budget, but I want to understand if that's a policy decision we're making, what long-term expenditures do we anticipate? You mentioned just continual utility work for our infrastructure. I want to have a better sense of that, acknowledging this might be a timeline that extends beyond a typical 5-year CIP. And I guess the other thing that I'm thinking is, Peter, you had mentioned before that we anticipate potential debt service that would prevent us from reducing rates after we complete the PFAS work. But it looks like, and I might be misunderstanding the safe drinking loan that we're getting. We're expecting to do pay-as-we-go for that PFAS work. But is that
No.
wrong, or just trying to understand exactly what the debt service looks like?
The Safe Drinking Water Revolving Loan Fund has debt associated with
It's
it.
half forgivable, half debt service. So you'd have a $3 million you'd have because you're wearing be $6 million we'd walk away from, because we're projecting two $6 million loans, and half of each of those is debt service.
Okay.
Ongoing debt service.
That sounds good.
So, and I think I've been upfront. I think I've mentioned a couple times in here, like, it's important for me, this affordability piece. It's something that's near and dear to me, not only as a public works director, but as a resident of Milwaukie. So, I am really looking hard to find ways to reduce impacts on our ratepayers for the infrastructure needs that we have. And, we're looking at these other alternative financing tools, safe drinking water revolving loan funds. We're looking for legislative requests. We submitted one in January that would have been helpful, that may have allowed us to reduce an increase that we might need. So we're working hard to do that, to minimize those increases. And it's critical. We have reserves, and we may not have spent those reserves as quickly as we could have in the past, but by having those reserves, we're able to reduce revenue requirements in future years, because we have that cash on hand. So that's the one thing that I would say. And in our CIP, you can see, you can take a look at, the CIP goes out to 6 years, so you can see what you can expect in 2032. So 2032, we've got about $1.2 million in capital work going on there. So.
Carrie?
I think that one of the things that with the final rate structure that we were able to present is that there is a revenue increase of 8%, but that is not an 8% increase for everybody categorically. So because of the rate structure, that was actually able to be divided out so that it isn't hitting everybody equally. So the first 3 units essentially, and again, please correct me, but this was my understanding during the crack. The first 3 units, everybody is going to benefit from a slightly reduced rate for this slightly reduced rate. It goes up incrementally in the middle, and it's those higher ends. We were talking about who's getting impacted by the really high end, and is there some opportunities?
That was only like 20%.
Yeah, Exactly. And it's only during certain times of the year as well, I think is an important thing to consider where those averages come in at. I was really impressed because we pressed a lot on them in Quack about affordability. I'm the person that's the squeaky wheel about death by 1,000 cuts and increases, and everybody, you know, we would hear, oh, only $4. And I'm like, but it's like, you know, you're hearing that in all the places, right? And so, yes, I think that the contingency talk in November makes a ton of sense. I love the idea of that being able to either allow additional people into a rate reduction, right? Because right now we're dealing with the federal poverty level, which we know in the Pacific Northwest is not the same as people that are struggling. So I think using some of those dollars could be beneficial for something like that. But I was really excited about the rate structure personally after spending, sitting in on months of meetings about it. And so I think there is an opportunity there. It will positively impact most Milwaukeeans. And when we're looking at those beyond, there's a lot of unknowables, just like for our residents, as there are for the business. But there's like a lot of they don't really know what the filtering maintenance for PFAS is going to look like, and the ecologically responsible way of disposing of it. So I think that there's going to be some costs that are we can't anticipate, they haven't been able to anticipate when you're talking about beyond 3031. I just wanted to add that.
William?
I feel like we can have the discussion of what to do with policy and the unappropriated fund balance in November, and it seems like we could probably move on from water.
No more questions, let's do it.
We're going backwards actually, but we'll go fast through water. So transportation, Peter.
Transportation, I mentioned earlier, we created a separate manager for our transportation division in the early part of last biennium. Scott Pierce, he's our transportation and safety manager, been doing a great job. Here's where I wanted to talk a little bit about the preservation programs that we've done. We did do a little over almost 11 miles worth of crack sealing and slurry sealing over the biennium, and just a little bit over 7 miles of linear miles of grind and pave over this last biennium. And as a reminder, our transportation fund consists of sort of three different resources. So we have our state gas tax that we rely on, our Safe Access for Everyone program, SAFE, and then our SSMP program, Street Surface for Maintenance program. SAFE is focused on bike and ped improvements. SSMP is focused on pavement restoration and pavement type work. And then the transportation, gas tax work we use for other types of things. Our goals coming up into the next biennium is to transition our SAFE program to this more sustainable pay-as-you-go program we're not going out and doing additional debt service work. We are using a program that's going to focus on our SPOT program and our new Safe Street Enhancement program, and targeting safety improvements, utilizing those two programs there. We're going to work closely with our CIP engineering division to improve on the delivery of those SPOT and Safe Street Enhancement programs. We just ramped up the SPOT program, and I would say currently we really haven't been super great at delivering those projects yet, and Scott's dedicated to improving the delivery there on that part. And we're going to see that implementation of that 20 is Plenty program as well. And then the Central Greenway. It's Central Greenway, and our Harvey and King roads are going to get, those integrated projects are going to get done this early part of the year. This is a big table. It's got all of the resources that we have coming in, and there is a lot of money there because it represents 3 different program sources. What I would like to mention, we talked a little bit about the SAFE fee increases and the SSMP increases. SAFE and SSMP are typically, they're connected to the Seattle Construction Cost Index. We've used a 5-year average to sort of reduce huge spikes in construction cost as it relates to rates. For the SAFE program, as you recall, we had noted a deficiency on that revenue collection there where we weren't getting enough revenue to pay for the combination of debt service that we have and transfers that we have to general fund. So this gets us into that fixes that problem. So we are having a program that now can pay for the pay-as-you-go program and we no longer have that structural deficit or defect. The other thing I would mention, and Mike talked about this earlier this morning, state gas tax. We've been pretty conservative on where we see state gas tax revenues coming in. Originally, when we were working on this program in November and December, we were really optimistic that we had another $400,000 to $500,000 in state gas tax that was going to show up as a per capita revenue. We removed that, and as part of that removal, we ended up having to defer some projects and push them out into some latter years of the 6-year CIP because we didn't have the funds to pay for that work as we thought we might have. Those were like Ardenwald South, and we also had to make some modifications to Locust. FELOC, I will say, FELOC revenue shows up when we have a project that we're going to use it on. So this is revenue that's generated through building, through a building permit and development. We decide working with engineering staff that it makes more sense to pay a fee instead of putting in that infrastructure, maybe because it's not connected to anything else. So there's a fee, there's a rate that we, a calculation that's in there. We'll utilize this fee and it gets booked into the transportation fund when we've got a use for it. And in this case, the FELOC is going to help pay for the railroad safe design, some of that work there, I believe. And the FELOC is NDA specific, and we have different buckets. There's different amounts available per NDA depending on who's paid FELOC within that neighborhood. And there's a little bit of wiggle room. I think it's like within 1,000 feet of the NDA boundary you can use it. But we tried to sort of connect it to the NDA at the time. Personnel services, so this is our transportation team and their materials and services. And then the capital outlay is going to be a combination of the SAFE, SSMP, and state gas tax work that we're doing there. You can see we've got some significant debt service there that we're paying for and transfers to other funds. So this does have a large fund balance, but it's those 3 programs that if you look at the 5-year forecast, they do start to trend down where we don't have a lot of fund. There's a 17% policy reserve requirement on these. I would say the priority here is we're transitioning this program from this large integrated projects to more, for SAFE specifically, to more the SPOT and Safe Street enhancement programs.
Questions on transfer? Oh, Council President?
I guess one question here, you've mentioned that we have had a larger appetite than we necessarily could stomach in years past with our CIP. But I'm also hearing that if we had more state transportation gas tax dollars, we could do a more aggressive timeline on some of our transportation projects within our CIP, like moving Ardenwald South up. is there some flexibility, like, help resolve that tension a little bit?
Sure. Go for it.
I can answer that. So
Yeah.
we don't necessarily have the staff resources to do all that work at an accelerated pace without sacrificing other priorities. So like I said, over the last decade, the city's engineering staff really heavily focused on our transportation network, our SAFE programs. We have some huge needs on water and wastewater that we need to do some focus work on. I would also say in terms of having a CIP that's manageable, and if we had some dollars, maybe we could have sized the Locust project a little bit bigger. It still was not a project that was in, or I should say Ardenwald South, one that was in this current biennium, but it was in we had it at sort of the mid part of the 6-year piece.
Mm-hmm.
So without those funds being available, we've had to push those programs out a little bit farther.
I think capacity also it's a combination of human capital and money capital. And I think, as Peter's saying about the scope of projects, a project manager can probably spend the same amount of human capital on a medium project and a large project. So you get more money, you might be able to make that medium project a large project and not actually take on that much more capacity of the PM, but only to a point. And so I think it's all kind of a work planning exercise. And sometimes you also can contract out more projects and have external project managers, but we also have been burned in the past where you think that's going to save you so much staff capacity, and then actually you spend all your capacity managing the contractor who's managing the project. So I think it's a little bit of an art and a science. That's probably my squishy sausage making answer to your question.
Okay, I think I can squish that in my brain. Thank you.
Any other questions? Moving on.
Okay, we've already talked a lot about water fund. Do we want to talk more about water fund, or for the sake of time, do you want us to move on to wastewater?
Well, my preference is to move on because otherwise we're going to get to a point where we have to decide whether we want to come back next week or not.
I hear
would
you,
rather
Chair Schochner.
Wrap
Yes.
it up.
Okay. I'm going to go to wastewater.
Wastewater. So this team here has spent a lot of time working with our engineering staff on getting that design put together for the Waverly Heights project. So, and when I say that, helping them do that involves going out there and using our camera system that we have to evaluate the condition of the pipe, identify where all the connections are, where we can do pipe bursting, where we can do lining of pipes and all those types of things. So they worked a lot to do that. In addition to that, they've inspected approximately 13% of the system. So that inspection of that system generally includes sort of cleaning part of that system with the large Vector truck that they have, and then running their camera truck down there to identify defects. So where there's cracks in the pipes or root intrusions and those types of things.
So that says, performed root removal. So do they have something that goes inside the pipe and actually cuts the roots inside the pipe?
Yeah, the truck in that picture, there's an attachment that you can put on that has a root cutter that they can send down the pipe to it's like a big chain that sort of cuts through the pipe.
Interesting.
So I've been listening to the Waverly Sewer project for years. It sounds to me like you now have all of the right-of-way approvals, and we now have a methodology that involves lining the existing cracked pipes. So my assumption is this is the last year we'll deal with this project.
Yeah, we're gonna go out for bid here shortly, so, yeah.
Okay, I'm in
Yep.
favor of that.
Do we have all the easements?
That's what he said
I think
earlier.
we have, I think we have all the
Oh,
easements
wow.
that we
Okay.
needed. I think we were trying to get, there was one more that we were trying to get, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get it, but we don't really need it, so,
awesome.
yeah.
Okay,
I think I got that right. So, the goal is to construct, get that project done and also a larger sewer lining project that will target various different, systems or subsystems within the larger system in the city where we've identified, defects. And then the other thing we have really in the budget is also some work that we need to do, on Island Station and Brookside Lift Station. So we've solicited and awarded a contract for a consultant to help us do some design work on those pump stations. The Island Station one is a below surface pump station. And it's gonna provide some complexity on how we handle that one. I think it's got some, right now, the shell of that system is letting water infiltrate into the mechanical part of the area, that the dry space that we have there. So we've got to do some work there to get that repaired. And then the Brookside Lift Station, we want to change how that pumps from using just generally just how that pumps and provides some additional resiliency and capacity to that pumping station. So those are the goals there. The one thing that I will say, and I know we've talked about this before, we're not including the Kellogg Dam sewer line relocation in our CIP. It's in the funded CIP, but it is show up in our unfunded CIP. We did submit for clean water revolving funds to potentially pay for that, but we haven't committed to funding or managing or any of that work. There's still some work to do with that larger team there. This fund, we are not planning on any increases in the rates there. The inclusion of that sewer line relocation would have required us to increase wastewater rates to pay for that work.
questions? If not, moving on.
Stormwater. So both stormwater and wastewater spend a lot of time, condition assessment, cleaning pipes, reviewing that. They did, and sweeping our streets. So it looks like almost 1,425 lane miles of street sweeping over the last biennium. As I mentioned earlier, maybe with the climate work, we did update and implement our new stormwater management plan, which puts us in compliance with our NPDES permit that we're now in the process of having to submit a new permit application for. We developed an online stormwater compliance library that shows all of our compliance documents for our permitting on our city's website. If you're interested in that, you can look at that. That's a requirement of our permit. And then we've maintained compliance with our stormwater permit and also the water pollution control facility permit, which is really for our dry wells. We have a permit for dry wells that we've maintained compliance for as well.
Who are the users of the online stormwater compliance library?
It's generally it's probably DEQ to make sure that we're putting the things online that they want to see. But if people that are interested in stormwater compliance can see those documents. Do all cities do that? If they're a permitted, NPDES permitted city, phase one city, I think that's a requirement that they have to do. The goal for this biennium is to complete our stormwater system plan. I think we met with council in September of last year. we're getting that work wrapped up, and I think we're planning on doing some, an open house with the community in July or early part of August to show them the plan to see if there's any concerns or things that we might have missed from the community's perspective. And then we'll incorporate that feedback and bring it back to council for adoption. One of the things we're working on is I had mentioned earlier, TMDL implementation plan. So we have some work there that we need to do. And this team is really supportive of our urban forest and green infrastructure work as well. And this is really where our natural resources field crews come out of, they're funded from.
I think you've covered a lot of this, Peter. I would just make sure everyone heard we are budgeting for a new street sweeper, a small one that can fit in bike lanes. It's gonna be so cute. Sweepy McSweep face. We might need to have a naming competition. Don't you think? Don't you think? And it's gonna be Evie. It's just gonna be great.
It's gonna be an EV.
Evie street sweeper. An Evie.
There you go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely. Not quite 17 minutes. Overnight, it'll recharge. It'll give us a full charge overnight. So, I think we're on SD. Was there any more on stormwater? Anybody had a question on? So, SDCs, system development charges. So this budget is a compilation of our transportation SDCs, water SDCs, stormwater SDCs. And, we charge system of development charges to have development pay for the impacts that their growth has on our system. And we've just recently completed our transportation system plan that was adopted by council earlier this year. We're taking that information and that adopted construction program that was identified in that plan, and we're incorporating it into our transportation system development charge methodology update that FCS is working on with us. And we'll be coming back to council with that report and what that looks like here in the upcoming biennium. And then upon the completion of our stormwater system plan, we're going to update the stormwater system methodology as well and capture the changes in the CIP there. The interesting thing about the SDCs, like those funds that we get, we can only spend them on projects that are identified as part of the CIP that have been included in the methodology when it was adopted. And you can always include a new CIP as part of the methodology and by resolution to do that. But you can't always, and it's based on a certain amount percentage associated with the growth. So you may have $1 million of transportation SDCs, and you might have a $1 million project that's in your CIP, but you can't necessarily spend all 1 million of it because it's only the part associated with growth, and that's identified in the methodology update. So in some cases, we have some dollars in the bank on SDCs, transportation in particular. There's a large amount of dollars available there, and we look to how we can best program those dollars in our CIP.
So am I right in my understanding that the expenditures from each of these SDC funds are actually being transferred into projects in the other parts of the budget?
They are a funding source for those other projects in the budget.
That's right. So when I'm looking at a line item for expenditures, it's actually going into a budget for a project?
Yes.
Okay.
In the larger CIP.
In the larger CIP,
Yeah.
yes, right, that's what I meant.
Yep.
I think system development charges, forecasting those are always a little speculative. I know we've gone through over the years and, we've put targets there on what we think we're going to capture in terms of SDC charges over the biennium, and we're often far off. So I would say the revenues that we have there in that system development charge line, we feel like is reflective of what development is looking like. There's probably, if you keep our fingers crossed, there's probably more SDCs in 2028 than we've forecasted, but we're trying to be really sort of conservative on that. I would point out here, this is one place that I think we do need to make a slight adjustment. That intergovernmental 250, that was actually a remnant, and that was related to the TSP project that we had. We'd said some intergovernmental revenues from the TSP. So that 250, that should be struck out, yeah.
It's okay because there's no corresponding expenditure that went with it, but we will update that before you adopt it in June.
And then the materials and services costs are associated with updating the SDC methodologies for transportation and stormwater.
We didn't change any SDC rates this biennium. We have some we're going to change, but did we change any the past biennium?
Only through, no, we didn't change any in the past biennium.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would say we have near the lowest SDC rates in the region.
Yeah.
And that's generally because we're a fairly built-up community.
Didn't we change the water SDCs? I thought we increased our.
I think we did it.
Or did we change the methodology?
The biennium before.
The beginning of 24.
Damn.
In the spring of 24, which was the pre-biennium. So it was just before that, yeah.
Wow, all right.
Time flies when you're having fun. Any other SDC questions? Okay. This is it, Peter. This is your last one.
Oh, yeah, well, this one could take it. Where did my, oh, there it goes.
So this is really a fund that was created for, I think as Emma mentioned, for some transparency purposes. We did adopt some language in our code several years ago. The funds associated with permits and citations have been part of the stormwater revenue. That's where we've been putting those dollars, and we've tracked it through the different accounts that we use. But we'd heard some feedback from, I think, the community and maybe some members of council on what they'd like to see a separate fund showing that. So this is a really small fund, not a whole lot of dollars associated with it. But I thought this would be a good place to talk about, we've been awarded Tree City USA for the 10th year in a row. And then over the last year, over the last biennium, we've done two small amendments. I'll say some amendments to our tree code. The most recently, we did some minor ones last month, but some development-related tree code work in January. We've also put together a programmatic tree permit that we can work with other government agencies and other utilities, from PG&E, Northwest Natural, and CPRD, on that aligns with our urban forest management plan. We've done Arbor Day events in the fall, each biennium, or each year of the biennium. We've updated and created a new consolidated tree list. So we did a lot of the last biennium. And then moving into this next year, Katie is wanting to focus some work on inventory of public ash trees, to develop a double dash more management plan. I mentioned earlier in the work that they're doing in natural resources updating that urban forest management plan. We have some funding, we got some funding from OEF, I think just under $100,000 that, we've got a little bit of that, I think about half of those dollars moving into the next year to spend. That expenditure is actually coming out of climate and natural resources. And then they're continuing to look at ways to expand both public and private tree planting. I did want to mention we're planning on implementing a tree purchase rebate program. Keeps shutting off on me. I did want to mention that we are also going to be implementing a tree purchase rebate program as well. And we have resources to provide assistance for low-income customers when they run into issues with tree maintenance. And I think we've done it once or twice. So we do have those resources available, and we'll continue to provide that.
I would just like to point out that, shout out to Elvis Clark, that he got his tree support program.
I have a question. As I understand it, we have a nursery. Are we growing these trees that we're planting?
We have a very small nursery. We haven't, we had a little more robust program several years ago and haven't been able to spend as much time on that. We still do have trees that we're maintaining and nurturing in the nursery, trying to grow. And, you know, we always look for those opportunities to do that. I know Emma mentioned, I think last week, I think we've planted 150 plus trees since the beginning of the year. Many of those trees came from the nursery. So some of them are small, and we've planted those in some of the natural areas. But yeah, it's something that we have there, but it's not as a robust program as it used to be.
Thank you.
The tree fund, you know, we don't see this fund and the fees that we have coming in. We really didn't set our tree permit fees to be like a self-sustaining fund to pay for all of our urban forest needs. So we've typically, over the last, 7-8 years, the vast majority of our work of funds come from our stormwater fund, and there's some small general fund sources, and then there's some small amounts of funds here. We're planning on utilizing these funds here for some of the consulting arborist work that we do, some of the low income assistance programs and things like that as well, and then some small general supplies for education and outreach like that. That's that transfer of existing funds from stormwater to bringing that over there.
Yeah.
Any other, Council President?
Yeah, I guess two things that I am trying to parse through. What out of these, is it under professional and technical services, the work that we do with Friends of Trees in Milwaukie, or, because my understanding was last year we had a $35,000 event that we did with them to plant trees in the city. Is that included here? Or?
That Friends of Trees event is in the Climate and Natural Resources Division, professional services.
Separate from this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I am just wondering, I've talked to some people on our tree board, talked to folks at Friends of Trees. My understanding is that's an event where we spent $35,000 to plant about 60 trees. And it just feels like, I wonder if there are other ways or other areas where we could spend our tree money to try and increase the number of trees that we are planting, considering that we're trying to plant trees to the tune of 2,000 trees a year to hit our 40% tree canopy.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I would say that, the Friends of Trees have been a great partner. They do a lot of education and outreach. And, they not only provide the planting resource for a broader engagement with the community, for us to have a discussion about, our urban forest, they also provide maintenance and show that property owner how to maintain and prune that tree that might get planted in their yard. So there's an extended piece there. It does come at an expense, and we have downsized over the year, over the last couple of years, how much we're spending on that program, and looking at how we can plant more trees internally and with other partners. So.
And I appreciate the feedback, and I think it's something we can continue exploring with Tree Board. I think it's a point very well taken.
The second piece that I had, I see that we've set aside about 30% of our funds here are anticipated for contingency. My understanding is it seems like the way that we're using our tree fund is on one-time expenditures, and especially with the fact that we're just trying to plant as many trees as possible, it seems less like a 30% contingency requirement is really a necessity. I would love to see those funds being spent on something like a tree bait program that Councilor Kosarabadi's talked about, or supplementing the work that we might do with Friends of Trees, finding ways that we could add those into next biennium services as opposed to just setting those funds aside.
I think that's another point well taken, and I think we're going to have lots of fun conversations about both policy reserves and contingencies going forward. Good next frontier for us.
It just occurred to me that, I remember when the tree code was first proposed, and some of those fees seem to be really high. And that's on top of paying the arborist to come and take down the tree. And it occurs to me that maybe there would be an opportunity to discuss a low-income program in the tree fund.
I believe the code is written expressly allowing that, and the establishment of this fund will, I think, allow us to more transparently communicate that opportunity to Milwaukie residents and report to you all on how that tree maintenance assistance is utilized, so that folks.
Because some of those really old houses with really not well-off people who might be old themselves have really old trees.
Well, and as we said earlier today, with the change of the name from code enforcement to code compliance, we're in the entrance of helping people come back into compliance rather than fall afoul of a code. So absolutely.
And I just to clarify, I did mention on the previous slides, like one of the goals in the upcoming biennium is to start that tree purchase rebate program, and to communicate more on our low income assistance program. So that's that goal down at that bottom there. So
Mayor Beatty?
I just wanted to pick up on the council president's comment about the Friends of Trees. So I participated, I think it was 3 years ago, I went around and helped plant. And then 2 years ago, I received a tree and so I do take the point that, and I paid $35 for the tree. So I do take the point that I think most people were paying unless they qualified under a low income program. So I do take the point that it does seem like an expensive program. Although they do come back at mid-year and check on your tree and they want to see that it's getting watered. I do think, as much as it sounds like we can all go out and plant trees, there is a lot of education around how to properly plant a tree. Just sticking a tree in the ground does not guarantee a healthy tree. And that really was driven home to me last week on Earth Day. The team planted a tree over in the area behind where I was working, which was behind the Oddfellows. And really, it was this big burlap wrap tree, and really had to shave off a lot of roots around that tree and ensure that the tree wasn't girdled by the roots and, you know, all the things that went in. It took a good, you know, half an hour to plant, not counting the digging the hole part, to plant the tree. I mean, so I do feel like there's got to be educational pieces. If we look for other ways to, you know, foster tree planting, we've got to also be thinking about the survivability of those trees and the, you know, sort of the education around. I have known people, I have a friend who bought a house in Island Station. Turned out the contractor just had taken burlap and put the burlap trees in the hole. Thought, oh, the roots will grow through it. I mean, maybe he cut the burlap a little bit or something, but he just stuck the trees in the hole. Two very nice Japanese maples, kaput. There's a lot of, even in the professional industries, there's a lot of lack of information about what you need to do to plant a tree and ensure some success. So,
Just to carry on with that, we don't need to reinvent this. All of this information is available on the Oregon State Extension website and the Master Gardener's website. There's plenty of videos, there's plenty of guidance, you know, so there's no original thought need. We just need to copy and paste.
Thank you, Master Gardener Massey. Okay, Peter, you have one slide left.
One slide left. So I did want to mention that as part of this discussion that we're going to have first quarter, there's some adjustments to make on CIP. You know, we have projects that are currently ongoing. And I think there's a need to make sure that we have the necessary funds get shifted into the next biennium, and we don't necessarily obligate all the dollars for a contract and are able to sort of roll those dollars into the upcoming biennium. So there's 4 projects or programs that I want to mention that we need to make some adjustments to. One is on the Monroe Greenway. We have some URA dollars associated with the central part of the project, $650,000 that we'll need to make an adjustment with in that first quarter. We have roughly about $150,000 of obligated funds for the SPOT program where we've approved proposals that we just haven't been able to deliver on, that we want to move into the program. Those are dollars that, you know, we haven't spent yet. And then on King Road and Harvey, the work there related to really the transportation component of the work that they're doing that needs to be shifted into this upcoming biennium to pay for that work.
And the punchline here is this is cleaning up accounting for things that span fiscal years. It will not affect ending fund balances, fund forecasts, or rates.
But we're going to spend those dollars.
We're going to spend them. They're not going away. Peter, Professor Passarelli, thank you so much. Does anyone have questions for Peter before we release him?
Just a comment. I just want to say, since I've worked with you, Peter, I know you've been very adamant about the affordability. I just want to say I really appreciate that because you're very conscious about that. Nothing I said was to say otherwise. This department has done a fantastic job. It's a very heavy lift. And I know in our conversations, you've always done a great job balancing the needs of the city and the needs of the residents. So I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
You know, Michael's the finance director, but Peter manages a lot of money between all those funds.
That's right, you get credit too, Michael.
We are very, very, very grateful for Peter. Okay, Mike, you get to bring us home. You're the last 3.
I feel like I need to start. Does anybody need to stretch or stand really quick?
Okay.
Okay. Do the wave or something?
I think, are we taking a break officially? I can have them go off air. Are we taking a break?
I can be quick.
Stretch?
Yeah.
Stretch? Okay, we're just stretching.
This is the 7th inning stretch here.
Please make it the
Yeah.
top of the 9th. Like I can't do.
I was thinking the same thing, 8th or least. Is there a song for it?
I'll start while you guys are stretching here. So real quick, first, I wanted to say this picture is the most boring picture for finance. I don't think. It might be, but to me, it's not, there's a little bit of color in it, not very exciting, so. I did not pick this picture, but it could have something with more pizzazz.
I did make the request for you guys to identify the pictures because they're really great.
So, yeah. Good thing you mentioned that. Kudos to Matt Deeds. He worked with our graphic designer and selected the pictures and did a lot of these. So kudos to him for doing all that. I think the pictures in this book turned out great.
I would like to petition that we change the finance picture to the derelict RV. I think that would be more appreciated by Mike.
Yeah. It's my second home. All right, so going down, talking a little bit of finance. First, GFOA awards. We are, as you all know, a Triple Crown winner for finance, for our budget, ACFR, and our PAFR. To add to that, we installed this year the Socrata, the financial dashboard, which I think is tremendous. I recently went to the Milwaukie Leadership Academy and kind of walked them through it. It also helps us internally. I know I was talking to Camilo from engineering, and he goes there and uses it to see kind of where they are and things. So it's real-time data that you guys can see as much as we can. Well, most of what we can. So that was a major accomplishment for us. This year, we're updating our procurement policy. Major kudos to Kelly Tucker. As I go around and go to different finance organizations and things, one of the big topics they have is procurement and for a city our size to do the procurement that we do is exceptional. And she does a great job of keeping us on track. We, this year, put in a new online software, Bonfire, that allows us to kind of have an online access presence for this. So the software is awesome. We've updated the procurement policy kind of to bring it up to date. There's a lot of things where the thresholds were really low. And we're just trying to modernize it, much like we are with the fixed asset, raising that floor to 25,000. So that's been a big undertaking we've gone through. Utility assistance, major kudos to Amy Francis and Judy Serio. Every day I hear Amy outside my door having conversations, letting people know about the utility assistance program, talking them through a lot of difficult conversations. We all feel the economic impacts, on the budget and things here, but, families out there really feel it. So we're doing a workshop at the library and at City Hall here later in May. I think information's online for that. So if people have questions or how to sign up, they can come to that, and Amy and Judy can walk them through that. Also, another accomplishment this year is we went through and did the public safety fee and the processing card fee. And those have really helped offset increasing credit card and debit card transaction fees. I think I put in the an earlier information packet that the number of bill pays are going up and the number of credit cards are going down, which helps save the city money. I know it's a hard thing for people to understand, but we're just, much like a coffee shop or anywhere else that you go, we're just trying to pass the fees on so it's not hitting the city as hard. New goals that we have. My biggest is a new budget software, and we have it in here, and I am super excited for that. This book is exceptional. Kudos to my predecessors for putting it together. But I feel a city our size, we have outgrown this. And I feel that with the amount of money, the amount of funds, the amount of transactions that we're doing, we need something to help us. We are only as good, this is very manual, and we're only as good as us, and I'm not perfect. So I think having the tools in place to help us do budget and do transfers and do it. So we feel comfortable with it, so we can be transparent and talk to you through it. Is a major investment in the city that is in this budget and I'm excited for. We also have a grant software in there. That's for when we go out and Peter's getting all these grants, we get the funds, but we're also responsible for reporting those funds, tracking those funds. Kelly Tucker, again, we don't have a grant specialist on staff, so she kind of does that as a side job, which she's exceptional at, but it's a lot of work reporting all that at the end and going through and knowing your benchmarks and also having a way to communicate into the city to know, hey, Adam Moore is applying for this grant. How is this going to impact and when are these reporting deadlines coming up? I really feel that this is an investment in the city that as we go forward and look for these opportunities that will help us work smarter. An internal utility audit. Amy Francis is great. And again, kudos to Joe Gardner, who's gotten a lot of praise here. Our utility billing, we do the best that we can, but we haven't done an internal audit for it for a very long time. And what I mean by that is I don't think we're capturing all of the revenues from the utility that we can. And I mean, we have updating impervious surface calculations in it, updating, there's a lot of splits of meters and things, just going through and making sure all of our data is top notch. This is something that I have a goal for this upcoming biennium. I have in here some dollars for an intern because I think that this is something where it's not a full-time thing, but it's something if we have somebody come in and kind of just look at each of our accounts, make sure they're set up correctly, make sure they got the correct billing rate into it. I feel like this is going to pay off dividends for the city. So I have that as a goal. And then finally, the updated travel policy. I think there's just things that we want to clean up and streamline and make that a little easier. So that's a goal that I have.
The utility audit, is that more focused on commercial and industrial, or is that across the board?
Across the board. My budget, I think if I lived in a perfect world, I would love to ask for another utility billing specialist. We recently met with Oak Lodge, and they have 9,000 customers, and they have 3 utility billers. And we have 7,200 accounts and 1 utility biller. And I was a little, I hate to say embarrassed, but it was a little bit because they were like, wow, you do this as one person? And we have one super woman that does this. And she has come in and done a fabulous job. But it's become a more complex job with the utility assistants, with making sure that we have everything correct. I'm just planning in your ear that I think another utility specialist would be something that the city should invest in. Other things, we have our audit costs. We have Baker Tilly, who are fabulous. They're not the cheapest, but to me, it's well worth it because they help me they go through and do a great job of doing the audit and help to protect the city and make sure that we're all doing our jobs correctly. So we have in there audit cost. The credit card fees are offsetting a little bit. The credit card or the processing card fee does help with that, reducing them. Utility billing contracts, Peter hit on the AMI meters, which are automated. I would love to see us go for that. Meter readers went up about 20% last biennium. Major kudos to them because with that increase, their response times and their accuracy have greatly improved. So they have invested in their people and the data that we're getting from them is great. Another story from this Oak Lodge meeting that we had was they have AMI meters. And one of their employees had a water leak and the water was going off. The next day, she got a text from them for saying, hey, you've had a spike in your water over the last 24 hours. She was able to go out, see it, turn it off on the sprinklers. And also in that text, it had a link to the leak form. I mean, all of that is super cool. We're a bit a ways away from that, but I feel like if we had that AMI meter, that helps with the climate talk of if there is a leak. Right now, we're looking at if the homeowner doesn't catch it, it's almost a 30-day cycle that we're having eyes on that meter. If we had an AMI meter, that would be reduced to daily. Maybe you can set it a couple times a day or a week. And it would also offset the cost that we're paying for manual meter readers to go out and read that. So I'm just bringing that up as in meter readers is expensive and this is an out next biennium thing, but something to keep in your mind.
I will mention that it might also benefit the city. I have a neighbor who started asking questions about why she hadn't gotten a water bill for 3 or 4 months. And it turned out, she called the city, it turned out that her meter was broken and she hadn't paid for a very long time.
So another good example. We're I think that just illustrates we're very manual, and kudos to the utility or the water guys that go out there. Amy and them have a great relationship and we direct them out. But there's a lot of time that's spent going and checking meters and looking all this that could be automated.
Could you explain exactly what was wrong with it?
With what?
The meter, what part of it was actually broken?
He's trying to figure out
Oh. Any questions with finance?
Emma wants that.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask if there's any questions.
I have a question. Is this AMI meter that you're talking about something where the city would have to go change out every meter at each house or business? Or is it a centralized?
No, it's
Meter.
you have to go out and touch the meter. Peter knows more than I do, but he's been looking
But you
at
have to
this.
go out and change them all out?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a couple different ways to do it. So, I mean, one would require a change out of the entire meter, and one would require, another method is changing out the register. And you can actually have a wireless register that connects to the, connects to a cellular network, so.
But it still would require somebody working on every single meter.
You'd have to go to every single meter.
And Oak Lodge said they replaced all their meters? Or are they just doing it with new construction?
I believe that they had a project that they did over a couple of years to do it all.
Okay. Interesting.
Remember, they don't have as many meters.
Yeah. Well,
No, they have
no,
more.
they have more.
They have more.
Or, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Any questions about the finance budget? All right.
And I hear we have a budding finance director watching us, so we have to give a shout out to Isla, who's watching us. Hi, Isla.
General government, here real quick. So one, the NDA grants are now in general government. We kept that budget the same. Another aspect is general insurance premiums. These are not medical insurance, but this is building insurance on assets. Something that happened this biennium was we were notified that we were overcharged in this biennium. I believe it was about 30,000 over. In some ways that was a blessing because that overcharge will go through as a credit in the next biennium. As along with all insurance right now, those rates increased a lot going forward. So that credit is kind of helping us into the next budget. I just wanted to call that out so it's completely clear, but the insurance trends are going up. We just did a appraisal of all the city's assets and everything. So yeah, any questions with insurance? Another thing I kind of wanted to point out is the risk management and self-insured claims. I changed that from 10,000 to 20,000, and my reasoning for that is, as insurance costs are going up, Kelly and I both work risk management claims, and what we have essentially a threshold, like when do we send this into insurance and when do we kind of try and solve it ourselves? And that threshold kind of moves a little bit, but anything that we can solve ourselves and keep insurance out of it, it helps our rates and it helps our claim accuracy. So it's something that we're monitoring, and I bumped up a little bit just to kind of save money. Any questions with that? Okay. Last one, I promise. Debt service fund. We kept this the same. There's no future debt that we have planned in this budget. I know that there's talk that there might be other debt. When that comes to fruition, or when we're ready to talk about that, we can always do a budget adjustment for that. But for today, we don't have any debt service added to it. I did want to point out that some of the city's debt is structured in a number of different ways. Some of them are principal and interest. Some of them are interest only with different payments made out into the future. So for right now, everything's consistent that we've had in the last biennium, and no big change. I think that with that.
I think that concludes the departmental presentations.
Well,
Full 8-hour day.
it has been a long day. But we can move quickly forward now, right?
I have a general comment, if I may. Is this an appropriate time, or do you have wrap-up comments?
We have no wrap-up comments, and
Okay.
we were planning to move into the public comment portion of the day.
Okay, so I thought the last biennium budget book was very good. I think it's only improved.
Yeah.
Okay? And I was particularly interested, even before I got into the numbers, about two sections, the emphasis on performance metrics and the policies. And it was interesting to go through the various policies, and there were a lot of, when you looked at all the municipal functions, it's all the shalls. But, there weren't a lot of hows. How do you achieve those kinds of things? Which kind of goes back to the performance matrix. And so, my corporate career, we were really focused on continuous improvement, and you were really zeroed in on the plan, do, check, act, circle, and that kind of thing, which I think is kind of where you might be headed. I'm not telling you how to do your job. We are, in fact, a manager council form of government. But I think that you're looking for, repeatable processes and that kind of thing, which kind of, ties into the Joe Gardner plus and minus, we can't clone him, but we have to be able to repeat the things that he does in some situations. So I'll be interested in going forward, just how's it going, And, but I will tell you, you kind of have to watch out in that process because, I agree that you can't really improve things that unless you measure them, but you can't measure everything, and you can get in a sort of a doom loop of checkers checking checkers. And so it'll be interesting to, understand what are the really key performance metrics that you really want to measure to stay on course. And so I just be interested in, knowing how that's going, because it's kind of it's kind of a big task, but one that will, pay dividends in the long run. So great job on the budget book. I thought it was very well done and it helped us get through this process. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Counselor. I've always so appreciated our, one-on-one chats and the wisdom you share from your career experience as we try to captain this ship of the city forward. And really all that kudos about the book goes to Michael and his team. They've done just an exceptional job.
Okay. So this is the part of the agenda during which the committee will hear community member statements regarding the proposed the proposed biennium budget for 2027-2028. Those wishing to speak, please submit a comment card, or if you're in person at City Hall, email finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov. We don't have anybody online.
We have nobody online. We have nobody in the room. We have nothing in the finance email. And Isla did not raise her hand to make any comments, so.
Have we received any correspondence?
We have received no correspondence.
Okay. Does any member of the committee have any questions regarding clarification of the testimony to this point? I see none. If there are no further questions, I'll end.
Is this the time for our general deliberation?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
this is the
no.
public hearing.
This is
Okay.
public.
I'm just gonna, yeah. So I will now entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget.
I move to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries. Now, is there any discussion regarding the proposed budget from the committee members?
I would like to go back to what we were discussing during the MRC regarding FTEs. So on page 73, no, that's not it. Where'd I go? No, I'm looking at the general fund. I want the whole thing.
You had
71.
all this time to prepare.
71, at the very bottom. And I had asked, just for a refresher, it's been several hours. My question was, how many FTEs were we being asked to bless? And what number is the actual legal request versus what's informational? Michael told us that what we're actually approving is just a dollar amount. All FTEs are informational for you. But it is just a bit concerning because if you look down at the bottom here, you've got FY27 FTE 162.5, FY28 162.5, proposed total 161.5. It's just a bit odd to me that those don't equal each other. I know that number has now been updated by 1.1 since last week, but still, it's just knowing exactly how many FTE is in this budget gives us a sense of, the service level, the capacity that is being planned for this budget. It's a reasonableness check on the personnel costs and gives us a bit more of a sense of projecting out those expenses into the future. Because, once you've got somebody, they typically stay. So I guess my comment is just you've got it in here. I think my answer question was 162.25. Yeah, that's just my comment about quality control.
Yeah.
That is all. Thank you.
The comment on quality control, absolutely well taken. We will to make sure everything ties out in the book before it is proposed to council for adoption. The answer that was provided last night is accurate, 162.25, and the numbers, despite the discrepancies, which you are absolutely right, Member Johnson, to point out, the numbers are accurate for personnel costs, and we apologize for the position control pieces, and we will improve those for next time.
I would also I have a master spreadsheet that I have that is my Bible and as payroll's Bible. And I watch this like a hawk, and how I interpret it and how we informationally interpret it has been a challenge. I don't like to say that software will improve things, but this is 100% why I think we need a budget and forecasting software, so that we have these to implement them and have as, so that what I say and what all the directors say are the same number. So I agree, we could do better and we will.
That was actually what occurred to me, was that maybe that new software will help you get it right. Okay. Oops, now I lost my paper. So, any other questions? I am now asking if the committee is ready to vote. And if so, I will entertain a motion to approve and recommend the budget and property taxes to the city council.
I actually have another question.
William has it, yeah.
Okay.
So our policy says that we can pass this budget with the general fund dipping below reserve, or below our reserve requirement. There's been quite a bit of talk about reserves. Specifically, I was interpreting in the sense of like our utility funds. I think that I don't want to talk about it until November, but do we need to discuss the general fund reserve?
We don't dip below until the out years, right?
We do dip below our reserve in this budget. As stated in my budget message, the way the policy is written is you can adopt a budget that dips below the city policy reserve if you develop a plan to address that. And so the work for this biennium will be to develop the plan to address that. And we kind of daylighted last time that right now, given kind of our revenue look from this last biennium, we predict bringing back a conversation with you all about a potential property rate increase. But we'll provide quarterly updates on that forecast and on that process as we go forward.
Wouldn't the intention to have a discussion about changing the reserve level address that as well?
We can absolutely include general fund in that
I think that
conversation.
would be sort of, as I hear it, that's where
Absolutely.
people would like to have that conversation.
Yeah, that's what was discussed in the last budget committee meeting. The
Sure.
last Saturday we met, we talked about, is that something that we want to discuss?
Yep.
And I think that was pretty.
So we've got direction to come back and talk about reserve levels for all funds, general fund included.
Okay,
That's great.
thanks for.
Council President?
Yeah, I just ask that when you come and talk about a property tax increase, we look at other options as well, or think through what we could do. Yeah.
Of course, yep. We were just daylighting that as one of the options that, based on the work we had done in this past biennium, but we are not at all asking you today or even in November to endorse a property tax increase.
So,
Let the record show that, please, so people don't think that there's something coming down the pipe.
Absolutely.
We're not putting any tax increases right now on any ballot.
Yep.
This year or next year.
so I now have a question, which is that we are supposed to vote on the budget and the property taxes, but we have not had any discussion of the property taxes.
The property tax rate, we're not proposing changing
Okay,
from our
so
certified
it's
rate.
basically a no change when I read it. It's
A no
it's-
change, yep, just
okay.
rolling forward the rate that we've been charging.
Okay, so, any other questions? Your light is.
I'm ready to do a motion.
Okay, so you want to move, okay, go right ahead.
I move to approve the city manager's proposed budget totaling $208,917 million for the biennium 2027 to 2028 with a property tax rate of $4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2027 and $4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2028, and a bond levy amount of $856,155 for fiscal year 2027 and $856,205 for fiscal year 2028.
Can you, just for clarity, can you read the budget total again, which is 208,917,000?
$208,917,000.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
important.
I second, but only the very strange way of saying 208 million.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the city manager's proposed budget totaling $208,917,000 for biennium 2027-2028, with a property tax rate of 4.1367 per thousand of assessed value for fiscal year 2027, and 4.1367 per $1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2028. And a bond levy amount of $856,155 for fiscal year 2027, and $856,205 for fiscal year 2028. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. I will now like to entertain a motion to cancel the May 9th, 2026 Budget Committee meeting.
I move to cancel the May 9, 2026 Budget Committee meeting.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to cancel the May 9, 2026 Budget Committee meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Say nay. No, the motion carries. And are there any other items anybody wishes to raise? If not, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I motion to adjourn.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No. Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Well, we ran a little over, but we're not coming back.
Thank you, Mary.